bath and pulled him into an upright sitting position. Pain, the worst in days, bellowed through his legs, and he screamed. The coffee cup flew out of his hand and shattered on the floor. Things keep breaking in here, he thought. And then she saw the marks. Of course. Probably a long time ago. That was the only way he could account for this bizarre behavior. She had seen the marks after all, and this was the beginning of some new and spectacular punishment. "Shut up, stupid!" she hissed. And then his hands were pinned behind him, and just as he heard the click of the handcuffs, he also heard a car turning into the driveway. He opened his mouth, meaning to speak or perhaps scream again, and she stuffed the rag into it before he could do either. There was some ghastly dead taste on the rag. Pledge, he supposed, or end-dust, or something like that. "Make no sound," she said, leaning over him with one hand on either side of his head, strands of her hair tickling his cheeks and forehead. "I warn you, Paul, if whoever that is hears something, or even if I hear something and think he might have heard something, I will kill him or them, then you, then myself." She stood up. Her eyes were bulging. There was sweat on her face and dried egg yolk on her lips. "Remember, Paul." He was nodding, but she didn't see. She was already running out. An old but well-preserved Chevy Bel Air had pulled up behind Annie's Cherokee. Paul heard a door open somewhere off the parlor and then bang shut. It gave off the oddly interrogative squeak that told him it was the closet where she kept her outdoor stuff. The man getting out of the car was as old and well-preserved as the car itself, a Colorado type if ever Paul had seen one. He looked 65 but might be 80. He might be the senior partner of a law firm or the semi-retired patriarch of a construction company, but was more likely a rancher or a realtor. He would be a Republican of the sort who would no more put a bumper sticker on his car than he would put a pair of pointy-toed Italian shoes on his feet. He must also be some sort of town official, and here on town business, because it was only on town business that a man like this and a reclusive woman like Annie Wilkes would have occasion to meet. Paul watched her hasten down the walk to the driveway, intent not on meeting but intercepting him. Here was something much like his earlier fantasy come true. Not a cop, but someone in authority. Authority had arrived at Annie's, and its arrival here could do nothing but shorten his own life. "Why not invite him in, Annie?" he thought, trying not to choke on the dusty rag. "Why not invite him in and show him your African bird?" Oh, no. She would no more invite Mr. Rocky Mountain businessman in, and she would drive Paul to Stapleton International and put a first-class ticket back to New York in his hand. She was talking even before she reached him, the breath pluming out of her mouth in shapes like cartoon balloons with no words written inside them. He held out a hand dressed in a narrowly elegant black leather glove. She looked at it briefly, contemptuously, then began to shake a finger at his face, more of those empty white balloons puffing from her mouth. She finished struggling into her coat and stopped shaking her finger long enough to rake the zipper up. He reached into the pocket of his topcoat and brought out a sheet of paper. He held it out to her almost apologetically. Although Paul had no way of knowing exactly what it was, he was sure that Annie had an adjective for it. Cock-a-doodle, maybe. She led him along the driveway, still talking. They passed beyond his sight line. He could see their shadows lying like construction paper cutouts on the snow, but that was all. She had done it on purpose, he realized dully. If he, Paul, couldn't see them, then there was no chance that Mr. Rancho Grande might look in through the guest-room window and see him. The shadows remained on the melting snowpack of Annie's driveway for about 5 minutes. Once Paul actually heard Annie's voice, raised in an angry, hectoring shout. Those were a long 5 minutes for Paul. His shoulders ached. He found he couldn't move to ease the ache. After cuffing his hands together, she had somehow bound them to the bedstead. But the dust cloth in his mouth was the worst. The stink of the furniture polish was making his head ache, and he was growing steadily more nauseated. He concentrated grimly on controlling it. He had no interest in choking to death, his windpipe full of vomit, while Annie argued with an elderly town official who got his hair trimmed once a week at a local tonsorial emporium and probably wore rubbers over his black Oxfords all winter long. Cold, sick sweat had broken on his forehead by the time they reappeared. Now Annie was holding the paper. She followed Mr. Rancho Grande, shaking her finger at his back, those empty cartoon balloons issuing from her mouth. Mr. Rancho Grande would not look around at her. His face was carefully blank. Only his lips, pressed together so tightly that they almost disappeared, gave away some inward emotion. Anger? Perhaps. Distaste? Yes. That was probably closer. You think she's crazy. You and all your poker cronies, who probably control this whole minor league ballpark of a town. Probably played a hand of lowball or something to see who got this shit detail. No one likes to bring bad news to crazy people. But oh, Mr. Rancho Grande, if you knew just how crazy she really is, I don't think you'd turn your back on her like that. He got into the Bel Air. He closed the door. Now she stood beside the car, shaking her finger at his closed window, and again Paul could dimly hear her voice. "Think you are so smart." The Bel Air began to back slowly down the driveway. Mr. Rancho Grande was ostentatiously not looking at Annie, whose teeth were bared. Louder still. "You think you are such a great big wheel." Suddenly she kicked the front bumper of Mr. Rancho Grande's car, kicked it hard enough to knock packed chunks of snow out of the wheel wells. The old guy had been looking over his right shoulder, guiding the car down the driveway. Now he looked back at her, startled out of the careful neutrality he had maintained all through his visit. "Well, I'll tell you something, you dirty bird. Little dogs go to the bathroom all over big wheels. What do you think of that, huh?" Whatever he thought of it, Mr. Rancho Grande was not going to give Annie the satisfaction of seeing it. That neutral expression dropped over his face again like the visor on a suit of armor. He backed out of Paul's sight. She stood there for a moment, hands fisted on hips, then stalked back toward the house. He heard the kitchen door open and explode shut. Well, he's gone, Paul thought. Mr. Rancho Grande is gone, but I'm here. Oh, yes, I'm here. But this time she didn't take her anger out on him. She came into his room, her coat still on but now unzipped. She began to pace rapidly back and forth, not even looking his way. The piece of paper was still in her hand, and every now and then she would shake it in front of her own nose, as if in self-chastisement. 10% tax increase, he says. In arrears, he says. Liens, lawyers. Quarterly payment, he says. Overdue. Cock-a-doodie. Caca. Caca-poopy-doopy. He grunted into the rag, but she didn't look around. She was in a room by herself. She walked back and forth faster, cutting the air with her solid body. He kept thinking she would tear the paper to shreds, but it seemed she did not quite dare do this. $506, she cried, this time brandishing the paper in front of his nose. She absently tore the rag that was choking him out of his mouth and threw it on the floor. He hung his head over to one side, dry heaving. His arms felt as if they were slowly detaching themselves from their sockets. $506.17. They know I don't want anyone out here. I told them, didn't I? And look, look! He dry heaved again, making a desperate burping sound. If you vomit, I guess you'll just have to lie in it. Looks like I've got other fish to fry. He said something about a lien on my house. What's that? Handcuffs, he croaked. Yes, yes, she said impatiently. Sometimes you're such a baby. She pulled the key from her skirt pocket and pushed him even farther to the left, so that his nose pressed the sheets. He screamed, but she ignored him. There was a click, a rattle, and then his hands were free. He sat up gasping, then slid slowly down against his pillows, mindful to push his legs straight ahead as he did. There were pale furrows in his thin wrists. As he watched, they began to fill in red. Annie stuffed the cups absently into her skirt pocket, as if police restraints were found in most decent houses, like Kleenex or coat hangers. What's a lien? She asked again. Does that mean they own my house? Is that what it means? No, he said. It means that you... He cleared his throat and got another aftertaste of that fumy dust rag. His chest hitched as he dry heaved again. She took no notice of that, simply stood impatiently staring at him until he could talk. After a while he could. Just means you can't sell it. Just! You got a funny idea of just, Mr. Paul Sheldon. But I suppose the troubles of a poor widow like me don't seem very important to a rich Mr. Smart Guy like you. On the contrary, I think of your troubles as my troubles, Annie. I just mean that a lien isn't much compared to what they could do if you got seriously in arrears. Are you? Arrears. That means in the bucket, doesn't it? In the bucket, in the hole, behind, yes. I'm no shanty Irish moocher. He saw the thin sheen of her teeth as her upper lip lifted. I pay my bills. This time I just... You forgot, didn't you? You forgot, just the way you keep forgetting to change February on that damn calendar. Forgetting to make the quarterly property tax payment is a hell of a lot more serious than forgetting to change the calendar page. And you're upset because this is the first time you forgot something that big. Fact is, you're getting worse, Annie, aren't you? A little worse every day. Psychotics can cope in the world after a fashion, and sometimes, as I think you well know, they get away with some very nasty shit. But there's a borderline between the lands of manageable and unmanageable psychosis. You're getting closer to that line every day, and part of you knows it. I just hadn't gotten around to it yet, Annie said sullenly. Having you here has kept me busier than a one-armed paper hanger. An idea occurred to him, a really fine one. The potential for brownie points in this idea seemed almost unlimited. I know, he said with quiet sincerity. I owe you my life, and I haven't been anything but a pain in the tail to you. I've got about $400 in my wallet. I want you to pay your arrears with it. Oh, Paul. She was looking at him, both confused and pleased. I couldn't take your money. It's not mine, he said. He grinned at her, his number one "Who loves you, baby?" grin. And inside he thought, what I want, Annie, is for you to do one of your forgetting acts when I've got access to one of your knives, and I'm sure I can move well enough to use it. You'll be frying in hell 10 seconds before you know you're dead. It's yours. Call it a down payment if you want. He paused, then took a calculated risk. If you don't think I know I'd be dead if it wasn't for you, you're crazy. Paul, I don't know. I'm serious. He allowed his smile to melt into an expression of winning, or so he hoped. Please, God, let it be winning. Sincerity. You did more than save my life, you know. You saved 2 lives. Because without you, Misery would still be lying in her grave. Now she was looking at him shiningly, the paper in her hand forgotten. And you showed me the error of my ways, got me back on track again. I owe you a lot more than $400 just for that. And if you don't take that money, you're going to make me feel bad. Well, all right, thank you. I should be thanking you. May I see that paper? She gave it to him with no protest at all. It was an overdue tax notice. The lien was little more than a formality. He scanned it quickly, then handed it back. Have you got money in the bank? Her eyes shifted away from his. I've got a little put aside, but not in the bank. I don't believe in banks. This says they can't execute the lien on you unless the bill remains unpaid by March 25th. What's today? She frowned at the calendar. Goodness, that's wrong. She untacked it, and the boy on his sled disappeared. Paul watched this happen with an absurd pang of regret. March showed a white-water stream rushing pell-mell between snowy banks. She peered myopically at the calendar for a moment and then said, "Today is March 25th. Christ, so late, he thought. Sure, that's why he came out. He wasn't telling you they had slapped a lien on your house, Annie. He was telling you they would have to if you didn't cough up by the time the town offices closed tonight. Guy was actually trying to do you a favor. But if you pay this $506 before—" "And 17 cents!" she put in fiercely. "Don't forget the cockadoodie 17 cents!" "All right, and 17 cents. If you pay it before they close down the town offices this afternoon. No lien. If people in town really feel about you the way you say they do, Annie—" "They hate me. They're all against me, Paul." "Then your taxes are one of the ways they'll try to pry you out. Hollering lien at someone who has missed one quarterly property payment is pretty weird. It smells. Well, it stinks. If you missed a couple of quarterly payments, they might try to take your home, sell it at auction. It's a crazy idea, but I guess they're technically within their rights." She laughed, a harsh barking sound. "Let them try. I'd gut-hole a few of them, I'll tell you that much. Yes, sir, yes, sirree, Bob." "In the end, they'll gut-hole you," he said quietly. "But that isn't the point." "Then what is?" "Annie, there are probably people in Sidewinder who are 2 or 3 years behind on their taxes. No one is taking their homes or auctioning their furnishings down at the town hall. The worst that happens to people like that most of the time is that they lose their town water. The Roydmans now." He looked at her shrewdly. "You think they pay their taxes on time?" "That white trash!" she nearly shrieked. "Ha!" "I think they're on the prod for you, Annie." He did, in fact, believe this. "I'll never go. I'll stay up here just to spite them. I'll stay up here and spit in their eye." "Can you come up with $106 to go with the $400 in my wallet?" "Yes." She was beginning to look cautiously relieved. "Good enough," he said. "Then I suggest you pay their crappy tax bill today. And while you're gone, I'll see what I can do about those damned marks on the door. And when that's done, I believe I'll see if I can do anything about getting the fuck out of here, Annie. I'm a little tired of your hospitality." He managed to smile. "I think there must be at least 17 cents there in the night table," he said. Annie Wilkes had her own interior set of rules. In her way, she was strangely prim. She had made him drink water from a floor bucket, had withheld his medication until he was in agony, had made him burn the only copy of his new novel, had handcuffed him and stuck a rag reeking of furniture polish in his mouth. But she would not take money from his wallet. She brought it to him, the old scuffed Lord Buxton he'd had since college, and put it in his hands. All the ID had vanished. At that she had not scrupled. He did not ask her about it. It seemed wiser not to. The ID was gone, but the money was still there. The bills, mostly 50s, crisp and fresh. With a clarity that was both surprising and somehow ominous, he saw himself pulling the Camaro up to the drive-in window of the Boulder Bank the day before he had finished Fast Cars, and dropping his check for $450, made out to cash and endorsed on the back, into the tray. Perhaps even then the guys in the sweatshops had been talking vacation. He thought it likely. The man who had done that had been free and healthy and feeling good, and had been without the wit to appreciate any of those fine things. The man who had done that had eyed the drive-up teller with a lively, interested eye. Tall, blonde, wearing a purple dress that had cupped her curves with a lover's touch, and she had eyed him back. What would she think, he wondered, of that man as he looked now, 40 pounds lighter and 10 years older, his legs a pair of crooked, useless horrors? "Paul." He looked up at her, holding the money in one hand. There was $420 in all. "Yes?" She was looking at him with that disconcerting expression of maternal love and tenderness, disconcerting because of the total solid blackness underlying it. "Are you crying, Paul?" He brushed his cheek with his free hand, and yes, there was moisture there. He smiled and handed her the money. "A little. I was thinking how good you've been to me. Oh, I suppose a lot of people wouldn't understand, but I think I know." Her own eyes glistened as she leaned forward and gently touched his lips. He smelled something on her breath, something from the dark and sour chambers inside her, something that smelled like dead fish. It was 1,000 times worse than the taste smell of the dust rag. It brought back the memory of her sour breath. "Breathe, goddammit! Breathe!" Blowing down his throat like a dirty wind from hell. His stomach clenched, but he smiled at her. "I love you, dear," she said. "Would you put me in my chair before you go? I want to write." "Of course," she hugged him. "Of course, my dear." Her tenderness did not extend to leaving the bedroom door unlocked, but this presented no problem. He was not half mad with pain and withdrawal symptoms this time. He had collected 4 of her bobby pins as assiduously as a squirrel collects nuts for the winter, and he had secreted them under his mattress along with the pills. When he was sure she was really gone and not hanging around to see if he was going to get up to dittos, another Wilkesism for his growing lexicon, he rolled the wheelchair over to the bed and got the pins, along with a pitcher of water and the box of Kleenex from the night table. Rolling the wheelchair with a royal perched on the board of the front of him was not very difficult. His arms had gotten a lot stronger. Annie Wilkes might be surprised to know just how strong they were now, and he sincerely hoped that someday soon she would be. The Royal typewriter made a shitty writing machine, but as an exercise tool it was great. He had begun lifting it and setting it down whenever he was penned in the chair behind it, and she was out of the room. 5 lifts of 6 inches or so had been the best he could manage at first. Now he could do 18 or 20 without a pause. Not bad when you considered the bastard weighed at least 50 pounds. He worked on the lock with one of the bobby pins, holding 2 spares in his mouth like a seamstress hemming a dress. He thought that the piece of bobby pin still somewhere inside the lock might screw him up, but it didn't. He caught the rocker almost at once and pushed it up, drawing the lock's tongue along with it. He had just a moment to wonder if she might not have put a bolt on the outside of the door as well. He had tried very hard to seem weaker and sicker than he now really felt, but the suspicions of the true paranoiac spread wide and run deep. Then the door was open. He felt the same nervous guilt, the urge to do this fast. Ears attuned for the sound of old Bessie returning, although she'd only been gone 45 minutes. He pulled a bunch of the Kleenex, dipped the wad in the pitcher, and bent awkwardly over to one side with a soppy mass in his hand. Gritting his teeth and ignoring the pain, he began to rub at the mark on the right-hand side of the door. To his intense relief, it began to fade almost at once. The hubs of the wheelchair had not actually scored through the paint as he had feared, but only scuffed it. He reversed away from the door, turned the chair, and backed up so he could work on the other mark. When he had done all he could, he reversed again and looked at the door, trying to see it through Annie's exquisitely suspicious eyes. The marks were there, but faint, almost unnoticeable. He thought he would be okay. He hoped he would be okay. "Tornado cellars," he said, licked his lips and laughed dryly. "What the fuck, friends and neighbors?" He rolled back to the door and looked out at the corridor. But now that the marks were gone, he felt no urge to go farther or dare more today. Another day, yes. He would know that day when it came around. What he wanted to do now was right. He closed the door, and the click of the lock seemed very loud. Africa. That bird came from Africa. But you mustn't cry for that bird, Polly, because after a while it forgot about how the veldt smelled at noonday, and the sounds of the wildebeests at the water-hole, and the high acidic smell of the yucca trees in the great clearing north of the big road. After a while it forgot the cerise color of the sun dying behind Kilimanjaro. After a while it only knew the muddy, smogged-out sunsets of Boston. That was all it remembered, and all it wanted to remember. After a while it didn't want to go back anymore. And if someone took it back and set it free, it would only crouch in one place, afraid and hurting and homesick in two unknown and terribly ineluctable directions, until something came along and killed it. Oh, Africa. Oh, shit, he said in a trembling voice. Crying a little, he rolled the wheelchair over to the wastebasket and buried the wet wads of Kleenex under the waste paper. He repositioned the wheelchair by the window and rolled a piece of paper into the Royal. By the way, Polly, is the bumper sticker of your car sticking out of the snow yet? Is it sticking out, twinkling cheerily in the sun, just waiting for someone to come along and see it, while you sit here wasting what may be your last chance? He looked doubtfully at the blank sheet of paper in the typewriter. I won't be able to write now anyway. That spoiled it. But nothing had ever spoiled it somehow. It could be spoiled, he knew that. But in spite of the reputed fragility of the creative act, it had always been the single toughest thing, the most abiding thing in his life. Nothing had ever been able to pollute that crazy well of dreams. No drink, no drug, no pain. He fled to that well now, like a thirsty animal finding a water hole at dusk, and he drank from it. Which is to say, he found the hole in the paper and fell thankfully through it. By the time Annie got back home at 6:15, he had done almost 5 pages. During the next 3 weeks, Paul Sheldon felt surrounded by a queer electric peacefulness. His mouth was always dry. Sound seemed too loud. There were days when he felt he could bend spoons simply by looking at them. Other days he felt like weeping hysterically. Outside this, separate of the atmosphere and apart from the deep, maddening itch of his healing legs, its own serene thing, the work continued. The stack of pages to the right of the Royal grew steadily taller. Before this strange experience, he had considered 4 pages a day to be his optimum output. On fast cars it had usually been 3, and only 2 on many days, before the final finishing sprint. But during this electric 3-week period, which came to an end with a rainstorm of April 15th, Paul averaged 12 pages a day, 7 in the morning, 5 more in an evening session. If anyone in his previous life, for so he had come to think of it, without even realizing it, had suggested he could work at such a pace, Paul would have laughed. When the rain began to fall, he had 267 pages of Misery's Return, first draft stuff, sure, but he had scanned through it and thought it amazingly clean for a first. Part of the reason was that he was living an amazingly straight life. No long, muddled nights spent bar-hopping, followed by long, muddled days spent drinking coffee and orange juice and gobbling vitamin B tablets. Days when if his glance so much as happened upon his typewriter, he would turn away, shuddering. No more waking up next to a big blonde or redhead he had picked up somewhere the night before, a lass who usually looked like a queen at midnight and a goblin at 10 the next morning. No more cigarettes. He had once asked for them in a timid and tentative voice, and she had given him a look of such utter darkness that he had told her at once to forget it. He was Mr. Clean. No bad habits, except for his codeine, Jones, of course. Still haven't done anything about that, have we, Paul? No distractions. Here I am, the world's only monastic druggie. Up at 7. Down 2 Norval with juice. At 8 o'clock breakfast came, served at Monsieur's bedside. A single egg, poached or scrambled 3 days a week. High-fiber cereal the other 4 days. Then into the wheelchair, over to the window. Find the hole in the paper. Fall into the 19th century where men were men and women wore bustles. Lunch. Afternoon nap. Up again, sometimes to edit, sometimes just to read. She had everything Somerset Maugham had ever written. Once Paul found himself wondering dourly if she had John Fowle's first novel on her shelves, and decided it might be better not to ask. And Paul began to work his way through the 20-odd volumes that comprised Mom's oeuvre, fascinated by the man's canny grasp of story values. Over the years, Paul had grown more and more resigned to the fact that he could not read stories as he had when he was a kid. By becoming a writer of them himself, he had condemned himself to a life of dissection. But Mom first seduced him, and then made him a child again, and that was wonderful. At 5 o'clock she would serve him a light supper, and at 7 she would roll in the black and white television, and they would watch MASH and WKRP in Cincinnati. When these were over, Paul would write. When he was done, he would roll the wheelchair slowly. He could have gone much faster, but it was just as well that Annie should not know that. Over to the bed. She would hear, come in, and help him back into bed. More medication. Boom, out like a light. And the next day would be just the same. And the next. And the next. Being such a straight arrow is part of the reason for this amazing fecundity, but Annie herself was a bigger one. After all, it was her single hesitant suggestion about the bee sting which had shaped the book and given it its urgency, when Paul had firmly believed he could never feel urgent about misery again. He'd been sure of one thing from the start. There really was no misery's return. His attention had been focused only on finding a way to get the bitch out of her grave without cheating, before Annie decided to inspire him by giving him an enema with a handful of Jinsu knives. Minor matters, such as what the fucking book was supposed to be about, would have to wait. During the 2 days following Annie's trip to town to pay her tax bill, Paul tried to forget his failure to take advantage of what could have been a golden opportunity to escape, and concentrated on getting misery back to Mrs. Ramage's cottage instead. Taking her to Jeffrey's home was no good. The servants, most notably Jeffrey's gossipy butler, Tyler, would see and talk. Also, he needed to establish the total amnesia which had been caused by the shock of being buried alive. Amnesia? Shit, the chick could barely talk. Sort of a relief given Misery's usual burblings. So, what next? The bitch was out of her grave. Now where was the fucking story? Should Jeffrey and Mrs. Ramage tell Ian that Misery was still alive? Paul didn't think so, but he wasn't sure. Not being sure of things, he knew, was a charmless corner of purgatory reserved for writers who were driving fast with no idea at all where they were going. Not Ian, he thought, looking out at the barn. Not Ian, not yet. The doctor first. That old asshole with all the N's in his name. Shinebone. The thought of the doctor brought Annie's comment about the bee stings to mind, and not for the first time. It kept recurring at odd moments. 1 person in every dozen. But it just wouldn't play. 2 unrelated women in neighboring townships, both allergic to stings in the same rare way. 3 days following the great Annie Wilkes tax bailout, Paul had been drowsing his way into his afternoon nap when the guys in the sweatshop weighed in, and weighed in heavy. This time it wasn't a flare. This time it was an H-bomb explosion. He sat bolt upright in bed, ignoring the flare of pain which shot up his legs. "Annie!" he bawled. "Annie, come in here!" He heard her thump down the stairs 2 at a time and then run down the hallway. Her eyes were wide and scared when she came in. "Paul, what's wrong? Are you cramping? Are you—" "No," he said, but of course he was. His mind was cramping. "No, Annie, I'm sorry if I scared you, but you gotta help me into the chair. Mighty fuck, I got it!" The dreaded F-word was out before he could help it, but this time it didn't seem to matter. She was looking at him respectfully, and with not a little awe. Here was the secular version of the Pentecostal fire, burning before her very eyes. "Of course, Paul." She got him into the chair as quickly as she could. She began to roll him toward the window, and Paul shook his head impatiently. "This won't take long," he said, "but it's very important." "Is it about the book?" "It is the book. Be quiet. Don't talk to me." Ignoring the typewriter, He never used the typewriter to make notes. He seized one of the ballpoints and quickly covered a single sheet of paper with a scrawl that probably no one but himself could have read. They were related. It was bees, and it affected them both the same way because they were related. Misery's an orph. And guess what? The Evelyn Hyde babe was Misery's sister. Or maybe half-sister. That would probably work better. Who gets the first hint? Shinny? No, Shinny's a ninny. Mrs. R. She can go see Charles E.H.'s mommy and now he was struck by an idea of such intense loveliness, in terms of the plot at least, that he looked up, mouth open, eyes wide. "Paul?" Annie asked anxiously. "She knew," Paul whispered. "Of course she did. At least strongly suspected, but—" He bent to his notes again. "She, Mrs. R., realizes at once that Mrs. E.H. has got to know M is related to her Dot. Same hair or something. Remember, E.H.'s mom is starting to look like a mage character. You'll need to work her up. Mrs. R. starts to realize Mrs. E.H. may even have known Misery was buried alive. Shit on a shingle, love it. Suppose the old lady guessed Misery was a leftover of her fuck-em-and-leave-em days, and—" He put the pen down, looked at the paper, then slowly picked up the pen again and scrawled a few more lines. 3 necessary points. 1. How does Mrs. E.H. react to Mrs. R.'s suspicions? She should be either murderous or puked up scared. I prefer scared, but think A.W. would like murderous, so okay, murd. 2. How does Ian get into this? 3. Misery's amnesia? Oh, and here's one to grow on. Does Misery find out her mom lived with the possibility that not just 1 but 2 of her daughters had been buried alive rather than speak up? Why not? "You could help me back into bed now if you wanted," Paul said. "If I sounded mad, I'm sorry. I was just excited." "That's all right, Paul." She still sounded awed. Since then, the work had driven on famously. Annie was right. The story was turning out to be a good deal more gruesome than the other Misery books. The first chapter had not been a fluke but a harbinger. But it was also more richly plotted than any Misery novel since the first, and the characters were more lively. The latter 3 Misery novels had been little more than straightforward adventure tales, with a fair amount of piquantly described sex thrown in to please the ladies. This book, he began to understand, was a Gothic novel, and thus was more dependent on plot than on situation. The challenges were constant. It was not just a question of can you to begin the book. For the first time in years, it was can you almost every day, and he was finding he could. Then the rain came and things changed. From the 8th of April until the 14th, they enjoyed an unbroken run of fine weather. The sun beamed down from a cloudless sky, and the temperatures sometimes rose into the mid-60s. Brown patches began to appear in the field behind Annie's neat red barn. Paul hid behind his work and tried not to think about his car, the discovery of which was already overdue. His work did not suffer, but his mood did. He felt more and more that he was living in a cloud chamber, breathing an atmosphere thick with uncoalesced electricity. Whenever the Camaro stole into his mind, he immediately called the brain police and had the thought led away in handcuffs and leg irons. Trouble was, the nasty thing had a way of escaping and coming back time after time, in one form or another. One night he dreamed that Mr. Rancho Grande returned to Annie's place. He got out of his well-kept Chevrolet Bel Air, holding part of the Camaro's bumper in one hand and its steering wheel in the other. "Do these belong to you?" he asked Annie in his dream. Paul had awakened in a less than cheery frame of mind. Annie, on the other hand, had never been in better spirits than she was during that sunny early spring week. She cleaned. She cooked ambitious meals, although everything she cooked came out tasting strangely industrial, as if years of eating in hospital cafeterias had somehow corrupted any culinary talent she might once have had. Each afternoon she bundled Paul up in a huge blue blanket, jammed a green hunting cap on his head, and rolled him out onto the back porch. On those occasions he would take Mom along, but rarely read him. Being outside again was too great an experience to allow much concentration on other things. Mostly he just sat, smelling the sweet, cool air instead of the bedroom's stale indoor smell, sly with sick-room undertones, listened to the drip of the icicles, and watched the cloud shadows roll slowly and steadily across the melting field. That was somehow best of all. Annie sang in her on-pitch but queerly tuneless voice. She giggled like a child at the jokes on MASH and WKRP, laughing especially hard at the jokes which were mildly off-color, which in the case of WKRP was most of them. She filled in ends tirelessly as Paul finished chapters 9 and 10. The morning of the 15th dawned windy and dull with clouds, and Annie changed. Perhaps Paul thought it was the falling barometer. It was as good an explanation as any. She did not show up with his medication until 9 o'clock, and by then he needed it quite badly, so badly that he had been thinking of going to his stash. There was no breakfast, just the pills. When she came in, she was still in her pink-quilted housecoat. He noted with deep misgivings that there were red marks like wheels on her cheeks and arms. He also saw gooey splatters of food on the housecoat, and she had only managed to get on one of her slippers. Thud slush went Annie's feet as she approached him. Thud slush, thud slush, thud slush. Her hair hung around her face. Her eyes were dull. Here. She threw the pills at him. Her hands were also covered with mixed streaks of goo. Red stuff, brown stuff, sticky white stuff. Paul had no idea what it was. He wasn't sure he wanted to know. The pills hit his chest and bounced into his lap. She turned to go. Thud slush, thud slush, thud slush. Annie? She stopped, not turning around. She looked bigger that way, with her shoulders rounding the pink housecoat, her hair like some battered helmet. She looked like a Piltdown woman staring out of her cave. Annie, are you all right? No, she said indifferently, and turned around. She looked at him with that same dullard's expression as she pinched her lower lip between the thumb and first finger of her right hand. She pulled it out and then twisted it, pinching inward at the same time. Blood first welled between lip and gum, then gushed down her chin. She turned and left without speaking a word, before his stunned mind could persuade itself that he had really seen her do that. She closed the door and locked it. He heard her thud slushing her way down the hall to the parlor. He heard the creak of her favorite chair as she sat down. Nothing else. No TV, no singing, no click-clink of silver or crockery. No, she was just sitting there being not all right. Then there was a sound. It was not repeated, but it was utterly distinctive. It was a slap. A damned hard one. And since he was in here on one side of a locked door, and she was out there on the other side of it, you didn't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure out that she'd slapped herself. Good and hard from the sound. He saw her pulling her lip out, digging her short nails into her sensitive pink meat. He suddenly remembered a note on mental illness he had taken for the first Misery book, where much of the action had been set in London's Bedlam Hospital. Misery had been railroaded there by the madly jealous villainess. When a manic-depressive personality begins to slide deeply into a depressive period, he had written, one symptom he or she may exhibit is acts of self-punishment. Slapping, punching, pinching, burning oneself with cigarette butts, etc. He was suddenly very scared. Paul remembered an essay by Edmund Wilson, where Wilson had said in typically grudging Wilson manner that Wordsworth's criterion for the writing of good poetry, strong emotion recalled in a time of tranquility, would do well enough for most dramatic fiction as well. It was probably true. Paul had known writers who found it impossible to write after so much as a minor marital spat, and he himself usually found it impossible to write when upset. But there were times when a kind of reverse effect obtained. These were times when he had gone to the work not just because the work ought to be done, but because it was a way to escape whatever was upsetting him. These were usually occasions when rectifying the source of the upset was beyond him. This was one of those occasions. When she still hadn't returned to put him in his chair by 11 that morning, he determined to get into it by himself. Getting the typewriter off the mantel would be beyond him, but he could write longhand. He was sure he could hoist himself into the chair, knew it was probably a bad idea to let Annie know he could, but he needed his other fix, goddammit, and he could not write lying here in bed. He worked himself over to the edge of the bed, made sure the wheelchair brake was on, then grasped its arms and pulled himself slowly into the seat. Pulling his legs up onto the supports one at a time was the only part that hurt. He rolled himself over to the window and picked up his manuscript. The key rattled in the lock. Annie was looking in at him. Her eyes burned black holes in her face. Her right cheek was swelling up, and it looked like she was going to have a hell of a shiner in the morning. There was red stuff around her mouth and on her chin. For a moment, Paul thought it was more blood from her torn lip, and then he saw the seeds in it. It was raspberry jam or raspberry filling, not blood. She looked at him. Paul looked back. Neither said anything for a time. Outside, the first drops of rain splattered against the window. "If you can get into that chair all by yourself, Paul," she said at last, "then I think you can fill in your own fucking ends." She then closed the door and locked it again. Paul sat looking at it for a long time, almost as if there was something to see. He was too flabbergasted to do anything else. He didn't see her again until late afternoon. After her visit, work was impossible. He made a couple of futile tries, wadded up the paper, and gave up. It was a bust. He rolled himself back across the room. In the process of getting out of the chair and into bed, one of his hands slipped and he came within an ace of falling. He brought his left leg down, and although it took his weight and saved him from the fall, the pain was excruciating. It felt as if a dozen bolts had suddenly been driven into the bone. He screamed, scrabbled for the headboard, and pulled himself safely over onto the bed, his throbbing left leg trailing behind the rest of him. "That will bring her," he thought incoherently. "She'll want to see if Sheldon really turned into Luciano Pavarotti, or if it just sounds that way." But she didn't come, and there was no way he could bear the rotted ache in his left leg. He rolled clumsily onto his stomach, burrowed one arm deep under the mattress, and brought out one of the Novril sample cards. He dry swallowed two, then drifted for a while. When he came back, he thought at first he must still be dreaming. It was just too surreal, like the night when she rolled the barbecue pot in here. Annie was sitting on the side of his bed. She had set a water glass filled with Novril capsules on his bed table. In her other hand she had a Victor rat trap. There was a rat in it, too, a large one with mottled gray-brown fur. The trap had broken the rat's back. Its rear feet hung over the sides of the trap's board, twitching randomly. There were beads of blood in its whiskers. This was no dream, just another day lost in the fun house with Annie. Her breath smelled like a corpse decomposing in rotted food. "Annie?" He straightened up, his eyes moving between her and the rat. Outside it was dusk, a strange blue dusk filled with rain. It sheeted against the window. Strong gusts of wind shook the house, making it creak. Whatever had been wrong with her this morning was worse tonight, much worse. He realized he was seeing her with all her masks put aside. This was the real Annie, the inside Annie. The flesh of her face, which had previously seemed so fearsomely solid, now hung like lifeless dough. Her eyes were blanks. She had dressed, but her skirt was on inside out. There were more wheals on her flesh, more food splattered on her clothes. When she moved, they exhaled too many different aromas for Paul to count. Nearly one whole arm of her cardigan sweater was soaked with a half-dried substance that smelled like gravy. She held up the trap. They come into the cellar when it rains. The pinned rat squeaked feebly and snapped at the air. Its black eyes, infinitely more lively than those of its captor, rolled. I put down traps, I have to. I smear the trip plates with bacon grease. I always catch 8 or 9. Sometimes I find others. She blanked then. Blanked for nearly 3 minutes, holding the rat in the air, a perfect case of waxy catatonia. Paul stared at her, stared at the rat as it squeaked and struggled, and realized that he had actually believed that things could get no worse. Untrue. Unfucking true. At last, as he had begun to think she had just sailed off into oblivion forever with no fuss or fanfare, she lowered the trap and went on as if she had never stopped speaking. Drowned in the corners. Poor things. She looked down at the rat and a tear fell onto its matted fur. Poor, poor things. She closed one of her strong hands around the rat and pulled back the spring with the other. It lashed in her hand, head twisting as it tried to bite her. Its squeals were thin and terrible. Paul pressed the heel of a palm against his wincing mouth. How its heart beats. How it struggles to get away. As we do, Paul. As we do. We think we know so much. But we really don't know any more than a rat in a trap. A rat with a broken back that thinks it still wants to live. The hand holding the rat became a fist. Her eyes never lost that blank, distant cast. Paul wanted to look away and could not. Tendons began to stand out on her inner arm. Blood ran from the rat's mouth in an abrupt, thin stream. Paul heard its bones break. And then the thick pads of her fingers punched into its body, disappearing up to the first knuckle. Blood pattered on the floor. The creature's dulling eyes bulged. She tossed the body into the corner and wiped her hand indifferently on the sheet, leaving long red smears. Now it's at peace. She shrugged, then laughed. I'll get my gun, Paul, shall I? Maybe the next world is better. For rats and people both. Not that there's much difference between the two. Not until I finish, he said, trying to enunciate each word carefully. This was difficult, because he felt as if someone had shot his mouth full of Novocaine. He had seen her low before, but he'd seen nothing like this. He wondered if she'd ever had a low as this before. This was how depressives got just before shooting all the members of their family, themselves last. It was the psychotic despair of a woman who dresses her children in their best, takes them out for ice cream, walks them down to the nearest bridge, lifts one into the crook of each arm, and jumps over the side. Depressives kill themselves. Psychotics, rocked in the poison cradles of their own egos, want to do everyone handy a favor and take them along. I'm closer to death than I've ever been in my life, he thought, because she means it. The bitch means it. Misery? She asked, almost as if she had never heard the word before. But there had been a momentary fugitive sparkle in her eyes, hadn't there? He thought so. Misery, yes. He thought desperately about how he should go on. Every possible approach seemed mined. I agree that the world is a pretty crappy place most of the time, he said, and then added inanely, especially when it rains. Oh, you idiot. Stop babbling. I mean, I've been in a lot of pain these last few weeks, and... Pain? She looked at him with sallow, sunken contempt. You don't know what pain is. You haven't the slightest idea, Paul. No, I suppose not compared to you. That's right. But I want to finish this book. I want to see how it all turns out." He paused. "And I'd like you to stick around and see, too. A person might as well not write a book at all if there's no one around to read it. Do you get me?" He lay there looking at that terrible stone face, heart-thumping. "Annie, do you get me?" "Yes," she sighed. "I do want to know how it comes out. That's the only thing left in the world that I still want, I suppose." Slowly, apparently unaware of what she was doing, she began to suck the rat's blood from her fingers. Paul jammed his teeth together and grimly told himself he would not vomit. Would not. It's like waiting for the end of those chapter plays. She looked around suddenly, the blood on her mouth like lipstick. "Let me offer again, Paul. I can get my gun. I can end all of this for both of us. You are not a stupid man. I can't let you leave here. You've known that for some time, haven't you? Don't let your eyes waver. If she sees your eyes waver, she'll kill you right now." "Yes. But it always ends, doesn't it, Annie? In the end, we all swing." A ghost of a smile at the corners of her mouth. She touched his face briefly, with some affection. "I suppose you think of escape. So does a rat in a trap, I'm sure, in its way. But you're not going to, Paul. You might if this was one of your stories, but it's not. I can't let you leave here. But I could go with you." And suddenly, for just a moment, he thought of saying, "All right, Annie, go ahead. Let's just call it off." Then his need and will to live, and there was still quite a lot of it in him, rose up and clamored the momentary weakness away. Weakness was what it was. Weakness and cowardice. Fortunately or unfortunately, he did not have the crutch of mental illness to fall back on. "Thank you," he said. "But I want to finish what I've started." She sighed and stood up. "All right. I suppose I must have known you would, because I see I brought you some pills, although I don't remember doing it." She laughed, a small, crazy titter which seemed to come from that slack face as if by ventriloquism. "I'll have to go away for a while. If I don't, what you or I want won't matter, because I do things. I have a place I go when I feel like this. A place in the hills. Did you ever read the Uncle Remus stories, Paul?" He nodded. "Do you remember Brer Rabbit telling Brer Fox about his laughing place?" "Yes." "That's what I call my place up country. My laughing place. Remember how I said I was coming back from Sidewinder when I found you?" He nodded. "Well, that was a fib. I fibbed because I didn't know you well then. I was really coming back from my laughing place. It has a sign over the door that says that. Annie's laughing place, it says. Sometimes I do laugh when I go there. But mostly I just scream." "How long will you be gone, Annie?" She was drifting dreamily toward the door now. "I can't tell. I brought you pills. You'll be all right. Take 2 every 6 hours, or 6 every 4 hours, or all of them at once." "But what will I eat?" He wanted to ask her and didn't. He didn't want her attention to return to him. Not at all. He wanted her gone. Being here with her was like being with the angel of death. He lay stiffly in his bed for a long time, listening to her movements, first upstairs and then on the stairs, then in the kitchen, fully expecting her to change her mind and come back with a gun after all. He did not even relax when he heard the side door slam and lock, followed by splashing steps outside. The gun could just as easily be in the Cherokee. Old Bessie's motor whirred and caught. Annie gunned it fiercely. A fan of headlights came on, illuminating a shiny silver curtain of rain. The lights began to retreat down the driveway. They swung around, dimming, and then Annie was gone. This time she was not headed downhill toward Sidewinder, but up into the high country. Go into her laughing place, Paul croaked, and began to laugh himself. She had hers. He was already in his. The wild gales of mirth ended when he looked at the mangled body of the rat in the corner. A thought struck him. Who said she didn't leave me anything to eat? He asked the room, and laughed even harder. In the empty house, Paul Sheldon's laughing place sounded like the padded cell of a madman. Two hours later, Paul jimmied the bedroom's lock again, and for the second time forced the wheelchair through the doorway that was almost too small. For the last time, he hoped. He had a pair of blankets in his lap. All the pills he had cached under the mattress were wrapped in a Kleenex tucked into his underwear. He meant to get out if he could, rain or no rain. This was his chance, and this time he meant to take it. Sidewinder was downhill, and the road would be slippery in the rain, and it was darker than a mine shaft. He meant to try it all the same. He hadn't lived the life of a hero or a saint, but he did not intend to die like an exotic bird in a zoo. He vaguely remembered an evening he'd spent drinking scotch with a gloomy playwright named Bernstein at the Lion's Head, down in the village, and if he lived to see the village again, he would get down on whatever remained of his knees and kiss the grimy sidewalk of Christopher Street. At some point, the conversation had turned to the Jews living in Germany, during the uneasy 4 or 5 years before the Wehrmacht rolled into Poland, and the festivities began in earnest. Paul remembered telling Bernstein, who had lost an aunt and a grandfather in the Holocaust, that he didn't understand why the Jews in Germany, hell all over Europe, but especially in Germany, hadn't gotten out while there was still time. They were not by and large stupid people, and many had had a first-hand experience of such persecution. Surely they had seen what was coming, so why had they stayed? Bernstein's answer had struck him as frivolous and cruel and incomprehensible. Most of them had pianos. We Jews are very partial to the piano. When you own a piano, it's harder to think about moving. Now he understood. Yes. At first it was his broken legs and crushed pelvis. Then, God help him, the book had taken off. In a crazy way, he was even having fun with it. It would be easy, too easy, to blame everything on his broken bones, or the dope, when in fact so much of it had been the book. That and the droning passage of days and their simple convalescent pattern. Those things, but mostly the stupid goddamn book, had been his piano. What would she do if he was gone when she came back from her laughing place? Burn the manuscript? I don't give a fuck, he said. And this was almost the truth. If he lived, he could write another book, recreate this one even if he wanted to. But a dead man couldn't write a book any more than he could buy a new piano. He went into the parlor. It had been tidy before, but now there were dirty dishes stacked on every available surface. It looked to Paul as if every one in the house must be here. Annie apparently not only pinched and slapped herself when she was feeling depressed. It looked like she really chowed down as well, and never mind cleaning up after. He half remembered the stinking wind that had blown down his throat during the time in the cloud, and felt his stomach clench. Most of the remains were of sweet things. Ice cream had dried or was drying in many of the bowls and soup dishes. There were crumbs of cake and smears of pie on the plates. A mound of lime jello, covered with a cracked glaze of dried whipped cream, stood on top of the TV, next to a 2-liter plastic bottle of Pepsi and a gravy boat. The Pepsi bottle looked almost as big as the nose cone of a Titan II rocket. Its surface was dull and smeary, almost opaque. He guessed she had drunk directly from it, and that her fingers had been covered with gravy or ice cream when she did it. He had not heard the clink of silverware, and that was not surprising, because there was none here. Dishes and bowls and plates, but no cutlery. He saw drying drips and splashes, again mostly of ice cream, on the rug and couch. That was what I saw on her housecoat, the stuff she was eating, and what was on her breath. His image of Annie as Piltdown woman recurred. He saw her sitting in here and scooping ice cream into her mouth, or maybe handfuls of half-congealed chicken gravy with a Pepsi chaser, simply eating and drinking in a deep, depressed daze. The penguin sitting in its block of ice was still on the knick-knack table, but she had thrown many of the other ceramic pieces into the corner, where their littered remains were scattered, sharp little hooks and shards. He kept seeing her fingers as they sank into the rat's body, the red smears of her fingers on the sheet. He kept seeing her licking the blood from her fingers, doing it absently as she must have eaten the ice cream and Jell-O and soft black jelly roll cake. These images were terrible, but they were a wonderful incentive to hurry. The spray of dried flowers on the coffee table had overturned. Beneath the table, barely visible, lay a dish of crusted custard pudding and a large book. Memory Lane, it said. Trips down memory lane when you're feeling depressed are never a very good idea, Annie. But I suppose you know that by this point in your life. He rolled across the room. Straight ahead was the kitchen. On the right, a wide, short hallway went down to Annie's front door. Beside this hallway, a flight of stairs went up to the second floor. Giving the stairs only a brief glance, there were drips of ice cream on some of the carpeted stair levels, and glazy smears of it on the banister. Paul rolled down to the door. He thought that if there was going to be a way out for him, tied to his chair as he was, it would be by way of the kitchen door, the one she galloped from when Mr. Rancho Grande showed up. But he ought to check this one. He might get a surprise. He didn't. The porch stairs were every bit as steep as he had feared, but even if there had been a wheelchair ramp, a possibility he never would have accepted in a spirited game of can-you, even if a friend had suggested it. He couldn't have used it. There were 3 locks on the door. The police bar he could have coped with. The other 2 were Krieg's, the best locks in the whole world, according to his ex-cop friend Tom Twyford. And where were the keys? Let me see. On their way to Annie's laughing place, maybe. Yes, sirree, Bob. Give that man a cigar and a blowtorch to light it with. He reversed down the hall, fighting panic, reminding himself he hadn't expected much from the front door anyway. He pivoted the chair once he was in the parlor and rolled into the kitchen. This was an old-fashioned room with bright linoleum on the floor and a pressed tin ceiling. The refrigerator was old but quiet. There were 3 or 4 magnets stuck to its door. Not surprisingly, they all looked like candy. A piece of bubble gum, a Hershey bar, a Tootsie Roll. One of the cabinet doors was open and he could see shelves neatly covered with oilcloth. There were big windows over the sink, and they would let in a lot of light even on cloudy days. It should have been a cheery kitchen, but wasn't. The garbage can overflowed onto the floor and emitted the warm reek of spoiling food. But that wasn't the only thing wrong, or the worst smell. There was another that seemed to exist mostly in his mind, but which was no less real for that. It was parfum de Wilkes, a psychic odor of obsession. There were 3 doors in the room, 2 to the left and 1 straight ahead, between the refrigerator and the pantry alcove. He went to those on the left first. One was the kitchen closet. He knew that even before he saw the coats, hats, scarves, and boots. The brief yapping squeak of the hinges was enough to tell him. The other was the one Annie used to go out, and here was another police bar and 2 more Krieg's. Roidman, stay out. Paul, stay in. He imagined her laughing. You fucking bitch! He struck his fist against the side of the door. It hurt, and he pressed the side of his hand against his mouth. He hated the sting of tears, the momentary doubling of his vision when he blinked. but there was no way he could stop it. The panic was yammering more loudly now, asking what he was going to do. What was he going to do, for Christ's sake? This might be his last chance. What I'm going to do first is a thorough job of checking the situation out, he told himself grimly. If you can stay cool for just a while longer, that is. Think you can do that, chicken shit? He wiped his eyes. Crying was not going to get him out of this. He looked out through the window which made up the top half of the door. It wasn't really just one window, but 16 small panes. He could break the glass in each, but he would have to bust the lathes, too, and that might take hours without a saw. They looked strong. And what then? A kamikaze dive out onto the back porch? A great idea. Maybe he could break his back, and that would take his mind off his legs for a while. And it wouldn't take long lying out there in the pelting rain before he died of exposure. That would take care of the whole rotten business. No way. No fucking way. Maybe I'm going to punch out, but I swear to God, I'm not going to do it until I get a chance to show my #1 fan just how much I've enjoyed getting to know her. And that isn't just a promise. That's a sacred vow. The idea of paying Annie back did more to still his panic than any amount of self-scolding had done. A little calmer, he flicked the switch beside the locked door. It turned on an outside light which came in handy. The last of the daylight had drained away during the time since he had left his room. Annie's driveway was flooded, and her yard was a quagmire of mud, standing water, and gobbets of melting snow. By positioning his wheelchair all the way to the left of the door, he could for the first time see the road which ran by her place, although it was really no big deal. 2-lane blacktop between decaying snowbanks, shiny as sealskin and awash with rainwater and snowmelt. Maybe she locked the doors to keep the Roidmans out, but she sure didn't need to lock them to keep me in. If I got out there in this wheelchair, I'd be bogged to the hubcaps in 5 seconds. You're not going anywhere, Paul. Not tonight, probably not for weeks. There'll be a month into the baseball season before the ground firms up enough for you to get out to the road in this wheelchair. Unless you want to crash through a window and crawl. No, he didn't want to do that. It was too easy to imagine how his shattered bones would feel after 10 or 15 minutes of wriggling through cold puddles and melting snow like a dying tadpole. And even supposing he could make it out to the road, what were his chances of flagging down a car? The only two he'd ever heard out there other than old Bessie had been El Rancho Grande's Bel Air, and the car which had scared the life out of him passing the house on the first occasion he had escaped his guest room. He turned off the outside light and rolled across to the other door, the one between the refrigerator and the pantry. There were 3 locks on this one as well, and it didn't even open on the outside, or at least not directly. There was another light switch beside this door. Paul flicked it and saw a neat shed addition, which ran the length of the house on its windward side. At one end was a woodpile and a chopping block with an axe buried in it. At the other was a work table and tools hung on pegs. To its left there was another door. The bulb out there wasn't terribly bright, but it was bright enough for him to see another police bolt and another 2 Krieg locks on that door as well. The Roidmans. Everybody. All out to get me. I don't know about them, he said to the empty kitchen, but I sure am. Giving up on the doors, he rolled into the pantry. Before he looked at the food stored on the shelves, he looked at the matches. There were 2 cartons of paper book matches and at least 2 dozen boxes of diamond blue tips, neatly stacked up. For a moment he considered simply lighting the place on fire, began to reject the idea as the most ridiculous yet, and then saw something which made him reconsider it briefly. In here was yet another door, and this one had no locks on it. He opened it, and saw a set of steep, rickety stairs pitching and yawing their way into the cellar. An almost vicious smell of dampness and rotting vegetables rose from the dark. He heard low, squeaking sounds and thought of her saying, They come into the cellar when it rains. I put down traps. I have to." He slammed the door shut in a hurry. A drop of sweat trickled down from his temple and ran stinging into the corner of his right eye. He knuckled it away. Knowing that door must lead to the cellar, and seeing that there were no locks on it, had made the idea of torching the place seem momentarily more rational. He could maybe shelter there. But the stairs were too steep. The possibility of being burned alive, if Annie's flaming house collapsed into the cellar hole, before the Sidewinder fire engines could get here, was too real. And the rats down there. The sound of the rats was somehow worse. How its heart beats. How it struggles to get away. As we do, Paul. As we do. "Africa," Paul said, and didn't hear himself say it. He began to look at the cans and bags of food in the pantry, trying to assess what he could take with the least chance of raising her suspicions next time she came out here. Part of him understood exactly what this assessment meant. He had given up the idea of escape. Only for the time being, his troubled mind protested. "No," a deeper voice responded implacably. "Forever, Paul. Forever." "I will never give up," he whispered. "Do you hear me? Never." "Oh, no?" the voice of the cynic whispered sardonically. "Well, we'll see, won't we?" Yes, they would see. Annie's larder looked more like a survivalist's bomb shelter than a pantry. He guessed that some of this hoarding was a simple nod to the realities of her situation. She was a woman alone living in the high country, where a person must reasonably expect to spend a certain period, maybe only a day, but sometimes as long as a week or even 2, cut off from the rest of the world. Probably even those cockadoodie Roydmans had a pantry that would make a homeowner from another part of the country raise his or her brows. But he doubted if the cockadoodie Roydmans or anyone else up here had anything which came close to what he was now looking at. This was no pantry, this was a goddamn supermarket. He supposed there was a certain symbolism in Annie's pantry. The ranks of goods had something to say about the murkiness of the borderline between the sovereign state of reality and the People's Republic of Paranoia. In his current situation, however, such niceties hardly seemed worth examination. Fuck the symbolism, go for the food. Yes, but be careful. It wasn't just a matter of what she might miss. He must take no more than he could reasonably hope to hide if she came back suddenly. And how else did he think she would come? Her phone was dead, and he somehow doubted if Annie would send him a telegram or flowers by wire. But in the end, what she might miss in here or find in his room hardly mattered. After all, he had to eat. He was hooked on that, too. Sardines. There were lots of sardines in those flat rectangular cans with a key under the paper. Good. He would have some of those. Tins of deviled ham. No keys, but he could open a couple of cans in her kitchen and eat those first. Bury the empties deep in her own overflowing garbage. There was an open package of sun-made raisins containing smaller boxes, which the ad copy on the torn cellophane wrapper called mini-snacks. Paul added 4 of the mini-snacks to the growing stash in his lap, plus single-serving boxes of cornflakes and Wheaties. He noted there had been no single-serving boxes of pre-sweetened cereals. If there had been, Annie had chowed them down on her last binge. On a higher shelf was a pile of Slim Jims, as neatly stacked as the kindling in Annie's shed. He took 4, trying not to disturb the pyramidal structure of the pile, and he ate one of them greedily, relishing the salty taste and the grease. He tucked the wrapping into his underwear for later disposal. His legs were beginning to hurt. He decided that if he wasn't going to escape or burn the house down, he ought to go on back to his room. An anticlimax, but things could be worse. He could take a couple of pills and then write until he got drowsy. Then he could go to sleep. He doubted if she would be back tonight. Far from abating, the storm was gaining strength. The idea of writing quietly and then sleeping with the knowledge that he was perfectly alone, that Annie was not going to burst in with some wild idea or even wilder demand, held great appeal, anticlimax or not. He reversed out of the pantry, pausing to turn off the light, reminding himself that he must rinse, put everything back in order as he made his retreat. If he ran out of food before she came back, he could always return for more. Like a hungry rat, right, Polly? But he must not forget how careful he must be. It would not do to forget the simple fact that he was risking his life every time he left his room. Forgetting that would not do at all. As he was rolling across the parlor, the scrapbook under the coffee table caught his eye again. Memory Lane. It was as big as a folio Shakespeare play and as thick as a family Bible. Curious, he picked it up and opened it. On the first page was a single column of newsprint, headed Wilkes Berryman Nuptials. There was a picture of a pale gent with a narrow face, and a woman with dark eyes and a pursy mouth. Paul glanced from the newspaper photo to the portrait over the mantel. No question. The woman identified in the clipping as Chrysilda Berryman, now there's a name worthy of a misery novel, he thought, was Annie's mother. Neatly written in black ink below the clipping was Bakersfield Journal, May 30th, 1938. Page 2 was a birth announcement. Paul Emery Wilkes, born in Bakersfield Receiving Hospital, May 12th, 1939. Father, Carl Wilkes. Mother, Chrysilda Wilkes. The name of Annie's older brother gave him a start. He must have been the one with whom she had gone to the movies and seen the chapter plays. Her brother had been Paul, too. Page 3 announced the birth of Anne Marie Wilkes, D.O.B., April 1st, 1943, which made Annie just past her 44th birthday. The fact that she had been born on April Fool's Day did not escape Paul. Outside the wind gusted. Rain tore against the house. Fascinated, his pain temporarily forgotten, Paul turned the page. The next clipping was from page 1 of the Bakersfield Journal. The photo showed a fireman on a ladder, silhouetted against the background of flames billowing from the windows of a frame building. 5 die in apartment house fire. 5 persons, 4 of them members of the same family, died in the early hours of Wednesday morning, victims of a smoky 3-alarm fire in a Bakersfield apartment house on Watch Hill Avenue. 3 of the dead were children: Paul Krenmitz, 8, Frederick Krenmitz, 6, and Allison Krenmitz, 3. The 4th was their father, Adrian Krenmitz, 41. Mr. Krenmitz rescued the surviving Krenmitz child, Laureen Krenmitz, who was 18 months old. According to Mrs. Jessica Krenmitz, her husband put the youngest of their 4 children in her arms and told her, "I'll be back with the others in a minute or 2. Pray for us." I never saw him again, she said. The 5th victim, Irving Thalman, 58, was a bachelor who lived on the top floor of the building. The 3rd-floor apartment was vacant at the time of the fire. The Carl Wilkes family, at first listed as missing, left the building Tuesday night because of a water leak in the kitchen. "I weep for Mrs. Krenmitz and her loss," Chrysilda Wilkes told a Journal reporter. "But I thank God for sparing my husband and my own 2 children." Centralia Fire Chief Michael O'One said that the fire began in the apartment building's basement. When asked about the possibility of arson, he said, "It's more likely that a wino crept into the basement, had a few drinks, and accidentally started the fire with a cigarette. He probably ran instead of trying to put the fire out, and 5 people died. I hope we catch up with the bum." When asked about the leads, O'One said, "The police have several, and they're following them up hard and fast, I can tell you." The same neat black ink below the clipping, October 28th, 1954. Paul looked up. He was totally still, but a pulse beat rapidly in his throat. His bowels felt loose and hot. Little brats. 3 of the dead were children. Mrs. Krenmitz's 4 brats downstairs. Oh, no. Oh, Christ, no. I used to hate those little brats. She was just a kid. Not even in the house. She was 11. Old enough and bright enough maybe to spill some kerosene around a cheap liquor bottle, then light a candle, and put the candle in the middle of the kerosene. Maybe she didn't even think it would work. Maybe she thought the kerosene would evaporate before the candle burned all the way down. Maybe she thought they'd get out alive. Only wanted to scare them into moving. But she did it, Paul. She fucking did it. And you know it. Yes, he supposed he did. And who would suspect her? He turned the page. Here was yet another Bakersfield Journal clipping, this one dated July 19th, 1957. It featured a picture of Carl Wilkes, looking slightly older. One thing was clear. It was as old as he was ever going to get. The clipping was his obituary. Bakersfield accountant dies in freak fall. Carl Wilkes, a longtime Bakersfield resident, died shortly after being admitted to Hernandez General Hospital last night. He apparently stumbled over a pile of loose clothing, which had been left on the stairs earlier, while on his way down to answer the phone. Dr. Frank Canley, the admitting physician, said that Wilkes died of multiple skull fractures and a broken neck. He was 44. Wilkes is survived by his wife Griselda, a son Paul, 18, and a daughter Anne, 14. When Paul turned to the next page, he thought for a moment that Annie had pasted in 2 copies of her father's obituary out of sentiment or by accident. He thought this latter the more likely possibility of the 2. But this was a different accident, and the reason for the similarity was simplicity itself. Neither had really been an accident at all. He felt stark and simple terror steal into him. The neat handwriting below this clipping read, Los Angeles Call, January 29, 1962. USC student dies in freak fall. Andrea St. James, a USC nursing student, was pronounced dead on arrival at Mercy Hospital in North Los Angeles last night, the apparent victim of a bizarre accident. Miss St. James shared an off-campus apartment on Delorme Street with a sister nursing student, Ann Wilkes of Bakersfield. Shortly before 11 p.m., Miss Wilkes heard a brief scream, followed by terrible thudding sounds. Miss Wilkes, who had been studying, rushed onto the 3rd-floor landing and saw Miss St. James lying on the landing below, sprawled in a very unnatural position. Miss Wilkes said that in her effort to render aid, she almost fell herself. We had a cat named Peter Gunn, she said, only we hadn't seen him for days and thought the pound must have gotten him because we kept forgetting to get him a tag. He was lying dead on the stairs. It was the cat she tripped over. I covered Andrea with my sweater and then called the hospital. I knew she was dead, but I didn't know who else to call. Miss St. James, a native of Los Angeles, was 21. Jesus. Paul whispered it over and over. His hand was shaking badly as he turned the page. Here was a call clipping which said that the stray cat the student nurses adopted had been poisoned. Peter Gunn. Cute name for a cat, Paul thought. The landlord had rats in his basement. Tenant complaints had resulted in a warning from the building inspectors the year before. The landlord had caused a ruckus at a subsequent city council meeting, which had been lively enough to get coverage in the papers. Annie would have known. Faced with a stiff fine by councilmen who didn't like being called names, the landlord had sown the cellar with poisoned bait. Cat eats poison. Cat languishes in cellar for 2 days. Cat then crawls as close to his mistresses as possible before expiring, and killing one of said mistresses. An irony worthy of Paul Harvey, Paul Sheldon thought, and laughed wildly. I bet it made his daily newscast, too. Neat. Very neat. Except we know that Annie picked up some of the poisoned bait in the cellar and hand-fed it to the cat. And if old Peter Gunn didn't want to eat it, she probably rammed it down his gullet with a stick. When he was dead, she put him on the stairs and hoped it would work. Maybe she had a pretty good idea her roommate would come home tiddly. I wouldn't be a bit surprised. A dead cat, a heap of clothes. Same M.O., as Tom Twyford would say. But why, Annie? These clippings tell me everything but that. Why? In an act of self-preservation, part of his imagination had, over the last few weeks, actually become Annie, and it was now this Annie part that spoke up in its dry and uncontradictable voice. And while what it said was perfectly mad, it also made perfect sense. I killed her because she played her radio late at night. I killed her because of the dumb name she gave the cat. I killed her because I got tired of seeing her soul kissing her boyfriend on the couch, him with his hand shoved so far up her skirt he looked like he was prospecting for gold. I killed her because I caught her cheating. I killed her because she caught me cheating. The specifics don't matter, do they? I killed her because she was a cock-a-doodle brat, and that was reason enough. And maybe because she was a Mrs. Smart Guy, Paul whispered. He threw back his head and donkeyed another shrill and frightened laugh. So this was Memory Lane, was it? Oh, what a variety of strange and poisonous flowers grew beside Annie's version of that quaint old path. No one ever put those two freak falls together? First her father, then her roommate? Are you seriously telling me that? Yes, he was seriously telling himself that. The accidents had happened almost 5 years apart in 2 different towns. They'd been reported by different papers in a populous state where people were probably always falling downstairs and breaking their necks. And she was very, very clever. Almost as clever as Satan himself, it seemed. Only now she was starting to lose it. It would be precious little consolation to him, however, if Annie were to be finally brought to bay for the murder of Paul Sheldon. He turned the page and discovered another clipping from the Bakersfield Journal, the last, as it turned out. The headline read, Miss Wilkes is nursing school graduate. Hometown girl makes good. May 17th, 1966. The photo was of a younger, startlingly pretty Annie Wilkes, wearing a nurse's uniform and cap, smiling into the camera. It was a graduation photograph. Of course. She had graduated with honors. Only had to kill one roommate to do it, too, Paul thought, and donkeyed his shrill, frightened laugh. The wind gusted around the side of the house as if in answer. Mom's picture chattered briefly on the wall. The next cutting was from the Manchester, New Hampshire Union Leader, March 2nd, 1969. It was a simple obituary which seemed to have no connection with Annie Wilkes at all. Ernest Gagne, age 79, had died in St. Joseph's Hospital. No exact cause of death given. After a long illness, the obit said. Survived by his wife, 12 children, and what looked like about 400 grandchildren and great-grandchildren. There was nothing like the rhythm method for producing all descendants great and small, Paul thought, and donkeyed again. She killed him. That's what happened to good old Ernie. Why else is his obituary here? This is Annie's Book of the Dead, isn't it? Why, for God's sake? Why? With Annie Wilkes, that is a question which has no sane answer, as you well know. Another page, another Union Leader obit, March 19th, 1969. The lady was identified as Hester Queenie Bulifant, 84. In the picture, she looked like something whose bones might have been exhumed from the La Brea tar pits. The same thing that had gotten Ernie had gotten Queenie. Seemed like that long illness shit was going around. Like Ernie, she had expired at St. Joe's. Viewings at 2 and 6 p.m. on March 20th at Foster's Funeral Home. Interment at Mary Sire Cemetery on March 21st at 4 p.m. Ought to have had a special rendition of Annie, Won't You Come By Here, sung by the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, Paul thought, and did the donkey some more. There were 3 more Union Leader obits on the following pages. 2 old men who had died of that perennial favorite, long illness. The third was a woman of 46 named Paulette Simot. Paulette had died of that common runner-up, short illness. Although the picture accompanying the obit was even grainier and fuzzier than usual, Paul saw that Paulette Simot made Queenie Bulifant look like Thumbelina. He thought her illness might have been short indeed. A thunderclap coronary, say, followed by a trip to St. Joe's, followed by what? Exactly what? He really didn't want to think about the specifics, but all 3 obits identified St. Joseph's as the place of expiration. And if we looked at the nurse's register for March 1969, would we find the name Wilkes? Friends, does a bear go cock-a-doodle in the woods? This book, dear God, this book was so big. No more, please. I don't want to look at any more. I've got the idea. I'm going to put this book down exactly where I found it. and I'm going into my room. I guess I don't want to write after all. I think I'll just take an extra pill and go to bed. Call it nightmare insurance. But no farther down Annie's memory lane, if you please. Please, if you please. But his hands seemed to have a mind and a will of their own. They kept on turning the pages, faster and faster. 2 more brief death notices in the Union Leader, one in late September of 1969, one in early October. March 19th, 1970. This one was from the Harrisburg, Pennsylvania Herald, a back page. New hospital staff announced. There was a photo of a balding, bespectacled man who looked to Paul like the type of fellow who might eat boogers in secret. The article noted that in addition to the new publicity director, the balding, bespectacled fellow, 20 others had joined the staff of Riverview Hospital. 2 doctors, 8 RNs, assorted kitchen staff, orderlies, and a janitor. Annie was one of the RNs. On the next page, Paul thought, I'm going to see a brief death notice for an elderly man or woman who expired at Riverview Hospital in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Correct. An old duffer who had died of that all-time favorite, long illness. Followed by an elderly man who had died of that perennial bridesmaid, short illness. Followed by a child of 3 who had fallen down a well, sustained grievous head injuries, and been brought to Riverview in a coma. Numbly, Paul continued to turn the pages while the wind and rain drove against the house. The pattern was inescapable. She got a job, killed some people, and moved on. Suddenly an image came, one from a dream his conscious mind had already forgotten, which thus gained the Delphic resonance of déjà vu. He saw Annie Wilkes in a long apron dress, her hair covered with a mob cap, and Annie who looked like a nurse in London's Bedlam Hospital. She held a basket over one arm. She dipped into it, brought out sand and flung it into the upturned face as she passed. This was not the soothing sand of sleep, but poison sand. It was killing them. When it struck them, their faces went white, and the lines on the machines monitoring their precarious lives went flat. Maybe she killed the Krenmitz kids because they were brats, and her roommate. Maybe even her own father. But these others? But he knew. The Annie in him knew. Old and sick. All of them had been old and sick except Mrs. Simot, and she must have been nothing but a vegetable when she came in. Mrs. Simot and the kid who had fallen down the well. Annie had killed them because they were rats in a trap, he whispered. Poor things. Poor, poor things. Sure, that was it. In Annie's view, all the people in the world were divided into 3 groups: brats, poor, poor things, and Annie. She had moved steadily westward, Harrisburg to Pittsburgh to Duluth to Fargo. Then in 1978 to Denver. In each case, the pattern was the same. A welcome aboard article in which Annie's name was mentioned among others. She had missed the Manchester welcome aboard, probably because, Paul guessed, she hadn't known that local newspapers printed such things. Then 2 or 3 unremarkable deaths. Following these, the cycle would start again. Until Denver, that was. At first it seemed the same. There was the new arrivals article, this time clipped from the in-house newspaper of Denver's receiving hospital, with Annie's name mentioned. The in-house paper was identified in Annie's neat hand as the Gurney. Great name for a hospital paper, Paul told the empty room. Surprised no one thought of calling it the stool sample. He donkeyed more terrified laughter, all unaware. Turned the page, and here was the first obit, cut from the Rocky Mountain News. Laura D. Rothberg. Long illness. September 21st, 1978. Denver Receiving Hospital. Then the pattern broke wide open. The next page announced a wedding instead of a funeral. The photo showed Annie, not in her uniform, but in a white dress frothing with lace. Beside her, holding her hands in his, was a man named Ralph Dugan. Dugan was a physical therapist. Dugan Wilkes Nuptials, the clipping was headed. Rocky Mountain News, January 2nd, 1979. Dugan was quite unremarkable save for one thing. He looked like Annie's father. Paul thought if you shaved off Dugan's single-bar mustache, the resemblance would be just short of uncanny. Paul thumbed the thickness of the remaining pages in Annie's book and thought Ralph Dugan should have checked his horoscope. Whoops, make that horoscope. The day he proposed to Annie. I think the chances are very good that somewhere up ahead in these unturned pages, I'm going to find a brief article about you. Some people have appointments in Samara. I think you may well have had one with a pile of laundry or a dead cat on a flight of stairs. A dead cat with a cute name. But he was wrong. The next clipping was the new arrivals from the Nederland newspaper. Nederland was a small town just west of Boulder. Not all that far from here, Paul judged. For a moment he couldn't find Annie in the short name-filled clipping, and then realized he was looking for the wrong name. She was here, but had become part of a socio-sexual corporation called Mr. and Mrs. Ralph Dugan. Paul's head snapped up. Was that a car coming? No, just the wind. Surely the wind. He looked back down at Annie's book. Ralph Dugan had gone back to helping the lame, the halt, and the blind at Arapahoe County Hospital. Presumably Annie went back to that time-honored nurse's job of giving aid and comfort to the grievously wounded. Now the killing starts, he thought. The only real question is about Ralph. Does he come at the beginning, in the middle, or at the end? But he was wrong again. Instead of an obit, the next clipping showed a Xerox of a realtor's one-sheet. In the upper left corner of the ad was a photo of a house. Paul recognized it only by the attached barn. He had, after all, never seen the house itself from the outside. Beneath, in Annie's neat, firm hand, earnest money paid back March 3rd, 1979. Papers passed March 18th, 1979. Retirement home? Paul doubted it. Summer place? No. They couldn't afford the luxury. So? Well, maybe it was just a fantasy, but try this. Maybe she really loves old Ralph Dugan. Maybe a year has passed and she still can't smell cockadoodie on him. Something has sure changed. There have been no obituaries since... He flicked back to see. Since Laura Rothberg in September 1978. She stopped killing around the same time she met Ralph. But that was then and this is now. Now the pressure is starting to build up again. The depressive interludes are coming back. She looks at the old people, the terminally ill, and she thinks about what poor, poor things they are. And maybe she thinks, it's this environment that's depressing me. The miles of tiled corridor and the smells and the squeak of crepe-soled shoes and the sounds of people in pain. If I could get out of this place, I'd be all right. So Ralph and Annie had apparently gone back to the land. He turned the page and blinked. Slashed into the bottom of the page was Aug 4/3, 1880, fuck you. The paper, thick as it was, had torn in several places under the fury of the hand which had driven the pen. It was the divorces granted column from the Nederland paper, but he had to turn it over to make sure that Annie and Ralph were a part of it. She had pasted it in, upside down. Yes, here they were. Ralph and Ann Dugan. Grounds. Mental cruelty. Divorced after a short illness, Paul muttered, and again looked up, thinking he heard an approaching car. The wind. Only the wind. Still, he'd better get back to the safety of his room. It wasn't just the worsening pains in his leg. He was edging toward a state of terminal freakout. But he bent over the book again. In a weird way, it was just too good to put down. It was like a novel so disgusting you just have to finish it. Annie's marriage had been dissolved in a much more legal fashion than Paul had anticipated. It seemed fair to say that the divorce really had been after a short illness. A year and a half of wedded bliss wasn't all that much. They had bought a house in March, and that was not a step you took if you felt that your marriage was falling apart. What happened? Paul didn't know. He could have made up a story, but a story was all it would have been. Then he read the clipping again, he noticed something suggestive. Angela Ford from John Ford. Kristen Frawley from Stanley Frawley. Dana McLaren from Lee McLaren. And Ralph Dugan from Ann Dugan. There's this American custom, right? No one talks about it much, but it's there. Men propose in the moonlight, women file in court. That's not always how it works, but usually that's it. So what tale does this grammatical structure have to tell? Angela's saying, slip out the back, Jack. Kirsten is saying, make a new plan, Stan. Dana is saying, drop off the key, Lee. And what was Ralph, the only man who's listed first in this column, saying? I think maybe he was saying, let me the hell out of here. Maybe he saw the dead cat on the stairs, Paul said. Next page. Another new arrivals article. This one was from the Boulder, Colorado Camera. There was a photograph of a dozen new staff members standing on the lawn of the Boulder Hospital. Annie was in the second row, her face a blank white circle under her cap with its black stripe. Another opening of another show. The date underneath was March 9th, 1981. She had retaken her maiden name. Boulder. That was where Annie really had gone crazy. He turned the pages faster and faster, his horror mounting. And the two thoughts which kept repeating were why in God's name didn't they tip faster? And how in God's name did she slip through their fingers? May 10th, 1981, long illness. May 14th, 1981, long illness. May 23rd, long illness. June 9th, short illness. June 15th, short. June 16th, long. Short, long, long, short, long, long, short. The pages stuttered through his fingers. He could smell the faint odor of dried paper paste. Christ, how many did she kill? If it was right to equate each obituary pasted in this book with a murder, then her score was more than 30 people by the end of 1981, all without a single murmur from the authorities. Of course, most of the victims were old, the rest badly hurt, but still, you would think. In 1982, Annie had finally stumbled. The clipping from the January 14th camera showed her blank, stone-like face rendered in newsprint dots below a headline which read, New head maternity ward nurse named. On January 29th, the nursery deaths had begun. Annie had chronicled the whole story in her meticulous way. Paul had no trouble following it. If the people after your hide had found this book, Annie, you would have been in jail or some asylum until the end of time. The first 2 infant deaths had not aroused suspicion. A story on one had mentioned severe birth defects. But babies, defective or not, weren't the same as old folks dying of renal failure, or car crash victims, brought in still somehow alive in spite of heads which were only half there, or steering wheel-sized holes in their guts. And then she had begun killing the healthy along with the damaged. He supposed that in her deepening psychotic spiral, she had begun to see all of them as poor, poor things. By mid-March of 1982, there had been 5 nursery deaths in the Boulder Hospital. A full-scale investigation was launched. On March 24th, the camera named the probable culprit as tainted formula. A reliable hospital source was cited, and Paul wondered if perhaps the source had not been Annie Wilkes herself. Another baby had died in April, 2 in May. Then from the front page of the June 1st Denver Post, head maternity nurse questioned on infant deaths. No charges made as yet, Sheriff's Office spokeswoman says. By Michael Leith. Ann Wilkes, the 39-year-old head nurse of the maternity ward at Boulder Hospital, is being questioned today about the deaths of 8 infants, deaths which have taken place over a span of some months. All of the deaths took place following Miss Wilkes' appointment. When asked if Miss Wilkes was under arrest, Sheriff's Office spokeswoman Tamara Consalving said she was not. When asked if Miss Wilkes had come in of her own free will to give information in the case, Miss Consalving replied, "I would have to say that was not the case. Things are a bit more serious than that." Asked if Wilkes had been charged with any crime, Miss Consalving replied, "No, not as yet." The rest of the article was a rehash of Annie's career. It was obvious that she had moved around a lot, but there was no hint that people in all of Annie's hospitals, not just the one in Boulder, had a way of croaking when she was around. He looked at the accompanying photograph, fascinated. Annie in custody. Dear God, Annie in custody. The idol had not fallen, but teetering, teetering. She was mounting a set of stone steps in the company of a husky policewoman, her face dull, devoid of expression. She was wearing her nurse's uniform and white shoes. Next page, Wilkes released, Mum on interrogation. She'd gotten away with it. Somehow she'd gotten away with it. It was time for her to fade out and show up someplace else. Idaho, Utah, California maybe. Instead, she went back to work. And instead of a new arrivals column from somewhere farther west, there was a huge headline from the Rocky Mountain News, front page of July 2nd, 1982. The horror continues. 3 more infant deaths in Boulder Hospital. 2 days later, the authorities arrested a Puerto Rican orderly, only to release him 9 hours later. Then on July 19th, both the Denver Post and the Rocky Mountain News announced Annie's arrest. There had been a short preliminary hearing in early August. On September 9th, she went on trial for the murder of girl Christopher, a female child 1 day of age. Behind girl Christopher were 7 other counts of first-degree murder. The article noted that some of Annie's alleged victims had even lived long enough to be given real names. Interspersed among the accounts of the trial were letters to the editor printed in the Denver and Boulder newspapers. Paul understood that Annie had been driven to cull only the most hostile ones, those which reinforced her jaundiced view of mankind as homo bratus. But they were vituperative by any standards. There seemed to be a consensus. Hanging was too good for Annie Wilkes. One correspondent dubbed her the Dragon Lady, and the name stuck for the duration of the trial. Most seemed to feel that the Dragon Lady should be jabbed to death with hot forks, and most indicated that they would be very willing to serve as a jabber. Beside one such letter, Annie had written in a shaky and somehow pathetic script, entirely unlike her usual firm hand. Sticks, stones will break my bones. Words will never hurt me. It was apparent that Annie's biggest mistake had been not stopping when people finally realized something was going on. It was bad, but unfortunately not quite bad enough. The idol only tottered. The prosecution's case was entirely circumstantial, and in places thin enough to read a newspaper through. The district attorney had a handmark on girl Christopher's face and throat, which corresponded to the size of Annie's hand, complete with the mark of the amethyst ring she wore on the 4th finger of her right hand. The DA also had a pattern of observed entries and exits to the nursery, which roughly corresponded to the infant deaths. But Annie was the head maternity nurse after all, so she was always going in and out. Defense was able to show dozens of other occasions when Annie had entered the ward and nothing untoward had happened. Paul thought this was akin to proving that meteors never struck the earth by showing 5 days when not a single one had hit Farmer John's North Field, but he could understand the weight the argument would have carried with a jury just the same. The prosecution wove its net as well as it could, but the handprint with the mark of the ring was really the most damning bit of evidence it could come up with. The fact that the state of Colorado had elected to bring Annie to trial at all, given such a slight chance of conviction on the evidence, left Paul with one assumption and one certainty. The assumption was that Annie had said things during her original interrogation which were extremely suggestive, perhaps even damning. Her attorney had managed to keep the transcript of that interrogation out of the trial record. The certainty was that Annie's decision to testify in her own behalf at the preliminary hearing had been extremely unwise. That testimony her attorney hadn't been able to keep out of the trial, although he had nearly ruptured himself trying. And while Annie had never confessed to anything in so many words, during the 3 days in August she had spent up there on the stand in Denver, he thought that she had really confessed to everything. Excerpts from the clippings pasted in her book contained some real gems. Did they make me feel sad? Of course they made me feel sad, considering the world we live in. I have nothing to be ashamed of. I am never ashamed. What I do, that's final. I never look back on that type of thing. Did I attend the funerals of any of them? Of course not. I find funerals very grim and depressing. Also, I don't believe babies are ensouled. No, I never cried. Was I sorry? I guess that's a philosophical question, isn't it? Of course I understand the question. I understand all your questions. I know you're all out to get me. If she had insisted on testifying in her own behalf at her trial, Paul thought, her lawyer probably would have shot her to shut her up. The case went to the jury on December 13th, 1982. And here was a startling picture from the Rocky Mountain News, a photo of Annie sitting calmly in her holding cell and reading Misery's Quest. In Misery, the caption below asked, "Not the Dragon Lady." Annie reads calmly as she waits for the verdict. And then on December 16th, banner headlines, "Dragon Lady Innocent." In the body of the story, a juror who asked not to be identified was quoted, "I had very grave doubts as to her innocence, yes. Unfortunately, I had very reasonable doubts as to her guilt. I hope she will be tried again on one of the other counts. Perhaps the prosecution could make a stronger case on one of those." They all knew she did it, but nobody could prove it. So she slipped through their fingers. The case wound down over the next 3 or 4 pages. The DA said Annie surely would be tried on one of the other counts. 3 weeks later, he said he never said that. In early February of 1983, the district attorney's office issued a statement saying that while the cases of infanticide at the Boulder Hospital were still very much alive, the case against Annie Wilkes was closed. Slipped through their fingers. Her husband never testified for either side. Why was that, I wonder? There were more pages in the book, but he could tell by the snug way most lay against each other that he was almost done with Annie's history up to now. Thank God. The next page was from the Sidewinder Gazette, November 19th, 1984. Hikers had found the mutilated and partly dismembered remains of a young man in the eastern section of Grider Wildlife Preserve. The following week's paper identified him as Andrew Pomeroy, age 23, of Coldstream Harbor, New York. Pomeroy had left New York for L.A. in September of the previous year, hitchhiking. His parents had last heard from him on October 15th. He had called them collect from Julesburg. The body had been found in a dry stream bed. Police theorized that Pomeroy might actually have been killed near Highway 9 and washed into the wildlife preserve during the spring runoff. The coroner's report said the wounds had been inflicted with an axe. Paul wondered, not quite idly, how far Grider Wildlife Preserve was from here. He turned the page and looked at the last clipping, at least so far, and suddenly his breath was gone. It was as if, after wading grimly through the almost unbearable necrology in the foregoing pages, he had come face to face with his own obituary. It wasn't quite, but close enough for government work, he said in a low, hoarse voice. It was from Newsweek, the transitions column, listed below the divorce of a TV actress and above the death of a Midwestern steel potentate, was this item. Reported missing. Paul Sheldon, 42. Novelist best known for a series of romances about sexy, bubble-headed, unsinkable Misery Chastain, by his agent, Bryce Bell. I think he's fine, Bell said, but I wish he'd get in touch and ease my mind. And his ex-wives wish he'd get in touch and ease their bank accounts. Sheldon was last seen 7 weeks ago in Boulder, Colorado, where he had gone to finish a new novel. The clipping was 2 weeks old. Reported missing, that's all. Just reported missing. I'm not dead. It's not like being dead. But it was like being dead. And suddenly he needed his medication, because it wasn't just his legs that hurt. Everything hurt. He put the book carefully back in its place and began rolling the wheelchair toward the guest room. Outside, the wind gusted more strongly than it had yet done, slapping cold rain against the house, and Paul shrank away from it, moaning and afraid, trying desperately hard to hold himself together and not burst into tears. An hour later, full of dope and drifting off to sleep, The sound of the howling wind now soothing rather than frightening, he thought, I'm not going to escape. No way. What is it Thomas Hardy says in Jude the Obscure? Someone could have come along and eased the boy's terror, but nobody did. Because nobody does. Right. Correct. The ship is not going to come in because there are no boats for nobody. The Lone Ranger is busy making breakfast cereal commercials, and Superman's making movies in Tinseltown. You're on your own, Paulie. Dead flat on your own. But maybe that's okay. Because maybe you know what the answer is after all, don't you? Yes, of course he did. If he meant to get out of this, he would have to kill her. Yes, that's the answer. The only one there is, I think. So it's that same old game again, isn't it, Paulie? Can you? He answered with no hesitation at all. Yes, I can. His eyes drifted closed. He slept. The storm continued through the next day. The following night the clouds unraveled and blew away. At the same time the temperature plummeted from 60 degrees down to 25. All the world outside froze solid. Sitting by the bedroom window and looking out at the ice-glittery morning world on that second full day alone, Paul could hear Misery the pig squealing in the barn and one of the cows bellowing. He often heard the animals. They were as much a part of the general background as the chiming parlor clock. But he had never heard the pig squeal so. He thought he had heard the cow bellow like that once before, but it had been an evil sound dimly heard in an evil dream, because then he had been full of his own pain. It had been when Annie had gone away that first time, leaving him with no pills. He had been raised in suburban Boston and had lived most of his life in New York City, but he thought he knew what those pained cow bellows meant. One of the cows needed to be milked. The other apparently didn't, possibly because Annie's erratic milking habits had already dried her up. And the pig? Hungry, that was all. And that was enough. They weren't going to get any relief today. He doubted if Annie would be able to make it back even if she wanted to. This part of the world had turned into one big skating rink. He was a little surprised at the depth of sympathy he felt for the animals, and the depth of his anger at Annie for how she had, in her unadmitting and arrogant egoism, left them to suffer in their pens. If your animals could talk, Annie, they would tell you who the real dirty birdie around here is. He himself was quite comfortable as those days passed. He ate from cans, drank water from the new pitcher, took his medication regularly, napped each afternoon. The tale of Misery and her amnesia, and her previously unsuspected and spectacularly rotten blood kin, marched steadily along toward Africa, which was to be the setting of the novel's second half. The irony was that the woman had coerced him into writing what was easily the best of the Misery novels. Ian and Geoffrey were off in Southampton outfitting a schooner called the Lorelei for the run. It was on the dark continent that Misery, who kept slipping into cataleptic trances at the most inconvenient moments, and of course if she were to be stung by another bee, ever in her entire life, she would die almost instantly, would either be killed or cured. For 150 miles inland from Lawstown, a tiny British-Dutch settlement on the northernmost tip of the Barbary Coast dangerous crescent, lived the Boorkas, Africa's most dangerous natives. The Boorkas were sometimes known as the Bee People. Few of the whites who dared to venture into Boorka country had ever returned, but those who did had brought back fabulous tales of a woman's face jutting from the side of a tall, crumbling mesa, a merciless face with a gaping mouth and a huge red ruby set in her stone forehead. There was another story, only a rumor surely, but strangely persistent, that within the caves which honeycombed the stone behind the idol's jeweled forehead, there lived a hive of giant albino bees, swarming protectively around their queen, a jelly-like monstrosity of infinite poison and infinite magic. During the days he diverted himself with this pleasant foolishness. In the evenings he sat quietly, listening to the pig squeal, and thinking about how he would kill the dragon lady. Playing Cannu in real life was quite different from playing it in a cross-legged circle as a kid, or doing it in front of a typewriter as a grown-up, he discovered. When it was just a game, and even if they gave you money for it, a game was still all it was. You could think up some pretty wild things and make them seem believable. The connection between Misery Chastain and Miss Charlotte Evelyn Hyde, for instance. They had turned out to be half-sisters. Misery would later discover her father down there in Africa, hanging out with the Burqa Bee people. In real life, however, the arcane had a way of losing its power. Not that Paul didn't try. There were all those drugs in the downstairs bathroom. Surely there was some way he could use them to put her out of the way, wasn't there? Or to at least render her helpless long enough so he could do it. Take the Novril. Enough of that shit and he wouldn't even have to put her out of the way. She would float off on her own. That's a very good idea, Paul. I tell you what to do. You just get a whole bunch of those capsules and stick them all through a pint of her ice cream. She'll just think they're pistachio nuts and gobble them right down. No, of course, that wouldn't work. Nor could he pull a cutie like opening the capsules and mixing the powder into some pre-softened ice cream. Novril in the raw was fabulously bitter. He had tasted it and knew. It was a taste you would recognize at once, in the midst of the expected sweetness. And then woe is you, Polly. Woe to the max. In a story, it would have been a pretty good idea. In real life, however, it simply did not make it. He wasn't sure he would have taken the chance, even if the white powder inside the capsules had been almost or completely tasteless. It wasn't safe enough. It wasn't sure enough. This was no game. It was his life. Other ideas passed through his mind, and were rejected even more quickly. One was suspending something. The typewriter came immediately to mind. Over the door so she would be killed or knocked unconscious when she came in. Another was running a tripwire across the stairway. But the problem in both cases was the same as the old Novril in the ice cream trick. Neither was sure enough. He found himself literally unable to think of what might happen to him if he tried to assassinate her and failed. As dark came down on that second night, Misery's squealing went on as monotonously as ever. The pig sounded like an unlatched door with rusty hinges squealing in the wind. But Bossy number 1 abruptly fell silent. Paul wondered uneasily if perhaps the poor animal's udder had burst, resulting in death by exsanguination. For a moment his imagination, so vivid, tried to present him with a picture of the cow lying dead in a puddle of mixed milk and blood, and he quickly willed it away. He told himself not to be such a numbnuts. Cows didn't die that way. But the voice doing the telling lacked conviction. He had no idea if they did or not. And besides, it wasn't the cow that was his problem, was it? All your fancy ideas come down to one thing. You want to kill her by remote control. You don't want her blood on your hands. You're like a man who loves nothing better than a thick steak, but wouldn't last an hour in a slaughterhouse. But listen, Polly, and get it straight. You must face reality at this point in your life, if at no other. Nothing fancy. No curlicues, right? Right. He rolled back into the kitchen and opened drawers until he found the knives. He selected the longest butcher knife and went back to his room, pausing to rub away the hub marks on the sides of the doorway. The signs of his passage were nevertheless becoming clearer. Doesn't matter. If she misses them one more time, she misses them for good. He put the knife on the night table, hoisted himself into bed, then slid it under the mattress. When Annie came back, he was going to ask her for a nice cold glass of water, and when she leaned over to give it to him, he was going to plunge the knife into her throat. Nothing fancy. Paul closed his eyes and dropped off to sleep. And when the Cherokee came whispering back into the driveway that morning at 4 o'clock, with both its engine and its lights shut off, he did not stir. Until he felt the sting of the hypo sliding into his arm, and woke to see her face leaning over his. He hadn't the slightest idea she was back. At first he thought he was dreaming about his own book, that the dark was the dream dark of the caves behind the huge stone head of the Burqa bee goddess, and the sting was that of a bee. "Paul." He muttered something that meant nothing. Something that meant only get out of here. Dream voice. Get gone. "Paul." That was no dream voice. It was Annie's voice. He forced his eyes open. Yes, it was her, and for a moment his panic grew even stronger. Then it simply seeped away, like fluid running down a partly clogged drain. What the hell? He was totally disoriented. She was standing there in the shadows as if she had never been away, wearing one of her woolly skirts and frumpy sweaters. He saw the needle in her hand and understood it hadn't been a sting, but an injection. What the fuck? Either way, it was the same thing. He had been gotten by the goddess. But what had she? That bright panic tried to come again, and once again it hit a dead circuit. All he could feel was a kind of academic surprise. That and some intellectual curiosity about where she had come from, and why now. He tried to lift his hands and they came up a little, but only a little. It felt as if there were invisible weights dangling from them. They dropped back onto the sheet with little dull thumps. Doesn't matter what you shot me up with. It's like what you write on the last page of the book. It's the end. The thought brought no fear. Instead, he felt a kind of calm euphoria. At least she's tried to make it kind. To make it... "Ah, there you are," Annie said, and added with lumbering coquettishness. "I see you, Paul. Those blue eyes. Did I ever tell you what lovely blue eyes you have? But I suppose other women have. Women who were much prettier than I am, and much bolder about their affections as well." Came back. Came creeping in the night and killed me. Hypo or bee sting, no difference. And so much for the knife under the bed. All I am now is the latest number in Annie's considerable body count. And then, as the numbing euphoria of the injection began to spread, he thought almost with humor, some lousy Scheherazade I turned out to be. He thought that in a moment sleep would return, a more final sleep, but it did not. He saw her slip the hypo into the pocket of her skirt, and then she sat down on the bed. Not where she usually sat, however. She sat on its foot, and for a moment he saw only her solid, impervious back as she bent over, as if to check on something. He heard a wooden thunk, a metallic clunk, and then a shaking sound he had heard someplace before. After a moment he placed it. "Take the matches, Paul." Diamond blue tips. He didn't know what else she might have there at the foot of the bed, but one of them was a box of diamond blue tip matches. Annie turned to him and smiled again. Whatever else might have happened, her apocalyptic depression had passed. She brushed an errant lock of hair back behind her ear with a girlish gesture. It went oddly with the lock's dull, dirty half-shine. Dull, dirty half-shine, a boy. You gotta remember that one. That one ain't half bad, a boy, I'm stoned now. Oh, the past was prologue to this shit. Hey, baby, this here is the main line. Oh, fuck, I'm fucked. But this is crystal top-end shit. This is going out on a mile-high wave and it fucking rolls. This is... "What do you want first, Paul?" she asked. "The good news or the bad news?" Good news first. He managed a big, foolish grin. "Guess the bad news is that this is the end, huh? Guess you didn't like the book so great, huh? Too bad, I tried. It was even working. I was just starting to, starting to drive on it." She looked at him reproachfully. "I love the book, Paul. I told you that, and I never lie. I love it so much I don't want to read any more until the very end. I'm sorry to have to make you fill in the ends yourself, but it's like peeking." His big foolish grin stretched even wider. He thought soon it would meet in the back, tie a lover's knot there, and most of his poor old bean would just topple off. Maybe it would land in the bedpan beside the bed. In some deep, dim part of his mind where the dope hadn't yet reached, alarm bells were going off. She loved the book, which meant she didn't mean to kill him. Whatever was going on, she didn't mean to kill him. And unless his assessment of Annie Wilkes was totally off the beam, that meant she had something even worse in store. Now the light in the room did not look dull. It looked marvelously pure, marvelously full of its own gray and eldritch charm. He could imagine cranes half-glimpsed in gunmetal mist, standing in one-legged silence beside upland lakes in that light. Could imagine the mica flecks in rocks jutting from spring grasses and upland meadows, shining with a shaggy glow of glazed window glass in that light. Could imagine elves shucking their busy selves off to work in lines under the dew-soaked leaves of early ivy in that light. "Oh boy, are you stoned," Paul thought and giggled faintly. Annie smiled in return. "The good news," she said, "is that your car is gone. I've been very worried about your car, Paul. I knew it would take a storm like this to get rid of it, and maybe even that wouldn't do the trick. The spring runoff got rid of that Pomeroy dirty bird, but a car is ever so much heavier than a man, isn't it? Even a man as full of cockadoodie as he was. But the storm and the runoff combined was enough to do the trick. Your car is gone. That's the good news." What? More faint alarm bells. Pomeroy. He knew that name, but couldn't think exactly how he knew it. Then it came to him. Pomeroy. The late great Andrew Pomeroy, 23, of Coldstream Harbor, New York, found in the Grider Wildlife Preserve, wherever that was. "Now, Paul," she said in the prim voice he knew so well, "no need to be coy. I know you know who Andy Pomeroy was because I know you've read my book. I suppose I sort of hoped you would read it, you know. Otherwise, why would I have left it out? But I made sure, you know. I make sure of everything. And sure enough, the threads were broken." "The threads," he said faintly. "Oh, yes. I read once about a way you're supposed to find out for sure if someone has been snooping around in your drawers. You tape a very fine thread across each one, and if you come back and find one broken, why, you know, don't you? You know someone's been snooping. You see how easy it is?" "Yes, Annie." He was listening, but what he really wanted to do was trip out on the marvelous quality of the light. Again she bent over to check whatever it was she had at the foot of the bed. Again he heard a faint, dull clunk-clank, wood thumping against some metallic object. And then she turned back, brushing absently at her hair again. "I did that with my book. Only I didn't really use threads, you know. I used hairs from my own head. I put them across the thickness of the book in 3 different places, and when I came in this morning, very early, creeping like a little mousie so I wouldn't wake you up, all 3 threads were broken. So I knew you'd been looking at my book." She paused and smiled. It was for Annie a very winning smile, yet it had an unpleasant quality he could not quite put his finger on. "Not that I was surprised. I knew you'd been out of the room. That's the bad news. I've known for a long, long time, Paul." He should feel angry and dismayed, he supposed. She had known almost from the start, it seemed. But he could only feel that dreamy, floating euphoria, and what she was saying did not seem nearly as important as the glorious quality of the strengthening light, as the day hovered on the edge of becoming. "But," she said with the air of one returning to business, "we were talking about your car. I have studded tires, Paul, and at my place in the hills I keep a set of 10X tire chains. Early yesterday afternoon I felt ever so much better. I spent most of my time up there on my knees, deep in prayer. And the answer came, as it often does, and it was quite simple, as it often is. What you take to the Lord in prayer, Paul, he giveth back 1,000-fold. So I put the chains on and I crept back down here. It was not easy, and I knew I might well have an accident in spite of the studs and the chains. I also knew that there is rarely such a thing as a minor accident on those twisty up-country roads. But I felt easy in my mind, because I felt safe in the will of the Lord. That's very uplifting, Annie, Paul croaked. She gave him a look which was momentarily startled and narrowly suspicious, and then she relaxed and smiled. "I've got a present for you, Paul," she said softly. And before he could ask her what it was, he wasn't sure he wanted any sort of present from Annie, she went on. "The roads were terribly icy. I almost went off twice. The second time, old Bessie slid all the way around in a circle and kept right on going downhill while she did it." Annie laughed cheerily. "Then I got stuck in a snowbank. It was around midnight. But a sanding crew from the Eustis Public Works Department came along and helped me out." "Bully for the Eustis Public Works Department," Paul said. But what came out was a badly slurred, "Bury for the Eustis Public Works Department." "The 2 miles in from the county highway. That was the last hard patch. The county highway is Route 9, you know. The road you were on when you had your wreck. They had sanded that one to a fare-thee-well. I stopped where you went off and looked for your car. I knew what I would have to do if I saw it, 'cause there would be questions, and I'd be just about the first one they'd ask those questions to, for reasons I think you know." "I'm way ahead of you, Annie," he thought. "I examined this whole scenario 3 weeks ago. One of the reasons I brought you back was because it seemed like more of a coincidence. It seemed more like the hand of Providence." "What seemed like the hand of Providence, Annie?" he managed. "Your car was wrecked in almost exactly the same spot where I got rid of that Pomeroy creep, the one who said he was an artist." She flapped a hand in contempt, shifted her feet, and there was that wooden clunking sound, as if one of them brushed some of whatever it was she had down there on the floor. "I picked him up on my way back from Estes Park. I was there at a ceramics show. I liked little ceramic figurines." "I noticed," Paul said. His voice seemed to come from light years away. "Captain Kirk. There's a voice coming in over the subetheric," he thought, and chuckled dimly. That deep part of him, the part the dope couldn't reach, tried to warn him to shut his mouth, just shut it. But what was the sense? She knew. Of course she knows. The Burqa Bee goddess knows everything. "I particularly like the penguin on the block of ice." "Thank you, Paul. He is cute, isn't he? Pomeroy was hitchhiking. He had a pack on his back. He said he was an artist, though I found out later he was nothing but a hippie, dope-fiend, dirty bird who'd been washing dishes in an Estes Park restaurant for the last couple of months. When I told him I had a place in Sidewinder, he said that was a real coincidence. He said he was going to Sidewinder. He said he'd gotten an assignment from a magazine in New York. He was going to go up to the old hotel and sketch the ruins. His pictures were going to be with an article they were doing. It was a famous old hotel called the Overlook, burned down 10 years ago. The caretaker burned it down. He was crazy. Everybody in town said so. Never mind, he's dead. I let Pomeroy stay here with me. We were lovers." She looked at him with her black eyes burning in her solid yet doughy white face. And Paul thought, if Andrew Pomeroy could get it up for you, Annie, he must have been as crazy as the caretaker that burned down the hotel. Then I found out that he didn't really have an assignment to draw pictures of the hotel at all. He was just doing them on his own, hoping to sell them. He wasn't even sure the magazine was doing an article on the Overlook. I found that out pretty quick. After I did, I sneaked a look at his sketch pad. I felt I had a perfect right to do that. After all, he was eating my food and sleeping in my bed. There were only 8 or 9 pictures in the whole book, and they were terrible." Her face wrinkled, and for a moment she looked as she had when she had imitated the sound the pig made. "I could have made better pictures. He came in while I was looking, and he got mad. He said I was snooping. I said I didn't call looking at things in my own house snooping. I said if he was an artist, I was Madame Curie. He started to laugh. He laughed at me. So I... You killed him, Paul said. His voice sounded dim and ancient. She smiled uneasily at the wall. Well, I guess it was something like that. I don't remember very well. Just when he was dead. I remember that. I remember giving him a bath. He stared at her and felt a sick, soupy horror. The image came to him. Pomeroy's naked body floating in the downstairs tub like a piece of raw dough, head reclining aslant against the porcelain, open eyes staring up at the ceiling. I had to, she said, lips drawing back a bit from her teeth. You probably don't know what the police can do with just one piece of thread, or dirt under someone's fingernails, or even dust in a corpse's hair. You don't know, but I worked in hospitals all my life, and I do know. I do know. I know about forensics. She was working herself into one of her patented Annie Wilkes frenzies, and he knew he should try and say something which would at least temporarily diffuse her, but his mouth seemed numb and useless. They're out to get me. All of them. Do you think they would have listened if I tried to tell them how it was? Do you? Do you? Oh, no. They'd probably say something crazy like I made a pass at him, and he laughed at me, so I killed him. They'd probably say something like that. And you know what, Annie? You know what? I think that just might be a little closer to the truth. The dirty birdies around here would say anything to get me in trouble or smear my name. She paused, not quite panting but breathing hard, looking at him hard, as if inviting him to just dare and tell her different. Just you dare. Then she seemed to get herself under some kind of control, and she went on in a calmer voice. I washed. Well, what was left of him. And his clothes. I knew what to do. It was snowing outside. The first real snow of the year. They said we'd have a foot by the next morning. I put his clothes in a plastic bag. I wrapped the body in sheets and took everything out to that dry wash on Route 9 after dark. I walked about a mile farther down from where your car ended up. I walked until I was in the woods. Just dumped everything. You probably think I hid him, but I didn't. I knew the snow would cover him up. And I thought the spring melt would carry him away if I left him in the stream bed. And that was what happened. Except I had no idea he'd go so far. Why, they found his body a whole year after he died. Almost 27 miles away. Actually, it'd been better if he hadn't gone as far as he did, because there are always hikers and bird watchers in the Grider Preserve. The woods around here are much less traveled. She smiled. And that's where your car is now, Paul. Somewhere between Route 9 and the Grider Wildlife Preserve. Somewhere in the woods. It's far enough in so you can't see it from the road. I've got a spotlight on the side of old Bessie, and it's plenty powerful. But the wash is empty all the way into the woods. I guess I'll go in on foot and check when the water goes down a little, but I'm almost positive it's safe. Some hunter will find it in 2 years, or 5 years, or 7 years, all rusty, and with chipmunks nesting in the seats. And by then you'll have finished my book and we'll be back in New York or Los Angeles or wherever it is you decide to go, and I'll be living my quiet life out here. Maybe we will correspond sometimes. She smiled mistily, the smile of a woman who sees a lovely castle in the sky. And then the smile disappeared, and she was all business again. So I came back here, and on the way I did some hard thinking. I had to, because your car being gone meant you could really stay. You could really finish my book. I wasn't always sure you'd be able to, you know, though I never said it, because I didn't want to upset you. Partly I didn't want to upset you because I knew you wouldn't write as well if I did. But that sounds ever so much colder than I really felt, my dear. You see, I began by loving only the part of you that makes such wonderful stories, because that's the only part I had. The rest of you I didn't know anything about. And I thought that part might really be quite unpleasant. I'm not a dummy, you know. I've read about some so-called famous authors, and I know that often they are quite unpleasant. Why, F. Scott Fitzgerald and Ernest Hemingway and that redneck fellow from Mississippi, Faulkner, whatever it was. Those fellows may have won National Pulitzer Book Awards and things, but they're nothing but cock-a-doodle drunken bums just the same. Other ones, too. When they weren't writing wonderful stories, they were drinking and whoring and shooting dope and heaven knows what else. But you're not like that. And after a while I came to know the rest of Paul Sheldon. And I hope you don't mind me saying it. But I have come to love the rest of him, too. Thank you, Annie, he said from atop his gold and glistening wave, and he thought, but you may have read me wrong, you know. I mean, the situations that lead men into temptation have been severely curtailed up here. Sort of hard to go bar hopping when you've got a couple of broken legs, Annie. As for shooting dope, I've got the Borga Bee goddess to do that for me. But would you want to stay? She resumed. That was the question I had to ask myself. And as much as I may have wanted to pull the wool over my eyes, I knew the answer to that. I knew even before I saw the marks on the door over there. She pointed, and Paul thought, I'll bet she did know, almost from the very first. Wool pulling? Not you, Annie. Never you. But I was doing enough of that for both of us. Do you remember the first time I went away? After we had that silly fight over the paper? Yes, Annie. That was when you went out the first time, wasn't it? Yes. There was no point in denying it. Of course. You wanted your pills. I should have known you'd do anything to get your pills. But when I get mad, I get, you know. She giggled, a little nervously. Paul did not join her or even smile. The memory of that pain-racked, endless interlude with the phantom voice of the sportscaster doing the play-by-play was still too strong. Yes, I know how you get, he thought. You get oogie. First, I wasn't completely sure. Oh, I saw that some of the figures on the little table in the parlor had been moved around, but I thought I might have done that myself. I have times when I'm really quite forgetful. It crossed my mind that you'd been out of your room, but then I thought, no, that's impossible. He's so badly hurt, and besides, I locked the door. I even checked to make sure the key was still in my skirt pocket, and it was. And then I remembered you were in your chair. So maybe. One of the things you learn when you've been an RN for 10 years is that it's always wise to check your maybes. So I took a look at the things I keep in the downstairs bathroom. They're mostly samples I brought home on and off while I was working. You should see all the stuff that just goes rolling around in the hospital's Paul. So every now and then I help myself to a few. Well, a few extras. And I wasn't the only one. But I knew enough not to take any of the morphine-based drugs. They lock those up. They count. They keep records. And if they get an idea that a nurse is, you know, chipping, that's what they call it. They watch that nurse until they're sure. Then, bang! Annie chopped her hand down hard. Out they go. Most of them never put on the white cap again. I was smarter than that. Looking at those cartons was the same as looking at the figures on the little parlor table. I thought the stuff on them had been sort of stirred around, and I was pretty sure that one of the cartons that was on the bottom before was on the top of some of the other cartons now, but I couldn't be sure. And I could have done it myself when I was, well, when I was preoccupied. And 2 days later, after I had just about decided to let it go, I came in to give you your afternoon medication. You were still having your nap. I tried to turn the doorknob, but for a few seconds it wouldn't turn. It was like the door was locked. Then it did turn, and I heard something rattle inside the lock. Then you started to stir around, so I just gave you your pills like always. Like I didn't suspect. I'm very good at that, Paul. Then I helped you into your chair so you could write. When I helped you into it that afternoon, I felt like St. Paul on the road to Damascus. My eyes were opened. I saw how much of your color had come back. I saw that you were moving your legs. They were giving you pain, and you could only move them a little. But you were moving them. And your arms were getting stronger again as well. I saw you were almost healthy again. That was when I started to realize I could have a problem with you, even if no one from the outside suspected a thing. I looked at you and saw I might not be the only one good at keeping secrets. That night I changed your medication for something a little stronger, and when I was sure you weren't going to wake up even if someone exploded a grenade under your bed, I got my little toolkit from the cellar shelf, and I took the key plate off that door. And look what I found. She took something small and dark from one of the flap pockets of her mannish skirt. She put it in his numb hand. He brought it up close to his face and stared at it owlishly. It was a bent and twisted chunk of bobby pin. Paul began to giggle. He couldn't help it. What's so funny, Paul? The day you went to pay your taxes. I needed to open the door again. The wheelchair was almost too big. It left black marks. I wanted to wipe them off if I could. So I wouldn't see them. Yes. But you already had, hadn't you? After I found one of my bobby pins in the lock, she smiled herself. You bet your Rudy patooties I had. Paul nodded and laughed even harder. He was laughing so hard tears were squirting from his eyes. All his work, all his worry, all for nothing. It seemed deliciously funny. He said, I was worried that piece of bobby pin might mess me up. But it didn't. I never even heard it rattling around. And there was a good reason for that, wasn't there? It never rattled because you took it out. What a fooler you are, Annie. Yes, she said, and smiled thinly. What a fooler I am. She moved her feet. That muffled wooden thump from the foot of the bed came again. How many times were you out in all? The knife. Oh, Christ, the knife. Twice. No, wait. I went out again yesterday afternoon around 5 o'clock to fill up my water pitcher. That was true. He had filled the pitcher, but he had omitted the real reason for his third trip. The real reason was under his mattress. The Princess and the Pea, Polly and the pig sticker. 3 times, counting the trip for the water. Tell the truth, Paul. Just 3 times, I swear. And never to get away. For Christ's sake, I'm writing a book here in case you didn't notice. Don't use the Savior's name in vain, Paul. You quit using mine that way, and maybe I will. The first time I was in so much pain that it felt like someone had put me into hell from the knees on down. And someone did. You did, Annie. Shut up, Paul! The second time, I just wanted to get something to eat. Make sure I had some extra supplies in here in case you were gone a long time, he went on, ignoring her. Then I got thirsty. That's all there is, no big conspiracy. You didn't try the telephone either time, I suppose, or look at the locks, because you were just such a good little boy. Sure, I tried the phone. Sure, I looked at the locks. Not that I would have gotten very far in the mud bath out there, even if your doors had been wide open. The dope was coming in heavier and heavier waves, and now he just wished she would shut up and go away. She had already doped him enough to tell the truth. He was afraid he would have to pay the consequences in time. But first he wanted to sleep. How many times did you go out? I told you. How many times? Her voice was rising. Tell the truth. I am. 3 times. How many times, goddammit? In spite of the cruiser load of dope she'd shot into him, Paul began to be frightened. At least if she does something to me, it can't hurt too much. And she wants me to finish the book. She said so. He noticed how shiny her skin was, like some sort of polymer plastic stretched tightly over stone. There seemed to be no pores at all in that face. Annie, I swear. Oh, liars can swear. Liars love to swear. Well, go ahead and treat me like a fool if that's what you want. That's fine. Goody for you. Treat a woman who isn't a fool as if she were, and that woman always comes out ahead. Let me tell you, Paul, I've stretched threads and strands of hair from my own head all over this house. And I've found many of them snapped later on. Snapped or entirely gone. Just disappeared. Poof! Not just on my scrapbook, but in this hallway, across my dresser drawers upstairs, in the shed, all over! Annie, how could I possibly get out in the shed with all those locks on the kitchen door? He wanted to ask, but she gave him no time, only plunged on. Now you go right ahead, and keep telling me it was only 3 times, Mr. Smart Guy, and I'll tell you who the fool is. He stared at her, groggy but appalled. He didn't know how to answer her. It was so paranoid, so crazy. My God, he thought, suddenly forgetting the shed. Upstairs. Did she say upstairs? Annie, how in God's name could I get upstairs? Oh, right! She cried, her voice cracking. Oh, sure! I came in here a few days ago, and you'd managed to get into your wheelchair all by yourself. If you could do that, you could get upstairs. You could crawl! Yes, on my broken legs and my shattered knee, he said. Again that black look of crevasse, the batty darkness under the meadow. Annie Wilkes was gone. The Burqa bee goddess was here. You don't want to be smart to me, Paul, she whispered. Well, Annie, one of us has to at least try, and you're not doing a very good job. If you'd just try to see how How many times? 3. The first time to get medication. Yes, Novo capsules. And the second time to get food. That's right. The third time it was to fill up the pitcher. Yes, Annie, I'm so dizzy. You filled it up in the bathroom up the hall. Yes, once for medication, once for food, and once for water. Yes, I told you. He tried to yell, but what came out was a strengthless croak. She reached into her skirt pocket again and brought out the butcher knife. Its keen blade glimmered in the brightening morning light. She suddenly twisted to the left and threw the knife. She threw it with the deadly, half-casual grace of a carnival performer. It stuck, quivering, in the plaster below the picture of the Arc de Triomphe. I investigated under your mattress a little before I gave you your pre-op shot. I expected to find capsules. The knife was a complete surprise. I almost cut myself. But you didn't put it there, did you? He didn't reply. His mind was spinning and diving like an out-of-control amusement park ride. Pre-op shot. Was that what she had said? Pre-op. He was suddenly utterly sure that she meant to pull the knife from the wall and castrate him with it. No, you didn't put it there. You went out once for medication, once for food, and once for water. This knife must have... Why, it must have floated in here and slid under there all by itself. Yes, that's what must have happened. Annie shrieked derisive laughter. Pre-op. Dear God, is that what she said? Damn you, she cried. God damn you! How many times? All right. I got the knife when I went out for the water. I confess. If you think that means I was out any number of times, go on and fill in the blank. If you wanted to be 5 times, it was 5. If you wanted to be 20 or 50 or 100, that's what it was. I'll admit it, however many times you think, Annie, that's how many times I was out. For a moment, in his anger and dopey befuddlement, he had lost sight of the hazy, frightening concept inherent in that phrase, pre-op shot. He wanted to tell her so much. Wanted to tell her even though he knew that a raving paranoid like Annie would reject what was so obvious. It had been damp. Scotch tape did not like the damp. In many cases, her Ludlamesque little traps had undoubtedly just peeled off and floated away on some random draft. And the rats. With a lot of water in the cellar and the mistress of the manor gone, he had heard them in the walls. Of course, they had the run of the house, and they would be attracted by all the oogie stuff Annie had left around. The rats were probably the gremlins who had broken most of Annie's threads, but she would only push such ideas away. In her mind, he was almost ready to run the New York Marathon. Annie, what did you mean when you said you gave me a pre-op shot? But Annie was still fixated on the other matter. I say it was 7, she said softly. At least 7. Was it 7? If you want it to be 7, it was 7. What did you mean when you said, I can see you mean to be stubborn, she said. I guess fellows like you must get so used to lying for a living that you just can't stop doing it in real life. That's all right, Paul, because the principle doesn't change. If you were out 7 times or 70 times 7, the principle doesn't change, and neither does the response. He was floating, floating, floating away. He closed his eyes and heard her speak as if from a long distance away, like a supernatural voice from a cloud. Goddess, he thought. You ever read about the early days at the Kimberley diamond mines, Paul? I wrote the book on that one, he said, for no reason at all, and laughed. Pre-op shot. Sometimes the native workers stole diamonds. They wrapped them in leaves and poked them up their rectums. If they got away from the big hole without being discovered, they would run. Do you know what the British did to them if they got caught before they could get over the Orange Riviera and into Boer country? Killed them, I suppose, he said, eyes still closed. Oh, no. That would have been like junking an expensive car just because of a broken spring. If they caught them, they made sure they could go on working. But they also made sure they would never run again. The operation was called hobbling, Paul, and that is what I'm going to do to you. For my own safety. And yours as well. Believe me, you need to be protected from yourself. Just remember a little pain and it will be over. Try to hold that thought. Terror, sharp as a gust of wind filled with razor blades, blew through the dope, and Paul's eyes flew open. She had risen and now drew the bedclothes down, exposing his twisted legs and bare feet. No, he said. No. Annie, whatever it is you got on your mind, we can talk about it, can't we? Please. She bent over. When she straightened up, she was holding the axe from the shed in one hand and a propane torch in the other. The blade of the axe gleamed. Written on the side of the propane torch was the word Burns-O-Matic. She bent down again, and this time came up with a dark bottle and a box of matches. There was a label on the dark bottle. Written on the label was the word betadine. He never forgot these things, these words, these names. Annie, no! He screamed. Annie, I'll stay right here. I won't even get out of bed. Please. Oh, God, please don't cut me. It'll be all right, she said. And her face now had that slack, unplugged look. That look of perplexed vacuity. And before his mind was completely consumed in a forest fire of panic, he understood that when this was over, she would have only the vaguest memories of what she had done, as she had only the vaguest memories of killing the children and the old people, and the terminal patients, and Andrew Pomeroy. After all, this was the woman who, although she'd gotten her cap in 1966, had told him only minutes ago that she had been a nurse for 10 years. She killed Pomeroy with that same axe. I know she did. He continued to shriek and plead, but his words had become inarticulate babble. He tried to turn over, turn away from her, and his legs cried out. He tried to draw them up, make them less vulnerable, less of a target, and his knees screamed. "Only a minute more, Paul," she said, and uncapped the betadine. She poured a brownish-red muck over his left ankle. "Only a minute more and it's over." She tipped the blade of the axe flat, the tendon standing out in her strong right wrist, and he could see the wink of the amethyst ring she still wore on the pinky finger of that hand. She poured betadine on the blade. He could smell it, a doctor's office smell. That smell meant you were going to get a shot. "Just a little pain, Paul. It won't be bad." She turned the axe over and splashed the other side of the blade. He could see random flowers of rust blooming on this side before the goop covered it. Annie, oh, Annie, please, please, no, please don't, Annie. I swear to you, I'll be good. I swear to God, I'll be good. Please give me a chance to be good. Oh, Annie, please, let me please be good. "Just a little pain, then this nasty business will be behind us for good, Paul." She tossed the open bottle of betadine over her shoulder, her face blank and empty, and yet so inarguably solid. She slid her right hand down the handle of the axe almost to the steel head. She gripped the handle farther up in her left hand and spread her legs like a logger. "Annie, oh, please, please don't hurt me." Her eyes were mild and drifting. "Don't worry," she said. "I'm a trained nurse." The axe came whistling down and buried itself in Paul Sheldon's left leg just above the ankle. Pain exploded up his body in a gigantic bolt. Dark red blood splattered across her face like Indian war paint. It splattered the wall. He heard the blade squeal against bone as she wrenched it free. He looked unbelievingly down at himself. The sheet was turning red. He saw his toes wriggling. Then he saw her raising the dripping axe again. Her hair had fallen free of its pins and hung around her blank face. He tried to pull back in spite of the pain in his leg and knee, and realized that his leg was moving, but his foot wasn't. All he was doing was widening the axe slash, making it open like a mouth. He had time enough to realize his foot was now only held on his leg by the meat of his calf, before the blade came down again, directly into the gash, shearing through the rest of his leg, and burying itself deep in the mattress. Springs boinked and squoinked. Annie pulled the axe free and tossed it aside. She looked absently at the jetting stump for a moment, and then picked up the box of matches. She lit one. Then she picked up the propane torch with the word Burns-O-Matic on the side, and twisted the valve on the side. The torch hissed. Blood poured from the place where he no longer was. Annie held the match delicately under the nozzle of the Burns-O-Matic. There was a floof sound. A long yellow flame appeared. Annie adjusted it to a hard blue line of fire. "Can't suture," she said. "No time. Tourniquet's no good. No central pressure point. Got to rinse. Cauterize." She bent. Paul screamed as fire splashed over the raw and bleeding stump. Smoke drifted up. It smelled sweet. He and his first wife had honeymooned on Maui. There had been a luau. This smell reminded him of the smell of the pig when they brought it out of the pit where it had cooked all day. The pig had been on a stick, sagging, black, falling apart. The pain was screaming. He was screaming. "Almost over," she said, and turned the valve. And now the ground sheet caught fire around the stump that was no longer bleeding. The stump that was as black as the pig's hide had been when they brought it out of the luau pit. Eileen had turned away, but Paul had watched, fascinated, as they pulled off the pig's crackling skin, as easily as you might skim off a sweater after a football game. "Almost over." She turned the torch off. His leg lay in a line of flames with his severed foot wavering beyond it. She bent and now came up with his old friend the yellow floor bucket. She dumped it over the flames. He was screaming, screaming. The pain, the goddess, the pain, oh, Africa. She stood looking at him, at the darkening bloody sheet, with vague consternation. Her face was the face of a woman who hears on a radio that an earthquake has killed 10,000 people in Pakistan or Turkey. "You'll be all right, Paul," she said. But her voice was suddenly frightened. Her eyes began to dart aimlessly around, as they had when it seemed that the fire of his burning book might get out of control. They suddenly fixed on something, almost with relief. "I'll just get rid of the trash." She picked up his foot. Its toes were still spasming. She carried it across the room. By the time she got to the door, they had stopped moving. He could see a scar on the instep and remembered how he had gotten that, how he had stepped on a piece of bottle when he was just a kid. Had that been at Revere Beach? Yes, he thought it had been. He remembered he had cried and his father had told him it was just a little cut. His father had told him to stop acting like someone had cut his goddamn foot off. Annie paused at the door and looked back at Paul, who shrieked and writhed in the charred and blood-soaked bed, his face a deathly fading white. "Now you're hobbled," she said. "And don't you blame me. It's your own fault." She went out. So did Paul. The cloud was back. Paul dived for it, not caring if the cloud meant death instead of unconsciousness this time. He almost hoped it did. Just no pain, please. No memories, no pain, no horror, no Annie Wilkes. He dived for the cloud, dived into the cloud, dimly hearing the sounds of his own shrieks and smelling his own cooked meat. As his thoughts faded, he thought, "Goddess, kill you. Goddess, kill you. Goddess." Then there was nothing but nothing. Three, Paul. It's no good. I've been trying to sleep for the last half hour, and I can't. Writing here is a sort of drug. It's the only thing I look forward to. This afternoon I read what I wrote, and it seemed vivid. I know it seems vivid because my imagination fills in all the bits another person wouldn't understand. I mean, it's vanity. But it seems a sort of magic, and I just can't live in this present. I would go mad if I did. John Fowles, The Collector. Chapter 32. "Oh, blessed Jesus," Ian moaned, and made a convulsive movement forward. Geoffrey grasped his friend's arm. The steady beat of the drum pulsed in his head like something heard in a killing delirium. Bees droned around them, but one paused. They simply flew past and into the clearing as if drawn by a magnet, which Geoffrey, sickly, hey. Paul picked up the typewriter and shook it. After a time, a small piece of steel fell out onto the board across the arms of the wheelchair. He picked it up and looked at it. It was the letter T. The typewriter had just thrown its T. He thought, "I'm going to complain to the management. I'm going to not just ask for a new typewriter, but fucking demand one. She's got the money, I know she does. Maybe it's squirreled away in fruit jars under the barn, or maybe it's stuffed in the walls at her laughing place. But she's got the dough. And T, my God, the second most common letter in the English language." Of course he would ask Annie for nothing, much less demand. Once there had been a man who would at least have asked. A man who had been in a great deal more pain. A man who had had nothing to hold on to, not even this shitty book. That man would have asked. Hurt or not, that man had had the guts to at least try to stand up to Annie Wilkes. He had been that man, and he supposed he ought to be ashamed. But that man had had two big advantages over this one. That man had had 2 feet and 2 thumbs. Paul sat reflectively for a moment, reread the last line, mentally filling in the omissions, and then simply went back to work. Better that way. Better not to ask. Better not to provoke. Outside his window, bees buzzed. It was the first day of summer. Had been. "Let me go!" Ian snarled, and turned on Geoffrey, his right hand curling into a fist. His eyes bulged madly from his livid face, and he seemed totally unaware of who was holding him back from his darling. Geoffrey realized with cold certainty that what they had seen when Hezekiah pulled the protective screen of bushes aside had come very close to driving Ian mad. He still tottered on the brink, and the slightest push would send him over. If that happened, he would take misery with him. "Ian! Let me go, I say!" Ian pulled backward with furious strength, and Hezekiah moaned fearfully. "No, boss. Make them bees crazy. Them sting mistress." Ian seemed not to hear. His eyes wild and blank, he lashed out at Geoffrey, striking his old friend high on the cheekbone. Black stars rocketed through Geoffrey's head. In spite of them, he saw Hezekiah beginning to swing the potentially deadly gosha, a sand-filled bag the Boorkhas favored for close work, in time to hiss, "No! Let me handle this!" Reluctantly, Hezekiah allowed the gosha to subside to the end of its leather string like a slowing pendulum. Then Geoffrey's head was rocked back by a fresh blow. This one mashed his lips back against his teeth, and he felt the warm, salt-sweet taste of blood begin to seep into his mouth. There was a rough purring sound, as Ian's dress shirt, now sun-faded and already torn in a dozen places, began to come apart in Geoffrey's grasp. In another moment he would be free. Geoffrey realized with dazed wonder that it was the same shirt Ian had worn to the Baron and Baroness's dinner party 3 nights ago. Of course it was. There had been no opportunity to change since then, not for Ian, not for any of them. Only 3 nights ago. But the shirt looked as if Ian had been wearing it for at least 3 years, and Geoffrey felt as if at least 300 had passed since the party. Only 3 nights ago, he thought again with stupid wonder, and then Ian was raining blows into his face. "Let me go, damn you!" Ian drove his bloody fist into Geoffrey's face again and again, his friend for whom in his right mind he would have died. "Do you want to demonstrate your love for her by killing her?" Geoffrey asked quietly. "If you want to do that, then by all means, old boy, knock me senseless." Ian's fist hesitated. Something at least approximating sense came back into his terrified, maddened gaze. "I must go to her," he murmured like a man in a dream. "I'm sorry I hit you, Geoffrey. Truly sorry, my dear old man. And I'm sure you know it. But I must... You see her." He looked again as if to confirm the dreadfulness of the sight, and again made as if to rush to where Misery had been tied to a post in a jungle clearing, her arms over her head. Glimmering on her wrists and fastening her to the lowest branch of the eucalyptus, which was the only tree in the clearing, was something the Boorkhas had apparently taken a fancy to before sending Baron Heidsieck into the mouth of the idol, and to his undoubtedly terrible death. The Baron's blued steel handcuffs. This time it was Hezekiah who grabbed Ian, but the bushes rustled again and Geoffrey looked into the clearing, his breath momentarily catching in his throat, as a bit of fabric may catch on a thorn. He felt like a man who must walk up a rocky hill with a load of decayed and dangerously volatile explosives in his arms. One sting, he thought. Just one, and it's all over for her. "No, boss, mustn't," Hezekiah was saying with a kind of terrified patience. "It like the other boss be saying, if you go out there, the bees wake up from the daydream. And if the bees wake, it don't matter for her if she be dying of one sting or dying of 1 to 1,000 stings. If the bees wake up from the daydream, we all die. But she die first, and the most horrible." Little by little, Ian relaxed between the two men, one of them black, the other white. His head turned toward the clearing with dreadful reluctance, as if he did not wish to look, and yet could not forbear to. "Then what are we to do? What are we to do for my poor darling?" "I don't know," came to Geoffrey's lips, and in his own state of terrible distress, he was barely able to bite them back. Not for the first time, it occurred to him that Ian's possession of the woman Geoffrey loved just as dearly, if secretly, allowed Ian to indulge in an odd sort of selfishness, and an almost womanly hysteria that Geoffrey himself must forego. After all, to the rest of the world he was only Misery's friend. Yes, just her friend, he thought, with half-hysterical irony, and then his own eyes were drawn back to the clearing, to his friend. Misery wore not a stitch of clothing, yet Geoffrey thought that even the most prudish church thrice-a-week village biddy could not have faulted her for indecency. The hypothetical old prude might have run screaming from the sight of Misery, but her screams would have been caused by terror and revulsion, rather than outraged propriety. Misery wore not a stitch of clothing, but she was far from naked. She was dressed in bees. From the tips of her toes to the crown of her chestnut hair, she was dressed in bees. She seemed almost to be wearing some strange nun's habit, strange because it moved and undulated across the swells of her breasts and hips, even though there was not even a ghost of a breeze. Likewise, her face seemed encased in a wimple of almost Mohammedan modesty. Only her blue eyes peered out of the mask of bees, which crawled sluggishly over her face, hiding mouth and nose and chin and brows. More bees, giant Africa browns, the most poisonous and bad-tempered bees in all the world, crawled back and forth over the barren steel bracelets before joining the living gloves on Misery's hands. As Geoffrey watched, more and more bees flew into the clearing from all points of the compass, yet it was clear to him, even in his current distraction, that most of them were coming from the west, where the great dark stone face of the goddess loomed. The drums pulsed their steady rhythm, in its way as much a soporific as the sleepy drone of the bees. But Geoffrey knew how deceptive that sleepiness was. He had seen what happened to the Baroness, and only thanked God that Ian had been spared that, and the sound of that sleepy hum suddenly rising to a furious buzzsaw squeal, a sound which it had first muffled and then drowned the woman's agonized dying screams. She had been a vain and foolish creature, dangerous as well. She had almost gotten them killed when she had freed Stringfellow's bushmaster. But silly or not, foolish or not, dangerous or not, no man or woman deserved to die like that. In his mind, Geoffrey echoed Ian's question, "What are we to do? What are we to do for our poor darling?" Hezekiah said, "Nothing can do now, boss. But she in no danger. As long as the drums they beat, the bees will sleep. And Mistress, she is going to sleep too." Now the bees covered her in a thick and moving blanket. Her eyes, open but unseeing, seemed to be receding into a living cave of crawling, stumbling, droning bees. "And if the drums stop?" Geoffrey asked in a low, almost strengthless voice. And just then, the drums did. For a mom, her, of him. Paul looked unbelievingly at the last line, then picked the royal up. He had gone on lifting it like some weird barbell when she was out of the room, God knew why, and shook it again. The keys clittered, and then another chunk of metal fell out on the board which served as his desk. Outside he could hear the roaring sound of Annie's bright blue riding lawnmower. She was around front, giving the grass a good trim so those cockadoodie Roydmans wouldn't have anything to talk about in town. He set the typewriter down, then rocked it up so he could fish out this new surprise. He looked at it in the strong, late-afternoon sunlight slanting in through the window. His expression of disbelief never altered. Printed in raised and slightly ink-stained metal on the head of the key was E.E. Just to add to the fun, the old royal had now thrown the most frequently used letter in the English language. Paul looked at the calendar. The picture was of a flowered meadow, and the month said May, but Paul kept his own dates now on a piece of scrap paper, and according to his homemade calendar, it was June 21st. Roll out those lazy, hazy, crazy days of summer, he thought sourly, and threw the key hammer in the general direction of the wastebasket. Well, what do I do now? He thought. But of course he knew what came next. Longhand. That was what came next. But not now. Although he had been tearing along like a house of fire a few seconds ago, anxious to get Ian, Geoffrey, and the ever-amusing Hezekiah caught in the Bourkis ambush so that the entire party could be transported to the caves behind the face of the idol for the rousing finale, he was suddenly tired. The hole in the paper had closed with an adamant bang. Tomorrow. He would go to Longhand tomorrow. Fuck Longhand. Complain to the management, Paul. But he would do no such thing. Annie had gotten too weird. He listened to the monotonous snarl of the riding lawnmower, saw her shadow, and as so often happened when he thought of how weird Annie was getting, his mind recalled the image of the axe rising, then falling, the image of her horrid, impassive, deadly face splattered with his blood. It was clear. Every word she had spoken, every word he had screamed, the squeal of the axe pulling away from the severed bone, the blood on the wall, all crystal clear. And as he also so often did, he tried to block this memory and found himself a second too late. Because the crucial plot twist of Fast Cars concerned Tony Bonassaro's near-fatal crack-up in his last desperate effort to escape the police, and this led to the epilogue, which consisted of the bruising interrogation conducted by the late Lieutenant Gray's partner in Tony's hospital room. Paul had interviewed a number of crash victims. He had heard the same thing time and time again. It came in different wrappers, but it always boiled down to the same thing. I remember getting into the car, and I remember waking up here. Everything else is a blank. Why couldn't that have happened to him? Because writers remember everything, Paul. Especially the hurts. Strip a writer to the buff, point to the scars, and he'll tell you the story of each small one. From the big ones you get novels, not amnesia. A little talent is a nice thing to have if you want to be a writer, but the only real requirement is that ability to remember the story of every scar. Art consists of the persistence of memory. Who had said that? Thomas Saz? William Faulkner? Cyndi Lauper? But that last name brought its own association, a painful and unhappy one under these circumstances. A memory of Cyndi Lauper hiccuping her way cheerfully through Girls Just Want to Have Fun that was so clear it was almost auditory. Oh, Daddy dear, you're still number one. But girls, they want to have fun on. Oh, when the working day is done, girls just want to have fun. Suddenly he wanted a hit of rock and roll worse than he had ever wanted a cigarette. It didn't have to be Cyndi Lauper. Anyone would do. Jesus Christ, Ted Nugent would be just fine. The axe coming down. The whisper of the axe. Don't think about it. But that was stupid. He kept telling himself not to think about it, knowing all the while that it was there, like a bone in his throat. Was he going to let it stay there? Or was he going to be a man and sick the fucking thing up? Another memory came then. It seemed like this was an all-request oldies day for Paul Sheldon. This one was of Oliver Reed as the mad but silkily persuasive scientist in David Cronenberg's movie The Brood. Reed urging his patients at the Institute of Psychoplasmatics, a name Paul had found deliciously funny. To go through it. Go all the way through it. Well, maybe sometimes that wasn't such bad advice. I went through it once. That was enough. Bullshit was what that was. If going through things once was enough, he would have been a fucking vacuum cleaner salesman like his father. Go through it, then. Go all the way through it, Paul. Start with misery. No. Yes. Fuck you. Paul leaned back, put his hand over his eyes, and like it or not, he began to go through it. All the way through it. He hadn't died, hadn't slept, but for a while after Annie hobbled him, the pain went away. He had only drifted, feeling untethered from his body, a balloon of pure thought rising away from its string. Oh shit, why was he bothering? She had done it, and all the time between then and now had been pain and boredom and occasional bouts of work on his stupidly melodramatic book to escape the former two. The whole thing was meaningless. Oh, but it's not. There is a theme here, Paul. It's the thread that runs through everything. The thread that runs so true. Can't you see it? Misery, of course. That was the thread that ran through everything. But true thread or false, it was so goddamn silly. As a common noun, it meant pain, usually lengthy and often pointless. As a proper one, it meant a character and a plot, the latter most assuredly lengthy and pointless, but one which would nonetheless end very soon. Misery ran through the last 4, maybe it was 5, months of his life, all right. Plenty of misery. Misery day in and misery day out. But surely that was too simple. Surely, oh no, Paul. Nothing is simple about misery. Except that you owe her your life, such as that may be. Because you turned out to be Scheherazade after all, didn't you? Again he tried to turn aside from these thoughts, but found himself unable. The persistence of memory and all that. Hacks just want to have fun. Then an unexpected idea came, a new one which opened a whole new avenue of thought. What you keep overlooking, because it's so obvious, is that you are, also Scheherazade to yourself. He blinked, lowering his hand and staring stupidly out into the summer he had never expected he would see. Annie's shadow passed and then disappeared again. Was that true? Scheherazade to myself? He thought again. If so, then he was faced with an idiocy that was utterly colossal. He owed his survival to the fact that he wanted to finish the piece of shit Annie had coerced him into writing. He should have died, but couldn't. Not until he knew how it all came out. Oh, you're fucking crazy. You sure? No. He was no longer sure. Not about anything. With one exception. His whole life had hinged and continued to hinge on misery. He let his mind drift. The cloud, he thought. Begin with a cloud. This time the cloud had been darker, denser, somehow smoother. There was a sensation not of floating but of sliding. Sometimes thoughts came, and sometimes there was pain, and sometimes dimly he heard Annie's voice, sounding the way it had when the burning manuscript in the barbecue had threatened to get out of control. Drink this, Paul. You've got to. Sliding. No. That was not quite the right verb. The right verb was sinking. He remembered a telephone call which had come at 3 a.m. This was when he was in college. Sleepy 4th-floor dorm proctor hammering on his door, telling him to come on and answer the fucking phone. His mother. Come home as quick as you can, Polly. Your father has had a bad stroke. He's sinking. And he had come as fast as he could, pushing his old Ford wagon to 70 in spite of the front-end shimmy that developed at speeds over 50. But in the end it had all been for nothing. When he got there, his father was no longer sinking, but sunk. How close had he himself come to sinking on the night of the axe? He didn't know, but the fact that he had felt almost no pain during the week following the amputation was a pretty clear indication of just how close, perhaps. That and the panic in her voice. He had lain in a semi-coma, barely breathing because of the respiratory depressant side effects of the medication, the glucose drip back in his arms again. And what brought him out of it was the beat of drums and the drone of bees. Burqa drums, Burqa bees, Burqa dreams. Color bleeding slowly and relentlessly into a land and a tribe that were never beyond the margins of the paper on which he wrote. A dream of the goddess, the face of the goddess looming black over the jungle green, brooding and eroded. Dark goddess, dark continent, a stone head full of bees. Overlying even all this was a picture, which grew clearer and clearer, as if a giant slide had been projected against the cloud in which he lay, as time passed. It was a picture of a clearing in which one old eucalyptus tree stood. Hanging from the lowest branch of this tree was an old-fashioned pair of blued steel handcuffs. Bees were crawling over them. The cuffs were empty. They were empty because Misery had escaped. She had, hadn't she? Wasn't that how the story was supposed to go? It had been, but now he wasn't so sure. Was that what those empty handcuffs meant? Or had she been taken away, taken into the idol, taken to the queen bee, the big babe of the Burqas? You were also Scheherazade to yourself. Who are you telling the story for, Paul? Who are you telling it to? To Annie? Of course not. He did not look through that hole in the paper to see Annie, or please Annie. He looked through it to get away from Annie. The pain had started, and the itch. The cloud began to lighten again and rift apart. He began to glimpse the room, which was bad, and Annie, which was even worse. Still, he had decided to live. Some part of him that was as addicted to the chapter plays as Annie had been as a child had decided he could not die until he saw how it all came out. Had she escaped, with the help of Ian and Geoffrey? Or had she been taken into the head of the goddess? It was ridiculous, but these stupid questions actually seemed to need answering. She didn't want to let him go back to work. Not at first. He could see in her skittery eyes how frightened she had been and still was, how close he had come. She was taking extravagant care of him, changing the bandages on his weeping stump every 8 hours. And at first she had informed him with the air of one who knows she will never get a medal for what she has done, although she deserves one. She had done it every 4 hours, giving him sponge baths and alcohol rubs, as if to deny what she had done. Work, she said, would hurt him. It would put you back, Paul. I wouldn't say it if it weren't so, believe me. At least you know what's ahead. I'm dying to find out what happens next. It turned out she had read everything he had written, all his pre-surgery work, you might say, while he lingered near death. Better than 300 manuscript pages. He hadn't filled in the ends in the last 40 or so. Annie had done that. She showed him these with an uneasily defiant sort of pride. Her ends were textbook neat, a striking comparison with his own, which had degenerated into a humpbacked scrawl. Although Annie had never said so, he believed she had filled in the ends either as another evidence of her solicitude. How can you say I was cruel to you, Paul, when you see all the ends I have filled in? Or as an act of atonement, or possibly even a quasi-superstitious rite. Enough bandage changes, enough sponge baths, enough ends filled in, and Paul would live. Burqa bee woman work powerful moja magic bwana. Fill in all these who-daddy ends and all will be well again. That was how she had begun. But then the gotta set in. Paul knew all the symptoms. When she said she was dying to find out what happened next, she wasn't kidding. Because you went on living to find out what happened next. Isn't that what you're really saying? Crazy as it was, shameful even in its absurdity, he thought it was. The gotta. It was something he had been irritated to find he could generate in the misery books almost at will, but in his mainstream fiction erratically or not at all. You didn't know exactly where to find the gotta, but you always knew when you did. It made the needle of some internal Geiger counter swing all the way over to the end of the dial. Even sitting in front of the typewriter slightly hungover, drinking cups of black coffee and crunching a rollade or two every couple of hours, knowing he should give up the fucking cigarettes, at least in the morning, but unable to bring himself to the sticking point. Months from finishing and light years from publication, you knew the gotta when you got it. Having it always made him feel slightly ashamed, manipulative, but it also made him feel vindicated in his labor. Christ, days went by, and the hole in the paper was small, the light was dim, the overheard conversations witless. You pushed on because that was all you could do. Confucius say, if man want to grow 1 row of corn, must first shovel 1 ton of shit. And then one day the hole widened to vista vision width, and the light shone through like a sun ray in a Cecil B. DeMille epic, and you knew you had the gotta, alive and kicking. The gotta, as in, I think I'll stay up another 15-20 minutes, honey. I gotta see how this chapter comes out. Even though the guy who says it spent the day at work thinking about getting laid, and knows the odds are good his wife is going to be asleep when he finally gets up to the bedroom. The gotta, as in, I know I should be starting supper now. He'll be mad if it's TV dinners again, but I gotta see how this ends. I gotta know, will she live? I gotta know, will he catch the shitheel who killed his father? I gotta know if she finds out her best friend's screwing her husband. The gotta. Nasty as a hand job in a sleazy bar. Fine as a fuck from the world's most talented call girl. Oh boy, it was bad. And oh boy, it was good. And oh boy, in the end, it didn't matter how rude it was or how crude it was. Because in the end, it was just like the Jackson said on that record. Don't stop till you get enough. You were also Scheherazade to yourself. That was not an idea he was able to articulate or even understand. Not then. He had been in too much pain. But he had known just the same, hadn't he? Not you. The guys in the sweatshop. They knew. Yes, that had the ring of the right. The sound of the riding mower swelled louder. Annie came into view for a moment. She looked at him, saw him looking back, and raised a hand to him. He raised one of his own, the one with the thumb still on it, in return. She passed from sight again. Good deal. He was finally able to convince her that returning to work would put him forward, not back. He was haunted by the specificity of those images which had lured him out of the cloud, and haunted was exactly the right word. Until they were written down, they were shades which would remain unlaid. And while she hadn't believed him, not then, she had allowed him to go back to work just the same. Not because he had convinced her, but because of the gotta. At first he had been able to work only in painfully short bursts, 15 minutes, maybe half an hour if the story really demanded it of him. Even short bursts were agony. A shift in position caused the stump to come brightly alive, the way a smoldering brand will burst into flame when fanned by a breeze. It hurt furiously while he wrote, but that was not the worst. The worst was the hour or two afterward, when the healing stump would madden him with a drony itch, like swarming, sleepy bees. He had been right, not her. He never became really well, probably could not do so in such a situation. But his health did improve and some of his strength came back. He was aware that the horizons of his interest had shrunk, but he accepted this as the price of survival. It was a genuine wonder he had survived it all. Sitting here in front of this typewriter, with its increasingly bad teeth, looking back over a period which had consisted of work rather than events, Paul nodded. Yes, he supposed he had been his own Scheherazade, just as he was his own dream woman when he grabbed hold of himself and jacked off to the feverish beat of his fantasies. He didn't need a psychiatrist to point out that writing had its own autoerotic side. You beat a typewriter instead of your meat. But both acts depended largely on quick wits, fast hands, and a heartfelt commitment to the art of the far-fetched. But hadn't there also been some sort of fuck, even of the driest variety? Because once he started again, well, she wouldn't interrupt him while he was working, but she would take each day's output as soon as he was done, ostensibly to fill in the missing letters. But actually, he knew this by now, just as sexually acute men know which dates will put out at the end of the evening and which ones will not. To get her fix. To get her gotta. The chapter plays, yes. Back to that. Only for the last few months she's been going every day instead of just on Saturday afternoons. And the Paul who takes her is her pet writer instead of her older brother. His stints at the typewriter grew gradually longer as the pain slowly receded, and some of his endurance returned. But ultimately he wasn't able to write fast enough to satisfy her demands. The gotta which had kept them both alive, and it had, for without it she surely would have murdered both him and herself long since, was also what had caused the loss of his thumb. It was horrible, but also sort of funny. Have a little irony, Paul. It's good for your blood. And think how much worse it could have been. It could have been his penis, for instance. And I only have one of those, he said, and began to laugh wildly in the empty room, in front of the hateful royal with its gap-toothed grin. He laughed until his gut and stump both ached, laughed until his mind ached. At some point the laughter turned to horrible dry sobs that awoke pain even in what remained of his left thumb, and when that happened he was finally able to stop. He wondered in a dull sort of way how close he was to going insane. Not that it really mattered, he supposed. One day, not long before the thumbectomy, perhaps even less than a week, Annie had come in with 2 giant dishes of vanilla ice cream, a can of Hershey's chocolate syrup, a pressure can of Reddi-wip, and a jar in which maraschino cherries, red as heart's blood, floated like biology specimens. "I thought I'd make us Sundays, Paul," Annie said. Her tone was spuriously jolly. Paul didn't like it. Not her tone of voice, nor the uneasy look in her eyes. "I'm being a naughty girl," that look said. It made him wary, put his wind up. It was too easy for him to imagine her looking exactly the same way when she put a heap of clothes on one set of stairs, a dead cat on the other. "Why, thank you, Annie," he said, and watched as she poured the syrup and puffed 2 cumulus clouds of whipped cream out of the pressure can. She performed these chores with the practiced heavy hand of the long-time sugar junkie. "No need for thanks. You deserve it. You've been working so hard." She gave him his sundae. The sweetness became cloying after the 3rd bite, but he kept on. It was wiser. One of the key rules to survival here on the scenic western slope was, to wit, when Annie's treatin', you best be eatin'. There was silence for a while, and then Annie put her spoon down, wiped a mixture of chocolate syrup and melting ice cream off her chin with the back of her hand, and said pleasantly, "Tell me the rest." Paul put his own spoon down. "I beg your pardon?" "Tell me the rest of the story. I can't wait. I just can't." And hadn't he known this was coming? Yes. If someone had delivered all 20 reels of the new Rocket Man chapter play to Annie's house, would she have waited, parceling out only one a week, or even one a day? He looked at the half-demolished avalanche of her sundae, one cherry almost buried in whipped cream, another floating in chocolate syrup. He remembered the way the living room had looked, with sugar-glazed dishes everywhere. No, Annie was not the waiting type. Annie would have watched all 20 episodes in one night, even if they gave her eye strain and a splitting headache. Because Annie loved sweet things. "I can't do that," he said. Her face had darkened all at once, but hadn't there been a shadowy relief there as well? "Oh? Why not?" "Because you wouldn't respect me in the morning," he thought of saying, and clamped down on that, clamped down hard. "Because I'm a rotten storyteller," he answered instead. She slurped up the remainder of her sundae in 5 huge spoonfuls that would have left Paul's throat gray with frostbite. Then she set her dish down and looked at him angrily, not as if he were the great Paul Sheldon, but as if he were someone who had presumed to criticize the great Paul Sheldon. "If you're such a rotten storyteller, how come you have bestsellers, and millions of people love the books you write?" "I didn't say I was a rotten story writer. I actually happen to think I'm pretty good at that. But as a storyteller, I'm the pits." "You're just making up a big cock-a-doodle excuse." Her face was darkening. Her hands were clenched into shiny fists on the heavy material of her skirt. Hurricane Annie was back in the room. Everything that went around came around, except things no longer had been quite the same, had they? He was as scared of her as ever, but her hold over him had none the less diminished. His life no longer seemed like such a big deal, gotta or no gotta. He was only afraid she would hurt him. "It's not an excuse," he had replied. "The two things are like apples and oranges, Annie. People who tell stories usually can't write stories. If you really think people who can write stories can talk worth a damn, you never watched some poor slob of a novelist fumbling his way through an interview on the Today Show." "Well, I don't want to wait," she sulked. "I made you that nice sundae, and the least you could do is tell me a few things. Doesn't have to be exactly the whole story, I guess. But did the Baron kill Calthorpe?" Her eyes sparkled. "That's one thing I really want to know. And what did he do with the body if he did? Is it all cut up in that trunk his wife won't let out of her sight? That's what I think." Paul shook his head, not to indicate she had it wrong, but to indicate he would not tell. She became even blacker. Yet her voice was soft. "You're making me very angry. You know that, don't you, Paul?" "Of course I know it, but I can't help it." "I could make you help it. I could make you tell." But she looked frustrated, as if knowing that she could not. She could only make him say some things, but she could not make him tell. "Annie, do you remember telling me what a little kid says to his mother when she catches him playing with a cleaning fluid under the sink and makes him stop? 'Mommy, you're mean.' Isn't that what you're saying now? 'Paul, you're mean.' If you make me much madder, I don't promise to be responsible," she said. But he sensed the crisis was already past. She was strangely vulnerable to these concepts of discipline and behavior. "Well, I'll have to chance that," he said, "because I'm just like that mother. I'm not saying no to be mean or to spite you. I'm saying no because I really want you to like the story. And if I give you what you want, you won't like it, and you won't want it anymore. And then what will happen to me, Annie?" he thought, but he did not say. "At least tell me if that nigger Hezekiah really does know where Misery's father is. At least tell me that." "Do you want the novel, or do you want me to fill out a questionnaire?" "Don't you take that sarcastic tone to me." "And don't you pretend you don't understand what I'm saying," he shouted back. She recoiled from him in surprise and unease, the last of that blackness going out of her face, and all that was left was that weird little girl look, that I've been naughty look. "You want to cut open the golden goose. That's what it comes down to. But when the farmer in the story finally did that, all he had was a dead goose and a bunch of worthless guts." "All right," she said. "All right, Paul. Are you going to finish your sundae?" "I can't eat any more," he said. "I see. I've upset you. I'm sorry. I expect that you're right. I was wrong to ask." She was perfectly calm again. He had half expected another period of deep depression or rage to follow, but none had. They had simply gone back to the old routine. Paul writing, Annie reading each day's output, and enough time had passed between the argument and the thumbectomy that Paul had missed the connection. Until now. I bitched about the typewriter, he thought, looking at it now and listening to the drone of the mower. It sounded fainter now, and he was marginally aware that wasn't because Annie was moving away, but because he was. He was drowsing off. He did that a lot now, simply drowsed off like some old fart in a nursing home. Not a lot. I only bitched about it that once, but once was enough, wasn't it? More than enough. That was, what? A week after she brought those oogie sundaes. Just about that. Just 1 week and one bitch. About how the clunk of that dead key was driving me crazy. I didn't even suggest she get another used typewriter from Nancy Hormonger, or whoever that woman was, one with all its keys intact. I just said those clunks are driving me crazy. And then in almost no time at all, presto changeo, when it comes to Paul's left thumb, now you see it, now you don't. Except she didn't really do it because I bitched about the typewriter, did she? She did it because I told her no, and she had to accept that. It was an act of rage. The rage was the result of realization. What realization? Why, that she didn't hold all the cards after all. That I had a certain passive hold over her. The power of the gotta. I turned out to be a pretty passable Scheherazade after all. It was crazy. It was funny. It was also real. Millions might scoff, but only because they failed to realize how pervasive the influence of art, even of such a degenerate sort as popular fiction, could become. Housewives arranged their schedules around afternoon soaps. If they went back into the workplace, they made buying a VCR a top priority, so they could watch those same soap operas at night. When Arthur Conan Doyle killed Sherlock Holmes at Reichenbach Falls, all of Victorian England rose as one and demanded him back. The tone of their protests had been Annie's exactly. Not bereavement, but outrage. Doyle was berated by his own mother when he wrote and told her of his intention to do away with Holmes. Her indignant reply had come by return mail. "Kill that nice Mr. Holmes? Foolishness. Don't you dare." Or there was the case of his friend Gary Rudman, who worked for the Boulder Public Library. When Paul had dropped over to see him one day, he had found Gary's shades drawn and a black crepe fluff on the door. Concerned, Paul had knocked hard until Gary answered. "Go away," Gary had told him. "I'm feeling depressed today. Someone died. Someone important to me." When Paul asked who, Gary had responded tiredly, "Vandervalk." Paul had heard him walk away from the door, and although he knocked again, Gary had not come back. Vandervalk, it turned out, was a fictional detective created and then uncreated by a writer named Nicholas Freeling. Paul had been convinced Gary's reaction had been more than false. He thought it had been pretentiously arty. In short, a pose. He continued to feel this way until 1983, when he read The World According to Garp. He made the mistake of reading the scene where Garp's younger son dies, impaled on a gear shift lever, shortly before bed. It was hours before he slept. The scene would not leave his mind. The thought that grieving for a fictional character was absurd did more than cross his mind during his tossings and turnings. For grieving was exactly what he was doing, of course. The realization had not helped, however, and this had caused him to wonder if perhaps Gary Rudman hadn't been a lot more serious about Vandervalk than Paul had given him credit for at the time. And this had caused another memory to resurface. Finishing William Golding's Lord of the Flies at the age of 12 on a hot summer day, going to the refrigerator for a cold glass of lemonade, and then suddenly changing direction and speeding up from an amble to an all-out bolt which had ended in the bathroom. There he had leaned over the toilet and vomited. Paul suddenly remembered other examples of this odd mania. The way people had mobbed the Baltimore docks each month, when the packet bearing the new installment of Mr. Dickens' Little Dorrit or Oliver Twist was due. Some had drowned, but this did not discourage the others. The old woman of 105 who had declared she would live until Mr. Galsworthy finished the Forsyte saga, and who had died less than an hour after having the final page of the final volume read to her. The young mountain climber, hospitalized with a supposedly fatal case of hypothermia, whose friends had read The Lord of the Rings to him non-stop, around the clock, until he came out of his coma. Hundreds of other such incidents. Every best-selling writer of fiction would, he supposed, have his own personal example or examples of radical reader involvement. With the make-believe worlds the writer creates, examples of the Scheherazade complex, Paul thought now, half dreaming as the sound of Annie's mower ebbed and flowed at some great echoing distance. He remembered getting 2 letters suggesting misery theme parks, on the order of Disney World or Great Adventure. One of these letters had included a crude blueprint. But the blue ribbon winner, at least until Annie Wilkes had entered his life, had been Mrs. Roman D. Sandpiper III of Ink Beach, Florida. Mrs. Roman D. Sandpiper, whose given name was Virginia, had turned an upstairs room of her home into Misery's parlor. She included Polaroids of Misery's spinning wheel, Misery's escritoire, complete with half-completed bread-and-butter note to Mr. Favory, saying she would be in attendance at the school hall recitation on 20th November instant. Done in what Paul thought was an eerily apt hand for his heroine, not a round and flowing lady's script, but a half-feminine copperplate. Misery's couch, Misery's sampler, let love instruct you, do not presume to instruct love, etc., etc. The furnishings, Mrs. Roman D., Virginia Sandpiper's letter said, were all genuine, not reproductions, and while Paul could not tell for sure, he guessed that it was the truth. If so, this expensive bit of make-believe must have cost Mrs. Roman D. Virginia Sandpiper thousands of dollars. Mrs. Roman D. Virginia Sandpiper hastened to assure him that she was not using his character to make money, nor did she have any plans in that direction, heaven forbid. But she did want him to see the pictures, and to tell her what she had wrong, which she was sure must be a great deal. Mrs. Roman D. Virginia Sandpiper also hoped for his opinion. Looking at these pictures had given him a feeling which was strange yet eerily intangible. It had been like looking at photographs of his own imagination, and he knew from that moment on, whenever he tried to imagine Misery's little combination parlor and study, Mrs. Roman D. Virginia Sandpiper's Polaroids would leap immediately into his mind, obscuring imagination with their cheery but one-dimensional concreteness. Tell her what was wrong? That was madness. From now on he would be the one to wonder about that. He had written back, a brief note of congratulations and admiration, a note which hinted not at all at certain questions concerning Mrs. Roman D. Virginia Sandpiper which had crossed his mind. How tightly wrapped was she, for instance? And had received another letter in return, with a fresh slew of Polaroids. Mrs. Roman D. Virginia Sandpiper's first communication had consisted of a 2-page handwritten letter and 7 Polaroids. This second consisted of a 10-page handwritten letter and 40 Polaroids. The letter was an exhaustive and ultimately exhausting manual of where Mrs. Roman D. Virginia Sandpiper had found each piece, how much she had paid, and the restoration processes involved. Mrs. Roman D. Virginia Sandpiper told him that she had found a man named McKibben who owned an old squirrel rifle, and had gotten him to put the bullet hole in the wall by the chair. While she could not swear to the historical accuracy of the gun, Mrs. Roman D. Virginia Sandpiper admitted she knew the caliber was right. The pictures were mostly close detail shots. But for the handwritten captions on the back, they could have been photos in one of those "What is this picture?" features in puzzle magazines, where maxi photography makes the straight arm of a paperclip look like a pylon, and the pop-top of a beer can like a Picasso sculpture. Paul had not answered this letter, but that had not deterred Mrs. Roman D. Virginia Sandpiper, who had sent 5 more, The last letter had been simply, stiffly signed Mrs. Roman D. Sandpiper. The invitation, however parenthetically made, to call her Virginia, had been withdrawn. This woman's feelings, obsessed though they might have been, had never evolved into Annie's paranoid fixation, but Paul understood now that the wellspring had been the same, the Scheherazade complex, the deep and elemental drawing power of the Gata. His floating deepened. He slept. He dozed off these days as old men doze off, abruptly and sometimes at inappropriate times, and he slept as old men sleep, which is to say only separated from the waking world by the thinnest of skins. He didn't stop hearing the riding mower, but its sound became deeper, rougher, choppier, the sound of the electric knife. He had picked the wrong day to start complaining about the Royal and its missing N, and of course there never was a right day to say no to Annie Wilkes. Punishment might be deferred, but never escaped. Well, if it bothers you so much, I'll just have to give you something to take your mind off that old N. He heard her rummaging around in the kitchen, throwing things, cursing in her strange Annie Wilkes language. 10 minutes later she came in with a syringe, the betadine, and the electric knife. Paul began to scream at once. He was in a way like Pavlov's dogs. When Pavlov rang a bell, the dogs salivated. When Annie came into the guest bedroom with a hypo, a bottle of betadine, and a sharp cutting object, Paul began to scream. She had plugged the knife into the outlet by his wheelchair, and there had been more pleading and more screaming, and more promises that he would be good. When he tried to thrash away from the hypo, she told him to sit still and be good, or what was going to happen would happen without the benefit of even light anesthesia. When he continued to pull away from the needle, mewling and pleading, Annie suggested that if that was really the way he felt, maybe she just ought to use the knife on his throat and be done with it. Then he had been still, and let her give him the injection. And this time the betadine had gone over his left thumb as well as the blade of the knife. When she turned it on and the blade began to saw rapidly back and forth in the air, the betadine flew in a spray of maroon droplets she seemed not to notice. And in the end, of course, there had been much redder droplets spraying into the air as well. Because when Annie decided on a course of action, she carried it through. Annie was not swayed by pleas. Annie was not swayed by screams. Annie had the courage of her convictions. As the humming, vibrating blade sank into the soft web of flesh between the soon-to-be-defunct thumb and his first finger, she assured him again in her "this hurts mother more than it hurts Polly" voice that she loved him. Then, that night, "You're not dreaming, Paul. You're thinking about things you don't dare think about when you're awake. So wake up. For God's sake, wake up." He couldn't wake up. She had cut his thumb off in the morning, and that night she had swept gaily into the room where he sat in a stupid daze of drugs and pain, with his wrapped left hand held against his chest, and she had a cake, and she was bellowing "Happy birthday to you" in her on-key but tuneless voice, although it was not his birthday, and there were candles all over the cake, and sitting in the exact center, pushed into the frosting like an extra big candle, had been his thumb, his gray, dead thumb, the nail slightly ragged because he sometimes chewed it when he was stuck for a word. And she told him, "If you promise to be good, Paul, you can have a piece of birthday cake. You won't have to eat any of the special candle." So he promised to be good, because he didn't want to be forced to eat any of the special candle, but also mostly because surely, because Annie was great, Annie was good, let us thank her for our food, including that we don't have to eat. Girls just want to have fun, but something wicked this way comes. Please don't make me eat my thumb. Annie the mom, Annie the goddess. When Annie's around, you better stay honest. She knows when you've been sleeping. She knows when you're awake. She knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. You better not cry, you better not pout. But most of all, you better not scream. Don't scream. Don't scream. Don't scream. Don't. He hadn't. And now as he awoke, he did so with a jerk that hurt him all over. hardly aware that his lips were pressed tightly together to keep the scream inside, although the thumbectomy had happened over a month ago. He was so preoccupied with not screaming that for a moment he didn't even see what was coming into the driveway, and when he did see it, he believed at first that it must be a mirage. It was a Colorado State Police car. Following the amputation of his thumb, there had been a dim period when Paul's greatest single accomplishment, other than working on the novel, had been to keep track of the days. He had become pathological about it, sometimes spending as long as 5 minutes lost in a daze, counting back, making sure he hadn't somehow forgotten one. "I'm getting as bad as she is," he thought once. His mind had returned wearily. So what? He had done pretty well with a book following the loss of his foot, during what Annie so mincingly called his convalescent period. No, pretty well was false modesty if ever there was such a thing. He had done amazingly well for a man who had once found it impossible to write if he was out of cigarettes, or if he had a backache or a headache a degree or two above a low drone. It would be nice to believe he had performed heroically, but he supposed it was only that escape thing again, because the pain had been really dreadful. When the healing process finally did begin, he thought the phantom itch of the foot which was no longer there was even worse than the pain. It was the arch of the missing foot which bothered him the most. He awoke time after time in the middle of the night, using the big toe of his right foot to scratch thin air, 4 inches below the place where, on that side, his body now ended. But he had gone on working just the same. It wasn't until after the thumbectomy, and that bizarre birthday cake like a leftover prop from whatever happened to baby Jane, that the balls of crumpled-up paper had begun to proliferate in the wastebasket again. Lose a foot, almost die, go on working. Lose a thumb and run into some kind of weird trouble. Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? Well, there was the fever. He had spent a week in bed with that. But it was pretty minor league stuff. The highest his temperature had ever gone was 100.7, and that wasn't exactly the stuff of which high melodrama was made. The fever had probably been caused more by his general run-down condition than any specific infection, and an oogie old fever was no problem for Annie. Among her other souvenirs, Annie had Keflex and ampicillin up the old kazoo. She dosed him and he got better, as better as it was possible to get under such bizarre circumstances, at any rate. But something was wrong. He seemed to have lost some vital ingredient, and the mix had become a lot less potent as a result. He tried to blame it on the missing N, but he'd had that to contend with before. And really, what was a missing N compared to a missing foot? And now, as an extra added attraction, a missing thumb. Whatever the reason, something had disturbed the dream. Something was whittling away the circumference of that hole in the paper through which he saw. Once he would have sworn it was so. That hole had been as big as the bore of the Lincoln Tunnel. Now it was no more than the size of a knothole, through which a sidewalk superintendent might stoop to snoop on an interesting piece of building construction. You had to peer and crane to see anything at all, and more often than not the really important things happened outside your field of vision, not surprising considering the field of vision was so small. In practical terms, what had happened following the thumbectomy and ensuing bouts of fever was obvious. The language of the book had grown florid and overblown again. It was not self-parody yet, not quite, but it was floating steadily in that direction, and he seemed helpless to stop it. Continuity lapses had begun to proliferate, with the stealth of rats breeding in cellar corners. For a space of 30 pages, the Baron had become the Viscount from Misery's Quest. He'd had to go back and tear that all out. "It doesn't matter, Paul," he told himself again and again, in those last few days before the Royal coughed up its first T and then its E. The damn thing is almost done. So it was. Working on it was torture, and finishing it was going to mean the end of his life. That the latter had begun to look slightly more attractive than the former said all that probably needed to be said about the worsening state of his body, mind, and spirit. And the book moved on in spite of everything, seemingly independent of them. The continuity drops were annoying but minor. He was having more problems with the actual make-believe than he ever had before. The game of can-you had become a labored exercise rather than simple, good fun. Yet the book had continued to roll, in spite of all the terrible things Annie had subjected him to, and he could bitch about how something, his guts maybe, had run out of him along with a half-pint or so of blood he'd lost when she took his thumb. But it was still a goddamn good yarn, the best misery novel by far. The plot was melodramatic but well constructed, in its own modest way quite amusing. If it were ever published in something other than the severely limited, first printing one copy, Annie Wilkes edition, he guessed it might sell like a mad bastard. Yeah, he supposed he would get through it, if the goddamn typewriter held together. You were supposed to be so tough, he had thought once, after one of his compulsive lifting exercises. His thin arms were trembling, the stump of his thumb aching feverishly, his forehead covered with a thin oil of sweat. You were the tough young gunsel looking to make a rep off the tired old turd of a sheriff, right? Only you've already thrown one key, and I see the way some of the others, the T, the E, and the G, for instance, are starting to look funny. Sometimes leaning one way, sometimes leaning the other, sometimes riding a little high on the line, sometimes dipping a little low. I think maybe the tired old turd is going to win this one, my friend. I think maybe the tired old turd is going to beat you to death. And it could be that the bitch knew it. Could be that's why she took my left thumb. Like the old saying goes, she may be crazy, but she sure ain't dumb. He had looked at the typewriter with tired intensity. Go on. Go on and break. I'll finish anyway. If she wants to get me a replacement, I'll thank her kindly. But if she doesn't, I'll finish on my goddamn legal pads. The one thing I won't do is scream. I won't scream. I won't. I won't scream. He sat at the window, totally awake now, totally aware that the police car he was seeing in Annie's driveway was as real as his left foot had once been. Scream! God damn it, scream! He wanted to, but the dictum was too strong, just too strong. He didn't even open his mouth. He tried and saw the brownish droplets of betadine flying from the blade of the electric knife. He tried and heard the squeal of the axe against bone, the soft flump as the match in her hand lit the Bernzomatic. He tried to open his mouth and couldn't. Tried to raise his hands, couldn't. A horrible moaning sound passed between his closed lips, and his hands made light, haphazard drumming sounds on either side of the royal, but that was all he could do, all the control of his destiny he could seem to take. Nothing which had gone before, except perhaps for the moment when he realized that although his left leg was moving, his left foot was staying put, was as terrible as the hell of this immobility. In real time it did not last long, perhaps 5 seconds, and surely no longer than 10. But inside Paul Sheldon's head it seemed to go on for years. There within plain sight was salvation. All he had to do was break the window, and the dog lock the bitch had put on his tongue, and scream, "Help me! Help me! Save me from Annie! Save me from the goddess!" At the same time another voice was screaming, "I'll be good, Annie. I won't scream. I'll be good for goddess' sake. I promise not to scream. Just don't chop off any more of me." Had he known, before this, had he really known how badly she had cowed him, or how much of his essential self, the liver and lights of his spirit, she had scraped away? He knew how constantly he had been terrorized, but did he know how much of his own subjective reality, once so strong he had taken it for granted, had been erased. He knew one thing with some certainty. A lot more was wrong with him than paralysis of the tongue, just as a lot more was wrong with what he had been writing than the missing key, or the fever, or continuity lapses, or even a loss of guts. The truth of everything was so simple in its horridness, so dreadfully simple. He was dying by inches, but dying that way wasn't as bad as he'd already feared. But he was also fading, and that was an awful thing because it was moronic. "Don't scream!" The panicky voice screamed just the same as the cop opened the door of the cruiser and stepped out, adjusting his smoky bear hat as he did so. He was young, no more than 22 or 3, wearing sunglasses as black and liquid-looking as dollops of crude oil. He paused to adjust the creases of his khaki uniform pants, and 30 yards away, a man with blue eyes bulging from his white and whiskery old man's face sat staring at him from behind a window, moaning through closed lips, hands rattling uselessly on a board laid across the arms of a wheelchair. Don't scream. Yes, scream. Scream and it will be over. Scream and it can end. Never, never going to end. Not until I'm dead. That kid's no match for the goddess. Paul, oh Christ, are you dead already? Scream, you chicken shit motherfucker. Scream your fucking head off. His lips pulled apart with a minute tearing sound. He hitched air into his lungs and closed his eyes. He had no idea what was going to come out or if anything really was, until it came. "Africa!" Paul screamed. Now his trembling hands flew up like startled birds and clapped against the sides of his head, as if to hold in his exploding brains. "Africa! Africa, help me! Help me, Africa!" His eyes snapped open. The cop was looking toward the house. Paul could not see the smoky's eyes because of the sunglasses, but the tilt of his head expressed moderate puzzlement. He took a step closer, then stopped. Paul looked down at the board. To the left of the typewriter was a heavy ceramic ashtray. Once upon a time it would have been filled with crushed butts. Now it held nothing more hazardous to his health than paper clips and a typewriter eraser. He seized it and threw it at the window. Glass shattered outward. To Paul it was the most liberating sound he had ever heard. The walls came tumbling down, he thought giddily, and screamed. "Over here! Help me! Watch out for the woman! She's crazy!" The state cop stared at him. His mouth dropped open. He reached into his breast pocket and brought out something that could only be a picture. He consulted it, and then advanced to the edge of the driveway. There he spoke the only 4 words Paul ever heard him say, the last 4 words anyone ever heard him say. Following them, he would make a number of inarticulate sounds, but no real words. "Oh, shit!" the cop exclaimed. "It's you!" Paul's attention had been so fiercely focused on the trooper that he did not see Annie until it was too late. When he did see her, he was struck by a real superstitious horror. Annie had become a goddess, a thing that was half woman and half lawn boy, a weird female centaur. Her baseball cap had fallen off. Her face was twisted in a frozen snarl. In one hand she held a wooden cross. It had marked the grave of the bossy. Paul didn't remember if it was number 1 or number 2, which had finally stopped bawling. That bossy had indeed died, and when spring had softened the ground enough, Paul had watched from his window, sometimes dumbstruck with awe, and sometimes overcome with shrieking attacks of the giggles. As she first dug the grave, it had taken her most of the day, and then dragged Bossy, who had also softened considerably, out from behind the barn. She had used a chain attached to the Cherokee's trailer hitch to do this. She had looped the other end of the chain around Bossy's middle. Paul made a mental bet with himself that Bossy would tear in half before Annie got her to the grave, but that one he lost. Annie tumbled Bossy in, then stolidly began refilling the hole, a job she hadn't finished until long after dark. Paul had watched her plant the cross and then read the Bible over the grave, by the light of the new risen spring moon. Now she was holding the cross like a spear. The dirt-darkened point of its vertical post pointed squarely at the trooper's back.
"Behind you! Look out!"
Paul shrieked, knowing he was too late, but shouting anyway. With a thin, warbling cry, Annie plunged Bossy's cross into the trooper's back.
"Ugh,"
the cop said, and walked slowly onto the lawn, his pierced back arched and his gut sticking out. His face was the face of a man either trying to pass a kidney stone or having a terrible gas attack. The cross began to droop toward the ground as the trooper approached the window in which Paul sat, his gray invalid's face framed by jags of broken glass. The cop reached slowly over his shoulders with both hands. He looked at Paul like a man trying very hard to scratch that one itch you can never quite reach. Annie had dismounted the lawn boy and had been standing frozen, her tented fingers pressed against the peaks of her breasts. Now she lunged forward and snatched the cross out of the trooper's back. He turned toward her, groping for his service pistol, and Annie drove the cross point first into his belly.
"Ugh,"
the cop said this time, and dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach. As he bent over, Paul could see the slit in his brown uniform shirt where the first blow had gone home. Annie pulled the cross free again. Its sharpened point had broken off, leaving a jagged, splintery stump, and drove it into his back between the shoulder blades. She looked like a woman trying to kill a vampire. The first two blows had perhaps not gone deep enough to do much damage, but this time the cross's support post went at least 3 inches into the kneeling trooper's back, driving him flat.
"There!"
Annie cried, wrenching Bossy's memorial marker out of his back.
"How do you like that, you old dirty bird?"
"Annie, stop it!" Paul shouted. Annie looked up at him, her dark eyes momentarily as shiny as coins, her hair fungus frowsy around her face, the corners of her mouth drawn up in the jolly grin of a lunatic, who has, at least for the moment, cast aside all restraints. Then she looked back down at the state trooper.
"There!"
she cried, and drove the cross into his back again, and his buttocks, and the upper thigh of one leg, and his neck, and his crotch, and stabbed him with it 6 times, screaming,
"There!"
every time she brought it down again. Then the cross's upright split. "There," she said, almost conversationally, and walked away in the direction from which she had come running. Just before she passed from Paul's view, she tossed the bloody cross aside as if it no longer interested her. Paul put his hands on the wheels of the chair, not at all sure where he intended to go, or what, if anything, he meant to do when he got there. To the kitchen for a knife, perhaps. Not to try to kill her with. Oh, no. She would take one look at the knife in his hand and step back into the shed for her 30-30. Not to kill her, but to defend himself from her revenge by cutting his wrists open. He didn't know if that had been his intention or not, but it surely did seem like a hell of a good idea, because if there had ever been a time to exeunt stage left, this was it. He was tired of losing pieces of himself to her fury. Then he saw something which froze him in place. The cop. The cop was still alive. He raised his head. His sunglasses had fallen off. Now Paul could see his eyes. Now he could see how young the cop was, how young and hurt and scared. Blood ran down his face in streams. He managed to get to his hands and knees, fell forward, and then got painfully back up again. He began to crawl toward his cruiser. He worked his way halfway down the mild slope of grass between the house and the driveway, then overbalanced and fell on his back. For a moment he lay there with his legs drawn up, looking as helpless as a turtle in its shell. Then he slowly rolled over on his side and began the terrible job of getting to his knees again. His uniform shirt and pants were darkening with blood. Small patches were slowly spreading, meeting other patches, growing bigger still. The Smoky reached the driveway. Suddenly the noise of the riding lawnmower was louder.
Look out!
Paul screamed.
Look out! She's coming!
The cop turned his head. Groggy alarm surfaced on his face, and he grappled for his gun once more. He got it out, something big and black with a long barrel and brown wood grips, and then Annie reappeared, sitting tall in the saddle and driving the lawn boy as fast as it would go.
Shoot her!
Paul screamed. And instead of shooting Annie Wilkes with his big old dirty, Harry gun, he first fumbled, then dropped it. He stretched out his hand for it. Annie swerved and ran over both his reaching hand and his forearm. Blood squirted from the lawn boy's grass exhaust in an amazing jet. The kid in the trooper uniform screamed. There was a sharp clang as the mower's whirling blade struck the pistol. Then Annie was swerving up the side lawn, using it to turn, and her gaze fell on Paul for 1 second, and Paul felt sure he knew what that momentary gaze meant. First the Smoky, then him. The kid was lying on his side again. When he saw the mower bearing down on him, he rolled over on his back and dug frantically at the driveway dirt with his heels, trying to push himself under the cruiser where she couldn't get him. He didn't even come close. Annie throttled the riding lawnmower up to a scream and drove it over his head. Paul caught a last glimpse of horrified brown eyes, saw tatters of brown khaki uniform shirt hanging from an arm raised in a feeble effort at protection, and when the eyes were gone, Paul turned away. The lawn boy's engine suddenly lugged down, and there was a series of fast, strangely liquid thudding sounds. Paul vomited beside the chair with his eyes closed. He only opened them when he heard the rattle of her key in the kitchen door. His own door was open. He watched her approach down the hall in her old brown cowboy boots and her blue jeans, with a key ring dangling from one of the belt loops and her man's T-shirt now spotted with blood. He cringed away from her. He wanted to say, "If you cut anything else off me, Annie, I'm going to die. It won't take the shock of another amputation either. I'll die on purpose." But no words came out, only terrified chuffing noises that disgusted him. She gave him no time to speak anyway. "I'll deal with you later," she said, and pulled his door closed. One of her keys rattled in the lock, a new Krieg that would have defeated even Tom Twyford himself, Paul thought. And then she was striding down the hall again, the thud of her boot heels mercifully diminishing. He turned his head and looked dully out the window. He could see only part of the trooper's body. His head was still under the mower, which was in turn canted at a drunken angle against the cruiser. The riding mower was a small tractor-like vehicle, meant for keeping larger-than-average lawns neat and clipped. It had not been designed to keep its balance as it passed over jutting rocks, fallen logs, or the heads of state troopers. If the cruiser hadn't been parked exactly where it was, and if the trooper hadn't gotten exactly as close to it as he had before Annie struck him, the mower would almost surely have tipped over, spilling her off. This might have caused her no harm at all, but it might have hurt her quite badly. She has the luck of the devil himself, Paul thought drearily, and watched as she put the mower in neutral, and then pushed it off the trooper with one hard shove. The side of the mower squalled along the side of the cruiser and took off some paint. Now that he was dead, Paul could look at him. The cop looked like a big doll that has been badly treated by a gang of nasty children. Paul felt a terrible, aching sympathy for this unnamed young man, but there was another emotion mixed with that. He examined it and was not much surprised to find it was envy. The trooper would never go home to his wife and kids, if he had them. But on the other hand, he had escaped Annie Wilkes. She grabbed a bloody hand and dragged him up the driveway and through the barn doors, which stood ajar on their tracks. When she came out, she pushed them along their tracks as far as they would go. Then she walked back down to the cruiser. She was moving with a calm that was almost serenity. She started the cruiser and drove it into the barn. When she came out again, she closed the doors almost completely, leaving a gap just wide enough for her to slip in and out. She walked halfway down the driveway and looked around, hands on her hips. Again, Paul saw that remarkable expression of serenity. The bottom of the mower was smeared with blood, particularly around the grass exhaust, which was still dripping. Little scraps of khaki uniform lay in the driveway or fluttered in the freshly cut grass of the side lawn. There were daubs and splashes of blood everywhere. The trooper's gun, with a long slash of bright metal now scarring its barrel, lay in the dust. A square of stiff white paper had caught on the spines of a small cactus Annie had set out in May. Bossy's splintered cross lay in the driveway, like a comment on the whole filthy mess. She moved out of his field of vision, heading toward the kitchen again. When she came in, he heard her singing. She'll be driving 6 white horses when she comes. She'll be driving 6 white horses when she comes. She'll be driving 6 white horses, driving 6 white horses. She'll be driving 6 white horses when she comes. When he saw her again, she had a big green garbage bag in her hands, and 3 or 4 more sticking out of the back pockets of her jeans. Big sweat stains darkened her t-shirt around her armpits and neck. When she turned, he saw a sweat stain that looked vaguely tree-like rising up her back. That's a lot of bags for a few scraps of cloth, Paul thought. But he knew that she would have plenty to put in them before she was done. She picked up the shreds of uniform and then the cross. She broke it into 2 pieces and dropped it into the plastic bag. Incredibly, she genuflected after doing this. She picked up the gun, rolled the cylinder, dumped the slugs, put them in one hip pocket, snapped the cylinder back in with a practiced flick of her wrist, and then stuck the gun in the waistband of her jeans. She plucked the piece of paper off the saguaro and looked at it thoughtfully. She stuck it into the other hip pocket. She went to the barn, tossed the garbage bags inside the doors, then came back to the house. She walked up the side lawn to the cellar bulkhead, which was almost directly below Paul's window. Something else caught her eye. It was his ashtray. She picked it up and handed it politely to him through the broken window. Here, Paul. Numbly, he took it. I'll get the paper clips later, she said, as if this were a question which must have already occurred to him. For one moment he thought of bringing the heavy ceramic ashtray down on her head as she bent over, cleaving her skull with it, letting out the disease that passed for her brains. Then he thought of what would happen to him, what could happen to him, if he only hurt her, and put the ashtray where it had been with his shaking, thumbless hand. She looked up at him. I didn't kill him, you know. Annie, you killed him. If you'd kept your mouth shut, I would have sent him on his way. He'd be alive now, and there would be none of this oogie mess to clean up. Yes, Paul said. Down the road he would have gone. And what about me, Annie? She was pulling her hose out of the bulkhead and looping it over her arm. I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do. In the depth of his shock, he had achieved his own serenity. He had my picture. It's in your pocket right now, isn't it? Ask me no questions and I will tell you no lies. There was a faucet bib on the other side of the house to the left of his window. She began to screw the end of the hose into it. A state cop with my picture means someone found my car. We both knew someone would. I'm only surprised it took so long. In a novel, the car might be able to float right out of the story. I guess I could make people believe it if I had to. But in real life, no way. But we went on fooling ourselves just the same, didn't we, Annie? You because of the book, me because of my life, miserable as it has become to me. I don't know what you're talking about. She turned on the faucet. All I know is you killed that poor kid when you threw the ashtray through the window. You're getting what might happen to you mixed up with what already happened to him. She grinned at him. There was craziness in that grin, but he saw something else in it as well, something that really frightened him. He saw conscious evil in it, a demon capering behind her eyes. You bitch, he said. Crazy bitch, isn't that right? She asked, still smiling. Oh yeah, you're crazy, he said. Well, we'll have to talk about that, won't we? When I have more time. We'll have to talk about that a lot. But right now I'm very busy, as I think you can see. She unreeled the hose and turned it on. She spent nearly half an hour hosing blood off the mower and driveway and the side lawn, while interlinked rainbows glimmered in the spray. Then she twisted the nozzle off and walked back along the hose's length, looping it over her arm. There was still plenty of light, but her shadow trailed long behind her. It was now 6 o'clock. She unscrewed the hose, opened the bulkhead, and dropped the green plastic snake inside. She closed the bulkhead, shot the bolt, and stood back, surveying the puddly driveway and the grass, which looked as though a heavy dew had fallen upon it. Annie walked back to the mower, got on, started it up, and drove it around back. Paul smiled a little. She had the luck of the devil, and when she was pressed, she had almost the cleverness of the devil. But almost was the key word. She had slipped in Boulder, and wriggled away mostly due to luck. Now she had slipped again. He had seen it. She had washed the blood off the mower but forgotten the blade underneath, the whole blade housing for that matter. She might remember later, but Paul didn't think so. Things had a way of dropping out of Annie's mind once the immediate moment was past. It occurred to him that the mind and the mower had a lot in common. What you could see looked all right. But if you turned the thing over to take a look at the works, you saw a blood-slimed killing machine with a very sharp blade. She returned to the kitchen door and let herself into the house again. She went upstairs, and he heard her rummaging there for a while. Then she came down again, more slowly, dragging something that sounded soft and heavy. After a moment's consideration, Paul rolled the wheelchair across to his door and leaned his ear against the wood. Dim, diminishing footfalls, slightly hollow, and still that soft flumping sound of something being dragged. Immediately his mind lit up with panicky floodlights, and his skin flushed with his terror. Shed. She's gone to the shed to get the axe. It's the axe again. But this was only a momentary atavism, and he pushed it roughly away. She hadn't gone into the shed. She was going down cellar, dragging something down cellar. He heard her come up again, and he rolled back to the window. As her boot heels approached the door, as the key slid into the lock again, he thought, she's come to kill me. And the only emotion this thought engendered was tired relief. The door opened and Annie stood there, looking at him contemplatively. She had changed into a fresh white t-shirt and a pair of chinos. A small khaki bag, too big to be a purse and not quite big enough to be a knapsack, was slung over one shoulder. As she came in, he was surprised to find himself able to say it, and say it with a certain amount of dignity. "Go ahead and kill me, Annie, if that's what you mean to do. But at least have the decency to make it quick. Don't cut anything more off me."
"I'm not going to kill you, Paul." She paused. "At least not if I have just a little luck. I should kill you. I know that. But I'm crazy, right? Crazy people don't often look after their own best interests, do they?"
She went behind him and propelled him across the room, out the door, and down the hall. He could hear her bag slapping solidly against her side, and it occurred to him that he had never seen her carrying a bag like that before. If she went to town in a dress, she carried a big, clunky purse, the sort of purse maiden aunts tote to church jumble sales. If she went in pants, she went with a wallet stuck in her hip pocket like a man. The sunlight slanting into the kitchen was strong, bright gold. Shadows from the legs of the kitchen table lay across the linoleum in horizontal stripes like the shadows of prison bars. It was 6:15 according to the clock over the range, and while there was no reason to believe she was any less sloppy about her clocks than her calendars, the one out here had actually made it to May. That seemed about right. He could hear the first evening crickets tuning up in Annie's field. He thought, "I heard that same sound as a small, unhurt boy." And for a moment he nearly wept. She pushed him into the pantry, where the door to the basement stood open. Yellow light staggered up the stairs and fell dead on the pantry floor. The smell of the late winter rainstorm which had flooded it still lingered. "Spiders down there," he thought. "Mice down there. Rats down there." He told her. "Count me out." She looked at him with a level sort of impatience, and he realized that since killing the cop she had seemed almost sane. Her face was the purposeful, if slightly harried face of a woman making ready for a big dinner party. "You're going down there," she said. "The only question is whether you're going down piggyback or bum over tea kettle. I'll give you 5 seconds to decide." "Piggyback," he said at once. "Very wise." She turned around so he could put his arms around her neck. "Don't do anything stupid like trying to choke me, Paul. I took karate class in Harrisburg. I was good at it. I'll flip you. The floor is dirt, but very hard. You'll break your back." She hoisted him easily. His legs, now unsplinted, but as crooked and ugly as something glimpsed through a rip in the canvas of a freak show tent, hung down. The left, with the salt dome where the knee had been, was fully 4 inches shorter than the right. He had tried standing on the right leg, and had found he could for short times, but doing so produced a low, primal agony that lasted for hours. The dope couldn't touch that pain, which was like a deep physical sobbing. She carried him down and into a thickening smell of old stone and wood, and flood and rotting vegetables. There were 3 naked light bulbs. Old spider webs hung in rotting hammocks between bare beams. The walls were rock, carelessly chinked. They looked like a child's drawing of rock walls. It was cool, but not a pleasant cool. He had never been as close to her as he was then, as she carried him piggyback down the steep stairs. He would only be as close once again. It was not a pleasant experience. He could smell the sweat of her recent exertions, and while he actually liked the smell of fresh perspiration, he associated it with work, hard effort, things he respected. This smell was secretive and nasty, like old sheets thick with dried cum. And below the smell of sweat was a smell of very old dirt. Annie, he guessed, had gotten as casually catch-as-catch-can about showering as she had about changing her calendars. He could see dark brown wax plugging one ear, and wondered with faint disgust how the hell she could hear anything. Here by one of the rock walls was the source of that flumping, dragging sound. A mattress, Beside it, she had placed a collapsed TV tray. There were a few cans and bottles on it. She approached the mattress, turned around, and squatted.
Get off, Paul.
He released his hold cautiously and allowed himself to fall back on the mattress. He looked up at her warily as she stood and reached into the little khaki bag. No, he said immediately, when he saw the tired yellow cellar-like gleam on the hypodermic needle. No, no.
Oh, boy, she said. You must think Annie's in a real poopy-doopy mood today. I wish you'd relax, Paul.
She put the hypo on the TV tray.
That's scopolamine, which is a morphine-based drug. You're lucky I have any morphine at all. I told you how closely they watch it in the hospital pharmacies. I'm leaving it because it's damp down here and your legs may ache quite badly before I get back. Just a minute.
She gave him a wink which had strangely unsettling undertones. A wink one conspirator might give another.
You throw one cock-a-doodle ashtray, and I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger. I'll be right back.
She went upstairs and came back shortly with the cushions from the sofa in the parlor and the blankets from his bed. She arranged the cushions behind him so he could sit up without too much discomfort, but he could feel the sullen chill of the rocks even through the cushions, waiting to steal out and freeze him. There were 3 bottles of Pepsi on the collapsed TV tray. She opened 2 of them, using the opener on her keyring, and handed him one. She upended her own and drank half of it without stopping. Then she stifled a burp, ladylike, against her hand.
We have to talk, she said. Or rather, I have to talk and you have to listen.
Annie, when I said you were crazy...
Hush, not a word about that. Maybe we'll talk about that later. Not that I would ever try to change your mind about anything you chose to think. A Mr. Smart guy like you who thinks for a living. All I ever did was pull you out of your wrecked car before you could freeze to death, and splint your broken legs, give you medicine to ease your pain, take care of you, talk you out of a bad book you'd written and into the best one you ever wrote. And if that's crazy, take me to the loony bin.
Oh, Annie, if only someone would, he thought. And before he could stop himself, he had snapped.
You also cut off my fucking foot.
Her hand flickered out whip-like and rocked his head over to one side with a thin spatting sound.
Don't you use that F-word around me,
Annie said.
I was raised better even if you weren't. You're lucky I didn't cut off your man gland. I thought of it, you know.
He looked at her. His stomach felt like the inside of an ice maker. I know you did, Annie, he said softly. Her eyes widened, and for just a moment she looked both startled and guilty. Naughty Annie instead of nasty Annie.
Listen to me. Listen closely, Paul. We're going to be all right if it gets dark before anyone comes back to check on that fella. It'll be full dark in an hour and a half. If someone comes sooner...
She reached into the khaki bag again and brought out the trooper's .44. The cellar lights shone on the zigzagging lightning bolt the lawn boy's blade had chopped into the gun's barrel.
If someone comes sooner, there's this, she said. For whoever comes, then you, then me.
Once it was dark, she said. She was going to drive the police cruiser up to her laughing place. There was a lean-to beside the cabin where she could park it safely out of sight. She thought the only danger of being noticed would come on Route 9, but even there the risk would be small. She only had to drive 4 miles of it. Once she was off 9, the way into the hills was by little-traveled meadow-line roads, many fallen into casual disuse as grazing cattle this high up became a rarity. A few of these roads, she said, were still gated off. She and Ralph had obtained keys to them when they bought the property. They didn't have to ask. The owners of the land between the road and the cabin gave them the keys. This was called neighboring, she told Paul, managing to invest a pleasant word with unsuspected depths of nuance, suspicion, contempt, bitter amusement. "I'd take you with me just to keep an eye on you, now that you've shown how untrustworthy you can be, but it wouldn't work. I could take you up there in the back of the police car, but getting you back down would be impossible. I'm going to have to ride Ralph's trail bike. I'll probably fall off and break my cock-a-doodle neck." She laughed merrily to show what a joke on her that would be, but Paul did not join her. "If that did happen, Annie, what would happen to me?" "You'll be fine, Paul," she said serenely. "Gosh, you're such a worrywart." She walked over to one of the cellar windows and stood there a moment, looking out, measuring the fall of the day. Paul watched her moodily. If she fell off her husband's bike, or drove off one of those unpaved ridge roads, he did not actually believe he would be fine. What he actually believed was that he would die a dog's death down here, and when it was finally over, he would make a meal for the rats which were even now undoubtedly watching those two unwelcome bipeds who had intruded upon their domain. There was a Krieg lock on the pantry door now, and a bolt on the bulkhead almost as thick as his wrist. The cellar windows, as if reflecting Annie's paranoia, and there was nothing strange about that, he thought. Didn't all houses come after a while to reflect the personalities of their inhabitants? Were not much more than dirty gun-slits, about 20 inches long by 14 wide. He didn't think he could have wriggled through one of those even on his fittest day, which this wasn't. He might be able to break one and yell for help if someone showed up here before he starved to death, but that wasn't much comfort. The first twinges of pain slipped down his legs like poisoned water, and the want. His body yelling for Novril. It was the Gata, wasn't it? Sure it was. Annie came back and took the third bottle of Pepsi. "I'll bring down another couple of these before I go," she said. "Right now I need the sugar. You don't mind, do you?" "Absolutely not. My Pepsi is your Pepsi." She twisted the cap off the bottle and drank deeply. Paul thought, chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug. Make you want to holler Heidi-ho. Who was that? Roger Miller, right? Funny the stuff your mind coughed up. Hilarious. "I'm going to put him in his car and drive it up to my laughing place. I'm going to take all his things. I'll put the car in the shed up there and bury him in his, his scraps, in the woods up there." He said nothing. He kept thinking about Bossy, bawling and bawling and bawling until she couldn't bawl any more, because she was dead. And another of those great axioms of life on the western slope was just this: dead cows don't bawl. "I have a driveway chain. I'm going to use it. If the police come, it may raise suspicion, but I'd rather have them suspicious than have them drive up to the house and hear you make a big cock-a-doodle fuss. I thought of gagging you, but gags are dangerous, especially if you're taking drugs that affect respiration. Or you might vomit. Or your sinuses might close up because it's so damp down here. If your sinuses closed up tight and you couldn't breathe through your mouth." She looked away, unplugged, as silent as one of the stones in the cellar wall, as empty as the first bottle of Pepsi she had drunk. Make you want to holler Heidi-ho. And had Annie hollered Heidi-ho today? Bet your ass. Oh, brethren, Annie had yelled Heidi-ho until the whole yard was oogie. He laughed. She made no sign she had heard him. Then slowly she began to come back. She looked around at him, blinking. "I'm gonna stick a note through one of the links in the fence," she said slowly, regathering her thoughts. "There's a town about 35 miles from here. It's called Steamboat Heaven. Isn't that a funny name for a town? They're having what they call the world's biggest flea market this week. They have it every summer.
There's always lots of people there who sell ceramics. I'll write 'em my note that I'm there, in steamboat heaven, looking at ceramics. I'll say I'm staying overnight. And if anyone asks me later where I stayed, so they can check the register, I'll say there were no good ceramics, so I started back. Only I got tired. That's what I'll say. I'll say I pulled over to take a nap because I was afraid I might fall asleep behind the wheel. I'll say I only meant to take a short nap, but I was so tired from working around the place that I slept all night.
Paul was dismayed by the depth of this slyness. He suddenly realized that Annie was doing exactly what he could not. She was playing Can You in real life. Maybe, he thought, that's why she doesn't write books. She doesn't have to.
I'll get back just as soon as I can, because policemen will come here, she said.
The prospect did not seem to disturb Annie's weird serenity in the least, although Paul could not believe that in some part of her mind she did not realize how close to the end of the game they had now come.
I don't think they'll come tonight, except maybe to cruise by. But they will come. As soon as they know for sure he's really missing. They'll go all along his route, looking for him, trying to find out where he stopped, you know, showing up. Don't you think so, Paul?
Yes.
I should be back before they come. If I start out on the bike at first light, I might even be able to make it back before noon. I should be able to beat him, because if he started from Sidewinder, he would have stopped at lots of places before he got here. By the time they come, you should be back in your own room, snug as a bug in a rug. I'm not going to tie you up or gag you, or anything like that, Paul. You can even peek when I go out to talk to them. Because it'll be 2 next time, I think. At least 2, don't you think so?
Paul did. She nodded, satisfied.
But I can handle 2 if I have to.
She patted the khaki purse.
I want you to remember that kid's gun while you're peeking, Paul. I want you to remember that it's going to be in here all the time I'm talking to those police when they come tomorrow or the next day. The bag won't be zipped. It's all right for you to see them. But if they see you, Paul, either by accident or because you try something tomorrow like you did today, if that happens, I'm going to take the gun out of the bag and start shooting. You're already responsible for that kid's death.
Bullshit, Paul said, knowing she would hurt him for it but not caring. She didn't, though. She only smiled her serene maternal smile.
Oh, you know, she said. I don't kid myself that you care. I don't kid myself about that at all. But you know. I don't kid myself that you'd care about getting another 2 people killed if it'd help you. But it wouldn't, Paul. Because if I have to do 2, I'll do 4. Them and us. And do you know what? I think you still care about your own skin.
Not much, he said. I'll tell you the truth, Annie. Every day that passes, my skin feels more and more like something I want to get out of. She laughed.
Oh, I've heard that one before. But let them see you put one hand on their oogie old respirators. Then it's a different story, yes. When they see that, they yell and cry and turn into a bunch of real brats.
Not that you ever let that stop you, right, Annie?
Anyway, she said, I just wanted you to know how things are. If you really don't care, yell your head off when they come. It's entirely up to you.
Paul said nothing.
When they come, I'll stand right out there in the driveway. Say yes. There was a state trooper that came by here. I'll say he came just when I was getting ready to leave for Steamboat Heaven to look at the ceramics. I'll say he showed me your picture. I'll say I hadn't seen you. And one of them will ask me, "This was last winter, Miss Wilkes. How could you be so positive?" And I'll say, "If Elvis Presley was still alive and you saw him last winter, would you remember seeing him?" And he'll say, yeah, probably so, but what does that have to do with the price of coffee in Borneo? And I'll say, Paul Sheldon is my favorite writer, and I've seen his pictures lots of times. I have to say that, Paul. Do you know why?
He knew. Her slyness continued to astound him. He supposed it shouldn't, not any more, but it did. He remembered the caption below the picture of Annie in her detainment cell, the picture taken in the caesura between the end of the trial and the return of the jury. He remembered it word for word. In misery, not the dragon lady. Annie reads calmly as she waits for the verdict.
So then, she continued, I'll say the policeman wrote it all down in his book and thanked me. I'll say I asked him in for a cup of coffee, even though I was in a hurry to be on my way, and they'll ask me why. I'll say he probably knew about my trouble before, and I wanted to satisfy his mind that everything was on the up and up here. But he said no, we had to move along. So I asked if he'd like to take a cold Pepsi along with him, because the day was so hot. And he said, yes, thanks, that was very kind.
She drained her second Pepsi and held the empty plastic bottle between her and him. Seen through the plastic, her eye was huge and wavering, the eye of a cyclops. The side of her head took on a ripply, hydrocephalic bulge.
I'm going to stop and put this bottle in the ditch about 2 miles up the road, she said. But first I'll put his fingers on it, of course.
She smiled at him, a dry, spitless smile.
Fingerprints, she said. They'll know he went past my house then. Or they'll think they do. That's just as good, isn't it, Paul?
His dismay deepened.
So they'll go up the road and they won't find him. He'll just be gone. Like those swamis who toot their flutes until ropes come out of baskets, and they climb the ropes and disappear. Poof.
Poof, Paul said.
It won't take them long to come back. I know that. After all, if they can't find any trace of him except that one bottle after here, they'll decide they better think some more about me. After all, I'm crazy, aren't I? All the papers said so. Nutty as a fruitcake. But they'll believe me at first. I don't think they'll actually want to come in and search the house. Not at first. They'll look in other places. Try to think of other things before they come back. We'll have some time. Maybe as much as a week.
She looked at him levelly.
You're going to have to write faster, Paul, she said.
Dark fell and no police came. Annie did not spend the time before it did with Paul, however. She wanted to reglaze his bedroom window and pick up the paper clips and broken glass scattered on the lawn. When the police come tomorrow looking for their missing lamb, she said, we don't want them to see anything out of the ordinary, do we, Paul? Just let them look under the lawnmower, kiddo. Just let them look under there, and they'll see plenty out of the ordinary. But no matter how hard he tried to make his vivid imagination work, he could not make it come up with a scenario which would lead up to that.
You wonder why I told you all of this, Paul?
She asked, before going upstairs to see what she could do with the window.
Why I went into my plans for dealing with this in such great detail.
No, he said wanly.
Partly because I wanted you to know exactly what the stakes are, and exactly what you'll have to do to stay alive. I also wanted you to know I'd end it right now, except for the book. I still care about the book.
She smiled. It was a smile which was both radiant and strangely wistful. It really is the best misery story of 'em all. And I do so much want to know how it all comes out. So do I, Annie, he said. She looked at him, startled.
Why? You know, don't you?
When I start a book, I always think I know how things will turn out. But I never actually had one end exactly that way. It isn't even that surprising once you stop to think about it. Writing a book is a little like firing an ICBM, only it travels over time instead of space. The book time the characters spend living in the story, and the real time the novelist spends writing it all down. Having a novel end exactly the way you thought it would when you started out would be like shooting a Titan missile halfway around the world and having the payload drop through a basketball hoop. Looks good on paper. There are people who build those things who tell you it was easy as pie, and even kept a straight face while they said it. But the odds are always against. Yes, Annie said. I see. I must have a pretty good navigation system built into the equipment, because I usually get close. And if you have enough high explosives packed into the nose cone, close is good enough. Right now, I see two possible endings to the book. One is very sad. The other, while not your standard Hollywood happy ending, at least holds out some hope for the future. Annie looked alarmed, and suddenly thunderous.
You're not thinking of killing her again, are you, Paul?
He smiled a little. What would you do if I did, Annie? Kill me? That doesn't scare me a bit. I may not know what's going to happen to Misery, but I know what's going to happen to me. And you. I'll write the end, and you'll read. And then you'll write the end, won't you? The end of us. That's one I don't have to guess at. Truth really isn't stranger than fiction, no matter what they say. Most times you know exactly how things are going to turn out. But I think I know which ending it's going to be. I'm about 80% sure. If it turns out that way, you'll like it. But even if it turns out the way I think, neither of us will know the actual details until I get them written down, will we? No, I suppose not. Do you remember what the old Greyhound bus ads used to say? Getting there is half the fun. Either way, it's almost over, isn't it? Yes, Paul said. Almost over. Before she left, she brought him another Pepsi, a box of Ritz crackers, sardines, cheese, and the bedpan. If you bring me my manuscript with one of those yellow legal pads, I'll work in longhand, he said. It will pass the time. She considered, then shook her head regretfully. I wish you could, Paul. But that would mean leaving at least one light on, and I can't risk it. He thought of being left alone down here in the cellar, and felt panic flush his skin again, but just for a moment. Then it went cold. He felt tiny, hard goosebumps rising on his skin. He thought of the rats hiding in their holes and runs in the rock walls. Thought of them coming out when the cellar went dark. Thought of them smelling his helplessness, perhaps. Don't leave me in the dark, Annie. Please don't do that. I have to. If someone noticed a light in my cellar, they might stop to investigate. Driveway chain or no driveway chain. Note or no note. If I gave you a flashlight, you might try to signal with it. If I gave you a candle, you might try to burn the house down with it. You see how well I know you? He hardly dared mention the times he had gotten out of his room, because it always made her furious. Now his fear of being left alone down here in the dark drove him to it. If I had wanted to burn the house down, Annie, I could have done it long before this. Things were different then, she said shortly. I'm sorry you don't like being left in the dark. I'm sorry you have to be. But it's your own fault, so quit being a brat. I've got to go. If you feel like you need that injection, stick it in your leg. She looked at him. Or stick it up your ass. She started for the stairs. Cover the windows, then! He yelled after her.
Use some pieces of sheet or paint them black. Or Christ, Annie, the rats! The rats!
She was on the third stair. She paused, looking at him from those dusty dime eyes.
I haven't time to do any of those things, she said. And the rats won't bother you anyway. They may even recognize you for one of their own, Paul. They may adopt you.
Annie laughed. She climbed the stairs, laughing harder and harder. There was a click as the lights went out, and Annie went on laughing, and he told himself he wouldn't scream, wouldn't beg, that he was past all that. But the damp wildness of the shadows and the boom of her laughter were too much, and he shrieked for her not to do this to him, not to leave him. But she only went on laughing, and there was a click as the door was shut, and her laughter was muted, but her laughter was still there. Her laughter was on the other side of the door, where there was light, and then the lock clicked, and then another door closed, and her laughter was even more muted, but still there, and another lock clicked and a bolt slammed, and her laughter was going away. Her laughter was outside, and even after she had started the cruiser up, backed out, put the chain across the driveway and driven away, he thought he could still hear her laughing and laughing and laughing. The furnace was a dim bulk in the middle of the room. It looked like an octopus. He thought he would have been able to hear the chiming of the parlor clock if the night had been still, but a strong summer wind had blown up, as it so often did these nights, and there was only time, spreading out forever. He could hear crickets singing just outside the house when the wind dropped, and then, some time later, he heard the stealthy noises he had been afraid of, the low, momentary scuff and scurry of the rats. Only it wasn't the rats he was afraid of, was it? No. It was the trooper. His so fucking vivid imagination rarely gave him the horrors, but when it did, God help him. God help him once it was warmed up. It was not only warmed up now, it was hot and running on full choke. That there was no sense at all in what he was thinking made not a whit of difference in the dark. In the dark, rationality seemed stupid and logic a dream. In the dark, he thought with his skin. He kept seeing the trooper coming back to life, some sort of life, out in the barn, sitting up, the loose hay with which Annie had covered him, falling to either side of him and into his lap, his face plowed into bloody senselessness by the mower's blade. Saw him crawling out of the barn and down the driveway to the bulkhead, the torn streamers of his uniform swinging and fluttering. Saw him melting magically through the bulkhead and reintegrating his corpse's body down here. Saw him crawling across the packed dirt floor, and the little noises Paul heard weren't rats, but the sound of his approach. And there was but a single thought in the cooling clay of the trooper's dead brain. You killed me. You opened your mouth and killed me. You threw an ashtray and killed me. You cock-a-doodle son of a bitch, you murdered my life. Once Paul felt the trooper's dead fingers slip, tickling down his cheek, and he screamed loudly, jerking his legs and making them bellow. He brushed frantically at his face and knocked away not fingers, but a large spider. The movement ended the uneasy truce with a pain in his legs and the drug need in his nerves, but it also diffused his terror a little. His night vision was coming on strong now. He could see better, and that was a help. Not that there was much to look at. The furnace, the remains of a coal pile, a table with a bunch of shadowy cans and implements lying on it. And to his right, up away from where he was propped. What was that shape? The one next to the shelves. He knew that shape. Something about it that made it a bad shape. It stood on 3 legs. Its top was rounded. It looked like one of Wells's death machines in The War of the Worlds, only in miniature. Paul puzzled over this, dozed a little, woke, looked again and thought, of course. I should have known from the first. It is a death machine. And if anyone unearths a Martian, it's Annie fucking Wilkes. It's her barbecue pot. It's the crematorium where she made me burn fast cars. He shifted a little because his ass was going to sleep, and moaned. Pain in his legs, particularly in the bunched remains of his left knee, and pain in his pelvis as well. That probably meant he was in for a really bad night, because his pelvis had gotten pretty quiet over the last 2 months. He felt for the hypo, picked it up, then put it back. A very light dose, she had said. Best to save it for later, then. He heard a light shuffle-scuffle and looked quickly in the corner, expecting to see the trooper crawling toward him, one brown eye peering from the hash of his face. If not for you, I could be home watching TV now, with my hand on my wife's leg. No cop. A dim shape which was maybe just imagination, but was more likely a rat. Paul willed himself to relax. Oh, what a long night this was going to be. He dozed a little, and woke up slumped far over to the left with his head hung down like a drunk in an alley. He straightened up and his legs cursed him roundly. He used the bedpan, and it hurt to piss, and he realized with some dismay that a urinary infection was probably setting in. He was so vulnerable now, so fucking vulnerable to everything. He put the urinal aside and picked up the hypo again. A light dose of scopolamine, she said. Well, maybe so. Or maybe she loaded it with a hot shot of something. The sort of stuff she used on folks like Ernie Gagne and Queenie Bulifant. Then he smiled a little. Would that really be so bad? The answer was a resounding hell no. It would be good. The pilings would disappear forever. No more low tide. Forever. With that thought in mind, he found the pulse in his left thigh, and though he had never injected himself in his life, he did it efficiently now, even eagerly. He did not die and he did not sleep. The pain went away, and he drifted, feeling almost untethered from his body, a balloon of thought drifting at the end of a long string. You were also Scheherazade to yourself, he thought, and looked at the barbecue pot. He thought of Martian death rays burning London in fire. He thought suddenly of a song, a disco tune, something by a group called the Tramps. Burn, baby, burn. Burn the mother down. Something flickered. Some idea. Burn the mother down. Paul Sheldon slept. When he woke up, the cellar was filled with the ashy light of dawn. A very large rat sat on the tray Annie had left him, nibbling cheese with its tail neatly curled around its body. Paul screamed, jerked, then screamed again as pain flowed up his legs. The rat fled. She had left him some capsules. He knew that the Novril wouldn't take care of the pain, but it was better than nothing. Besides, pain or no pain, it's time for the old morning fix, right, Paul? He washed 2 of the caps down with Pepsi, and then leaned back, feeling the dull throb in his kidneys. He was growing something down there, all right. Great. Martians, he thought. Martian death machines. He looked toward the barbecue pot, expecting it to look like a barbecue pot in the morning light. A barbecue pot and nothing else. He was surprised to find it still looked to him like one of Wells's striding machines of destruction. You had an idea. What was it? The song came back, the one by the Tramps. Burn, baby, burn. Burn the mother down. Yeah, and just what mother is that? She wouldn't even leave you a candle. You couldn't light a fart. Up came a message from the boys in the sweatshop. You don't need to burn anything now. Or here. What the fuck are we talking about, guys? Could you let me in on? Then it came. It came at once, the way all the really good ideas came, rounded and smooth and utterly persuasive in its baleful perfection. Burn the mother down. He looked at the barbecue pot, expecting the pain of what he had done, what she had made him do, to return. It did, but it was dull and faint. The pain in his kidneys was worse. What had she said yesterday? All I ever did was talk you out of a bad book you'd written and into the best one you ever wrote. Maybe there was a queer sort of truth in that. Maybe he had widely overestimated just how good fast cars had been. That's just your mind trying to heal itself, part of him whispered. If you ever get out of this, you'll work yourself around in much the same fashion to thinking you never needed your left foot anyway. Hell, 5 less nails to clip. And they do wonders with prosthetics these days. No, Paul. One was a damned good book and the other was a damned good foot. Let's not kid ourselves. Yet a deeper part of him suspected that to think that way was kidding himself. Not kidding yourself, Paul. Tell the goddamn truth. Lying to yourself. A guy who makes up stories, a guy like that is lying to everyone. So that guy can't ever lie to himself. It's funny, but it's also the truth. Once you start that shit, you might as well just cover up your typewriter and start studying for a broker's license or something, 'cause you're down the toilet. So what was the truth? The truth, should you insist, was that the increasing dismissal of his work in the critical press as that of a popular writer, which was, as he understood it, one step, a small one, above that of a hack, had hurt him quite badly. It didn't jibe with his self-image as a serious writer, who was only churning out these shitty romances in order to subsidize his flourish of trumpets, please, real work. Had he hated misery? Had he really? If so, why had it been so easy to slip back into her world? No more than easy. Blissful. Like slipping into a warm bath with a good book by one hand and a cold beer by the other. Perhaps all he had hated was the fact that her face on the dust jackets had overshadowed his in his author photographs, not allowing the critics to see that they were dealing with a young male achiever here, that they were dealing with a heavyweight here. As a result, hadn't his serious fiction become steadily more self-conscious, a sort of scream? Look at me. Look how good this is. Hey, guys, this stuff has got a sliding perspective. This stuff has got stream of consciousness interludes. This is my real work, you assholes. Don't you dare turn away from me. Don't you dare, you cockadoodie brats. Don't you dare turn away from my real work. Don't you dare, or I'll... What? What would he do? Cut off their feet? Saw off their thumbs? Paul was seized by a sudden fit of shivering. He had to urinate. He grabbed the bedpan and finally managed, although it hurt worse than before. He moaned while he was pissing, and continued moaning for a long while after it was done. Finally, mercifully, the Novril began to kick in, a little, and he drowsed. He looked at the barbecue pot with heavy-lidded eyes. How would you feel if she made you burn misery's return? The interior voice whispered, and he jumped a little. Drifting away, he realized that it would hurt, yes, it would hurt terribly. It would make the pain he had felt when fast cars went up in smoke look like the pain of this kidney infection, compared with what he had felt when she brought the axe down, cutting off his foot, exercising editorial authority over his body. He also realized that wasn't the real question. The real question was how it would make Annie feel. There was a table near the barbecue pot. There were maybe half a dozen jars and cans on it. One was a can of charcoal lighter fluid. What if Annie was the one screaming in pain? Are you curious about how that might sound? Are you curious at all? The proverb says revenge is a dish best eaten cold. But Ronson Fastlight had yet to be invented when they made that one up. Paul thought, burn the mother down, and fell asleep. There was a little smile on his pale and fading face. When Annie arrived back at 2:45 that afternoon, her normally frizzy hair flattened around her head in the shape of the helmet she'd been wearing, she was in a silent mood that seemed to indicate tiredness and reflection rather than depression. When Paul asked her if everything had gone all right, she nodded. "Yes, I think so. I had some trouble starting the bike, or I would have been back an hour ago. The plugs were dirty. How are your legs, Paul? Do you want another shot before I take you upstairs?" After almost 20 hours in the dampness, his legs felt as if someone had studded them with rusty nails. He wanted a shot very badly, but not down here. That would not do at all. "I think I'm all right." She turned her back to him and squatted. "All right, grab on. But remember what I said about chokeholds and things like that. I'm very tired, and I don't think I'd react very well to funny jokes." "I seem to be all out of jokes." "Good." She lifted him with a moist grunt, and Paul had to bite back a scream of agony. She walked across the floor toward the stairs, her head turned slightly, and he realized she was, or might be, looking at the can-littered table. Her glance was short, seemingly casual, but to Paul it seemed to go on for a very long time, and he was sure she would realize the can of lighter fluid was no longer there. It was stuffed down the back of his underpants instead. Long months after his earlier depredations, he had finally summoned up the courage to steal something else. And if her hand slipped up his legs as she climbed the stairs, she was going to grab more than a handful of his skinny ass. Then she glanced away from the table with no change of expression, and his relief was so great that the thudding, shifting ascent up the stairs to the pantry was almost bearable. She kept up a very good poker face when she wanted to, but he thought, hoped, that he had fooled her. That this time he had really fooled her. "I guess I'd like that shot after all, Annie," he said when she had him back in bed. She studied his white, sweat-beaded face for a moment, then nodded and left the room. As soon as she was gone, he slid the flat can out of his underwear and under the mattress. He had not put anything under there since the knife, and he did not intend to leave the lighter fluid there long, but it would have to stay there for the rest of the day. Tonight he intended to put it in another, safer place. She came back and gave him an injection. Then she put a steno pad and some freshly sharpened pencils on the windowsill, and rolled his wheelchair over so it was by the bed. "There," she said. "I'm going to get some sleep. If a car comes in, I'll hear it. If we're left alone, I'll probably sleep right through until tomorrow morning. If you want to get up and work in longhand, here's your chair. Your manuscript is over there on the floor. I frankly don't advise it until your legs start to warm up a little, though." "I couldn't right now, but I guess I'll probably soldier along a while tonight." "I understand what you meant about time being short now." "I'm glad you do, Paul. How long do you think you need?" "Under ordinary circumstances, I'd say a month. The way I've been working just lately, 2 weeks. If I really go into overdrive, 5 days, or maybe a week. It'll be ragged, but it'll be there." She sighed and looked down at her hands with dull concentration.
I know it's going to be less than 2 weeks.
I wish you'd promise me something. She looked at him, with no anger or suspicion, only faint curiosity.
What?
Not to read any more until I'm done. Or until I have to. You know.
Stop?
Yes. Or until I have to stop. That way you'll get the conclusion without a lot of fragmentation. It'll have a lot more punch.
It's going to be a good one, isn't it?
Yes, Paul smiled. It's going to be very hot stuff. That night, around 8 o'clock, he hoisted himself carefully into the wheelchair. He listened and heard nothing at all from upstairs. He had been hearing the same nothing ever since the squeak of the bed springs announced her lying down at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She really must have been tired. Paul got the lighter fluid and rolled across to the spot by the window where his informal little writer's camp was pitched. Here was the typewriter with the 3 missing teeth in its unpleasant grin. Here the wastebasket. Here the pencils and pads and typing paper and piles of scrap rewrite, some of which he would use and some of which would go into the wastebasket. Or would have before. Here, all unseen, was the door to another world. Here, too, he thought, was his own ghost in a series of overlays, like still pictures, which, when riffled rapidly, give the illusion of movement. He wove the chair between the piles of paper and the casually stacked pads, with the ease of long practice, listened once more, then reached down and pulled out a 9-inch section of the baseboard. He had discovered it was loose about a month ago, and he could see by the thin film of dust on it. Next you'll be taping hairs across it yourself just to make sure, he had thought, that Annie hadn't known this loose piece of board was here. Behind it was a narrow space, empty save for dust and a plentiful scattering of mouse turds. He stowed the can of Fastlight in the space and pushed the board back into place. He had an anxious moment when he was afraid it would no longer fit flush against its mates, and God, her eyes were so fucking sharp. And then it slipped neatly home. Paul regarded this for a moment, then opened his pad, picked up a pencil, and found the hole in the paper. He wrote undisturbed for the next 4 hours, until the points on all 3 of the pencils she had sharpened for him were written flat, and then he rolled himself back to the bed, got in, and went easily off to sleep. Chapter 37. Geoffrey's arms were beginning to feel like white iron. He had been standing in the deep shadows outside the hut which belonged to Machibi, beautiful one, for the last 5 minutes, looking rather like a too slim version of the circus strongman, with a baroness's trunk poised over his head. Just as he came to believe that nothing Hezekiah could say would convince Machibi to leave his hut, he heard sounds of movement. Geoffrey turned even farther, the muscles in his arms now twitching wildly. Chief Machibi, beautiful one, was the keeper of the fire, and inside his hut were better than 100 torches, the head of each coated with a thick, gummy resin. The resin oozed from the low trees of the area, and the Burkas called it fire oil, or fire blood oil. Like most essentially simple languages, that of the Burkas could at times be oddly elusive. Whatever you called the stuff, however, there were enough torches in there to set this whole village afire. It would burn like a Guy Fawkes dummy, Geoffrey thought. If, that was, Machibi could be gotten out of the way. "We are not to strike, Boss Geoffrey," Hezekiah had said. "Machibi he come out first one, 'cause he be the fireman. Hezekiah he be comin' out second one. So don't you be waiting to see my gold tooth flash. You break that brat's head damn quick." But when he actually did hear them coming, Geoffrey felt a moment's doubt in spite of the agony in his arms. Suppose that just this once, the oh... His pencil paused in mid-word at the sound of an approaching engine. He was surprised at how calm he felt. The strongest emotion in him right now was mild annoyance at being interrupted just when it was starting to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Annie's boot heels rattled staccato down the hallway. "Get out of sight." Her face was tight and grim. The khaki bag, unzipped, was over her shoulder. "Get out of sight." She paused, and saw that he had already rolled the wheelchair back from the window. She looked to make sure that none of his things were on the sill, then nodded. "It's the state police," she said. She looked tense but in control. The shoulder bag was within easy reach of her right hand. "Are you going to be good, Paul?" "Yes," he said. Her eyes searched his face. "I'm going to trust you," she said finally, and turned away, closing the door but not bothering to lock it. The car turned into the driveway, the smooth, sleepy beat of that big 442 Plymouth engine almost like a trademark. He heard the kitchen screen door bang shut and eased the wheelchair close enough to the window so he could remain in an angle of shadow and still peek out. The cruiser pulled up to where Annie stood, and the engine died. The driver got out and stood almost exactly where the young trooper had been standing when he spoke his last 4 words, but there all resemblance ended. That trooper had been a weedy young man hardly out of his teens, a rookie cop pulling a shit detail, chasing the cold trail of some numbnuts rider who had wrecked up his car and then either staggered deeper into the woods to die or walked blithely away from the whole mess with his thumb cocked. The cop currently unfolding himself from behind the cruiser's wheel was about 40, with shoulders seemingly as wide as a barn beam. His face was a square of granite with a few narrow lines carved into it at the eyes and the corners of the mouth. Annie was a big woman, but this fellow made her look almost small. There was another difference as well. The trooper Annie killed had been alone. Getting out of the shotgun seat of this cruiser was a small, slope-shouldered plainclothesman with lank blonde hair. David and Goliath, Paul thought. Mutt and Jeff. Jesus. The plainclothesman did not so much walk around the cruiser as mince around it. His face looked old and tired, the face of a man who was half asleep, except for his faded blue eyes. The eyes were wide awake, everywhere at once. Paul thought he would be quick. They bookended Annie, and she was saying something to them, first looking up to speak to Goliath, then half turning and looking down to reply to David. Paul wondered what would happen if he broke the window again and screamed for help again. He thought the odds were maybe 8 in 10 that they would take her. Oh, she was quick, but the big cop looked as if he might be quicker in spite of his size, and strong enough to uproot middling-sized trees with his bare hands. The plainclothesman's self-conscious walk might be as deliberately deceptive as his sleepy look. He thought they would take her. Except what surprised them wouldn't surprise her, and that gave her an outside chance anyway. The plainclothesman's coat. It was buttoned in spite of the glaring heat. If she shot Goliath first, she might very well be able to put a slug in David's face before he could get that oogie goddamn coat unbuttoned and his gun out. More than anything else, that buttoned coat suggested that Annie had been right. So far, this was just a routine checkback. So far. "I didn't kill him, you know. You killed him. If you'd kept your mouth shut, I would have sent him on his way. He'd be alive now." Did he believe that? No, of course not. But there was still that strong, hurtful moment of guilt, like a quick, deep stab wound. Was he going to keep his mouth shut because there were 2 chances in 10 that she would off these 2 as well if he opened it? The guilt stabbed quickly again and was gone. The answer to that was also no. It would be nice to credit himself with such selfless motives, but it wasn't the truth. The fact was simple. He wanted to take care of Annie Wilkes himself. "They could only put you in jail, bitch," he thought. "I know how to hurt you." There was always the possibility, of course, that they would smell a rat. Rat-catching was, after all, their job, and they would know Annie's background. If that was the way things turned out, so be it. But he thought Annie might just be able to wriggle past the law this one last time. Paul now knew as much of the story as he needed to know, he supposed. Annie had listened to the radio constantly since her long sleep, and the missing state cop, whose name was Dwayne Kushner, was big news. The fact that he had been searching for traces of a hotshot writer named Paul Sheldon was reported, but Kushner's disappearance had not been linked, even speculatively, with Paul's own. At least not yet. The spring runoff had sent his Camaro rolling and tumbling 5 miles down the wash. It might have lain undiscovered in the forest for another month or another year, but for merest coincidence. A couple of National Guard chopper jockeys, sent out as part of a random drug control sweep, looking for backcountry pot farmers, in other words, had seen a sun flash on what remained of the Camaro's windshield, and set down in a nearby clearing for a closer look. The seriousness of the crash itself had been masked by the violent battering the Camaro had taken as it traveled to its final resting place. If the car had yielded traces of blood to forensic analysis, if indeed there had been a forensic analysis, the radio did not say so. Paul knew that even an exhaustive analysis would turn up precious few traces of blood. His car had spent most of the spring with snowmelt running through it at flood speed. And in Colorado, most of the attention and concern were focused on Trooper Dwayne Kushner, as he supposed these 2 visitors proved. So far, all speculation centered on 3 illegal substances: moonshine, marijuana, and cocaine. It seemed possible that Kushner might have stumbled across the growing, distilling, or stockpiling of one of these substances quite by accident during his search for signs for the tenderfoot writer. And as hope of finding Kushner alive began to fade, questions about why he had been out there alone in the first place began to grow louder. And while Paul doubted if the state of Colorado had money enough to finance a buddy system for its vehicle police, they were obviously combing the area for Kushner in pairs, taking no chances. Goliath now gestured toward the house. Annie shrugged and shook her head. David said something. After a moment she nodded and led them up the path to the kitchen door. Paul heard the screen's hinges squeak, and then they were in. The sound of so many footfalls out there was frightening, almost a profanation. "What time was it when he came by?" Goliath asked. It had to be Goliath. He had a rumbling Midwestern voice, roughened by cigarettes. "Around 4, Annie said, give or take. She had just finished mowing the grass and she didn't wear a watch. It had been devilish hot. She remembered that well enough." "How long did he stay, Mrs. Wilkes?" David asked. "It's Miss Wilkes, if you don't mind." "Excuse me." Annie said she couldn't reckon on how long for sure, only it hadn't been long, 5 minutes maybe. "He showed you a picture?" "Yes," Annie said. "That was why he came." Paul marveled at how composed she sounded, how pleasant. "And had you seen the man in the picture?" Annie said certainly. He was Paul Sheldon. She knew that right away. "I have all his books," she said. "I like them very much." That disappointed Officer Kushner. He said if that was the case, he guessed I probably knew what I was talking about. He looked very discouraged. He also looked very hot. "Yeah, it was a hot day, all right," Goliath said. And Paul was alarmed by how much closer his voice was. "In the parlor?" "Yes, almost certainly in the parlor." Big or not, the guy moved like a goddamn lynx. When Annie responded, her own voice was closer. The cops had moved into the parlor. She was following. She hadn't asked them, but they had gone in there anyway, looking the place over. Although her pet writer was now less than 35 feet away, Annie's voice remained composed. She had asked if he would like to come in for an iced coffee. He said he couldn't. So she had asked if he'd like to take along a cold bottle of, "Please don't break that." Annie interrupted herself, her voice sharpening. "I like my things, and some of them are quite fragile." "Sorry, ma'am." That had to be David, his voice low and whispery, both humble and a little startled. That tone coming from a cop would have been amusing under other circumstances. But these were not other circumstances, and Paul was not amused. He sat stiffly, hearing the small sound of something being set carefully back down. The penguin on his block of ice, perhaps. His hands clasped tightly on the arms of the wheelchair. He imagined her fiddling with a shoulder bag. He waited for one of the cops, Goliath probably, to ask her just what the hell it was she had in there. Then the shooting would start. "What were you saying?" David asked. "That I asked him if he'd like to take along a cold Pepsi from the fridge, because it was such a hot day. I keep them right next to the freezer compartment, and that keeps them as cold as you can get them without freezing them. He said that would be very kind. He was a very polite boy. Why did they let such a young boy out alone, do you know?" "Did he drink the soda here?" David asked, ignoring her question. His voice was closer still. He had crossed the parlor. Paul didn't have to close his eyes to imagine him standing there, looking down the short hall which passed the little downstairs bathroom and ended in the closed guest-room door. Paul sat tight and upright, a pulse beating rapidly in his scrawny throat. "No," Annie said, as composed as ever. "He took it along. He said he had to keep rolling." "What's down there?" Goliath asked. There was a double thud of booted heels, a sound slightly hollow, as he stepped off the parlor carpet and onto the bare boards of the hallway. "A bath and a spare bedroom. I sometimes sleep there when it's very hot. Have a look if you like, but I promise I don't have your trooper tied to the bed." "No, ma'am, I'm sure you don't," David said, and amazingly their footfalls and voices began to fade toward the kitchen again. "Did he seem excited about anything while he was here?" "Not at all," Annie said. "Just hot and discouraged." Paul was beginning to breathe again. "Preoccupied about anything?" "No." "Did he say where he was going next?" Although the cops almost surely missed it, Paul's own practiced ear sensed the minutest of hesitations. There could be a trap here, a snare which might spring at once or after a short delay. "No," she said at last, although he had headed west, so she assumed he must have gone toward Springer's Road and the few farms out that way. "Thank you, ma'am, for your cooperation," David said. "We may have to check back with you." "All right," Annie said. "Feel free. I don't see much company these days." "Would you mind if we looked in your barn?" Goliath asked abruptly. "Not at all. Just be sure to say howdy when you go in." "Howdy to who, ma'am?" David asked. "Why, to Misery," Annie said. "My pig." She stood in the doorway looking at him fixedly, so fixedly that his face began to feel warm, and he supposed he was blushing. The two cops had left 15 minutes ago. "You see something green?" he asked finally. "Why didn't you holler?" Both cops had tipped their hats to her as they got in the cruiser, but neither had smiled, and there had been a look in their eyes Paul had been able to see, even from the narrow angle afforded by the corner of his window. They knew who she was, all right. "I kept expecting you to holler. They would have fallen on me like an avalanche." "Maybe, maybe not." "But why didn't you?" "Annie, if you spend your whole life thinking the worst thing you can imagine is going to happen, you have to be wrong some of the time." "Don't be smart with me." He saw that beneath her assumed impassivity she was deeply confused. His silence did not fit well into her view of all existence as a sort of big-time wrestling match. Honest Annie versus that all-time double-ugly tag team of the cockadoodie brats. Who's being smart? I told you I was going to keep my mouth shut, and I did. I want to finish my book in relative peace, and I want to finish it for you. She looked at him uncertainly, wanting to believe, afraid to believe, and ultimately believing anyway. And she was right to believe, because he was telling the truth. "Get busy, then," she said softly. "Get busy right away. You saw the way they looked at me." For the next 2 days, life went on just as it had before Duane Kushner. It was almost possible to believe Duane Kushner had never happened at all. Paul wrote almost constantly. He had given the typewriter up for the nonce. Annie put it on the mantel below the picture of the Arc de Triomphe without comment. He filled 3 legal pads in those 2 days. There was only one left. When he had filled that one, he would move on to the steno pads. She sharpened his half-dozen Barrel Black Warrior pencils. He wrote them dull, and Annie sharpened them again. They shrank steadily as he sat in the sun by the window, bent over, sometimes scratching absently with the great toe of his right foot at the air where the sole of his left foot had been, looking through the hole in the paper. It had yawned wide open again, and the book rushed toward its climax the way the best ones did, as if on a rocket sled. He saw everything with perfect clarity. 3 groups all hell-bent for misery in the crenellated passages behind the idol's forehead, 2 wanting to kill her, the 3rd consisting of Ian, Jeffrey, and Hezekiah, trying to save her. While below, the village of the Burkas burned, and the survivors massed at the one point of egress, the idol's left ear, to massacre anyone who happened to stagger out alive. This hypnotic state of absorption was rudely shaken, but not broken, when on the 3rd day after the visit of David and Goliath, a cream-colored Ford station wagon with KTKA Grand Junction written on the side pulled into Annie's driveway. The back was full of video equipment. "Oh, God," Paul said, frozen somewhere between humor, amazement, and horror. "What's this fuck-a-row?" The wagon had barely stopped before one of the rear doors flew open, and a guy dressed in combat fatigue pants and a deadhead T-shirt leaped out. There was something big and black, pistol gripped in one hand, and for one wild moment Paul thought it was a tear-gas gun. Then he raised it to his shoulder and swept it toward the house, and Paul saw it was a minicam. A pretty young woman was getting out of the front passenger seat, fluffing her blow-dried hair, and pausing for one final appraising look at her makeup in the outside rear-view mirror before joining her cameraman. The eye of the outside world, which had slipped away from the Dragon Lady these last few years, had now returned with a vengeance. Paul rolled backward quickly, hoping he had been in time. Well, if you want to know for sure, just check the 6 o'clock news, he thought, and then had to raise both hands to his mouth to plug up the giggles. The screen door banged open and shut.
"Get the hell out of here!"
Annie screamed.
"Get the hell off my land!"
Dimly. "Miss Wilkes, if we could just have a few—"
"You can have a couple of loads of double-aught buck up your cockadoodie bumhole if you don't get out of here!"
"Miss Wilkes, I'm Glenna Roberts from KTKA.
"I don't care if you're John Q. Jesus Johnny K. Christ from the planet Mars! Get off my land or you're dead!"
But...
Kapow!
Oh, Annie, oh, my Jesus, Annie killed that stupid broad. He rolled back and peeked through the window. He had no choice. He had to see. Relief gusted through him. Annie had fired into the air. That seemed to have done quite well. Glenna Roberts was diving headfirst into the KTKA newsmobile. The cameraman swung his lens toward Annie. Annie swung her shotgun toward the cameraman. The cameraman, deciding he wanted to live to see the Grateful Dead again more than he wanted to roll tape on the Dragon Lady, immediately dropped into the back seat again. The wagon was reversing down the driveway before he got his door all the way closed. Annie stood watching them go, the rifle held in one hand, and then she came slowly back into the house. He heard the clack as she put the rifle on the table. She came down to Paul's room. She looked worse than he had ever seen her face haggard and pale, her eyes darting constantly. "They're back," she whispered. "Take it easy. I knew all those brats would come back, and now they have." "They're gone, Annie. You made them go." "They never go. Someone told them that cop was at the Dragon Lady's house before he disappeared. So here they are." "Annie." "You know what they want?" she demanded. "Of course, I've dealt with the press. They want the same two things they always want. For you to fuck up while the tape's running, and for someone else to buy the martinis when happy hour rolls around. But Annie, you've got to settle to—" "This is what they want," she said, and raised one hooked hand to her forehead. She pulled down suddenly, sharply, opening 4 bloody furrows. Blood ran into her eyebrows, down her cheeks, along either side of her nose. "Annie, stop it." "And this!" She slapped herself across the left cheek with her left hand, hard enough to leave an imprint. "And this!" The right cheek, even harder, hard enough to make droplets of blood fly from the fingernail gouges. "Stop it!" he screamed. "It's what they want!" she screamed back. She raised her hands to her forehead and pressed them against the wounds, blotting them. She held her bloody palms out toward him for a moment. Then she plodded out of the room. After a long, long time, Paul began to write again. It went slowly at first. The image of Annie pulling those furrows into her skin kept intruding, and he thought it was going to be no good. He had just better pack it in for the day, when the story caught him, and he fell through the hole in the paper again. As always these days, he went with a sense of blessed relief. More police came the next day, local yokels this time. With them was a skinny man carrying a case which could only contain a steno machine. Annie stood in the driveway with them, listening, her face expressionless. Then she led them into the kitchen. Paul sat quietly, a steno pad of his own in his lap. He had finished the last legal pad the previous evening, and listened to Annie's voice as she made a statement which consisted of all the things she had told David and Goliath 4 days ago. This, Paul thought, was nothing more than blatant harassment. He was amused and appalled to find himself feeling a little sorry for Annie Wilkes. The sidewinder cop who asked most of the questions began by telling Annie she could have a lawyer present if she wanted. Annie declined and simply retold her story. Paul could detect no deviations. They were in the kitchen for half an hour. Near the end, one of them asked how she had come by the ugly-looking scratches on her forehead. "I did it in the night," she said. "I had a bad dream." "What was that?" the cop asked. "I dreamed that people remembered me after all this time and started coming out here again," Annie said. When they were gone, Annie came to his room. Her face was doughy and distant and ill. "This place is turning into Grand Central," Paul said. She didn't smile. "How much longer?" He hesitated, looked at the pile of typescript with a ragged stack of handwritten pages on top, then back at Annie. 2 days, he said. Maybe 3. "The next time they come, they'll have the search warrant," she said, and left before he could reply. She came in that evening around 11:15 and said, "You should have been in bed an hour ago, Paul." He looked up, startled out of the story's deep dream. Geoffrey, who had turned out to be very much the hero of this one, had just come face to face with a hideous queen bee, whom he would have to battle to the death for Misery's life. "It doesn't matter," he said. "I'll turn in after a while. Sometimes you get it down or it gets away." He shook his hand, which was sore and throbbing. A large, hard growth, half callus and half blister, had risen on the inside of his index finger, where the pencil pressed most firmly. He had pills, and they would take away the pain, but they would also blur his thoughts. "You think it's good, don't you?" she asked softly. "Really good. You're not just doing it for me anymore, are you?" "Oh, no," he said. For a moment he trembled on the edge of saying something more, of saying it was never for you, Annie, or all the other people out there who signed their letters your #1 fan. The minute you start to write, all those people are at the other end of the galaxy or something. It was never for my ex-wives or my mother or my father. The reason authors almost always put a dedication on a book, Annie, is because their selfishness even horrifies themselves in the end. But it would be unwise to say such a thing to her. He wrote until dawn was coming up in the east, and then fell into bed and slept for 4 hours. His dreams were confused and unpleasant. In one of them, Annie's father was climbing a long flight of stairs. He had a basket of what appeared to be newspaper clippings in his arms. Paul tried to cry out to him, to warn him, but every time he opened his mouth nothing came out but a neatly reasoned paragraph of narration. Although this paragraph was different each time he tried to scream, it always opened the same way. One day, about a week later, and now came Annie Wilkes screaming, rushing down the hall, hands outstretched to give her father the killing push, only her screams were becoming weird buzzing noises, and her body was rippling and humping and changing under her skirt and cardigan sweater, because Annie was changing into a bee. No one official came by the following day, but lots of unofficial people showed up, designated gawkers. One of the cars was full of teenagers. When they turned into the driveway to reverse direction, Annie rushed out and screamed at them to get off her land before she shot them for the dirty dogs they were. "Fuck off, Dragon Lady!" one of them shouted. "Where'd you bury him?" Another yelled as the car backed out in a boil of dust. A third threw a beer bottle. As the car roared away, Paul could make out a bumper sticker pasted to the rear window. "Support the Sidewinder Blue Devils," it read. An hour later he saw Annie stalk grimly past his window, drawing on a pair of work gloves as she headed for the barn. She came back some time later with the chain. She had taken the time to interlace its stout steel loops with barbed wire. When this prickly knitting was padlocked across the driveway, she reached into her breast pocket and took out some red pieces of cloth. These she tied to several of the links to aid visibility. "It won't keep the cops out," she said when she finally came in, "but it'll keep the rest of the brats away." "Yes." "Your hand. It looks swollen." "Yes." "I hate to be a cock-a-doodle pest, Paul, but—" "Tomorrow," he said. "Tomorrow? Really?" She brightened at once. "Yes, I think so. Probably around 6. "Paul, that's wonderful. Shall I start reading now, or—" "I'd prefer that you wait." "Then I will." That tender, melting look had crept into her eyes again. He had come to hate her most of all when she looked that way. "I love you, Paul. You know that, don't you?" "Yes," he said. "I know." And bent over his pad again. That evening she brought him his Keflex pill. His urinary infection was improving, but very slowly, and a bucket of ice. She laid a neatly folded towel beside it and left without saying a word. Paul put his pencil aside. He had to use the fingers of his left hand to unbend the fingers of his right, and slipped his hand into the ice. He left it there until it was almost completely numb. When he took it out, the swelling seemed to have gone down a little. He wrapped the towel around it and sat, looking out into the darkness until it began to tingle. He put the towel aside, flexed the hand for a while. The first few times made him grimace with pain, but then the hand began to limber up and started to write again. At dawn, he rolled slowly over to his bed, lurched in, and was asleep at once. He dreamed he was lost in a snowstorm, only it wasn't snow. It was flying pages which filled the world, destroying direction, and each page was covered with typing, and all the N's and T's and E's were missing, and he understood that if he was still alive when the blizzard ended, he would have to fill them all in himself, by hand, deciphering words that were barely there. He woke up around 11, and almost as soon as Annie heard him stirring about, she came in with orange juice, his pills, and a bowl of hot chicken soup. She was glowing with excitement. "It's a very special day, Paul, isn't it?" "Yes." He tried to pick up the spoon with his right hand and could not. It was puffy and red. So swollen the skin was shiny. When he tried to bend it into a fist, it felt as though long rods of metal had been pushed through it at random. The last few days, he thought, had been like some nightmare autographing session that just never ended. "Oh, your poor hand," she cried. "I'll get you another pill. I'll do it right now." "No. This is the push. I want my head clear for it." "But you can't write with your hand like that." "No," he agreed. "My hand's shot. I'm going to finish this baby the way I started, with that royal. 8 or 10 pages should see it through. I guess I can fight my way through that many N's, T's, and E's." "I should have gotten you another machine," she said. She looked honestly sorry. Tears stood in her eyes. Paul thought that the occasional moments like this were the most ghastly of all, because in them he saw the woman she might have been if her upbringing had been right, or the drugs squirted out by all the funny little glands inside her had been less wrong. Or both. "I goofed. It's hard for me to admit that, but it's true. It was because I didn't want to admit that dartmonger woman got the better of me. I'm sorry, Paul. Your poor hand." She raised it, gentle as Niobe at the pool, and kissed it. "That's all right," he said. "We'll manage, Ducky Daddles and I. I hate him, but I've got a feeling he hates me as well, so I guess we're even." "Who are you talking about?" "The Royal. I've nicknamed it after a cartoon character." "Oh." She trailed away. Turned off. Came unplugged. He waited patiently for her to return, eating his soup as he did so, holding the spoon awkwardly between the first and second fingers of his left hand. At last she did come back and looked at him, smiling radiantly like a woman just awakening, and realizing it was going to be a beautiful day. "Soup almost gone? I've got something very special if it is." He showed her the bowl, empty except for a few noodles stuck to the bottom. "See what a doobie I am, Annie?" he said without even a trace of a smile. "You're the most goodest doobie there ever was, Paul, and you get a whole row of gold stars. In fact, wait. Wait till you see this." She left, leaving Paul to look first at the calendar and then at the Arc de Triomphe. He looked up at the ceiling and saw the interlinked W's waltzing drunkenly across the plaster. Last of all, he looked across at the typewriter and the vast, untidy pile of manuscript. Goodbye to all that, he thought randomly. And then Annie was bustling back in with another tray. On it were 4 dishes, wedges of lemon on one, grated egg on a second, toast points on a third. In the middle was a larger plate, and on this one was a vast, oogy, gooey pile of caviar. "I don't know if you like this stuff or not," she said shyly. "I don't even know if I like it. I never had it." Paul began to laugh. It hurt his middle and it hurt his legs, and it even hurt his hand. Soon he would probably hurt even more, because Annie was paranoid enough to think that if someone was laughing, it must be at her. But still he couldn't stop. He laughed until he was choking and coughing, his cheeks red, tears spurting from the corners of his eyes. The woman had cut off his foot with an axe and his thumb with an electric knife, and here she was with a pile of caviar big enough to choke a warthog. And for a wonder, that black look of crevasse did not dawn on her face. She began to laugh with him instead. Caviar was supposed to be one of those things you either loved or hated, but Paul had never felt either way. If he was flying first class and a stewardess stuck a plate of it in front of him, he ate it, and then forgot there was such a thing as caviar until the next time a stewardess stuck a plate of it in front of him. But now he ate it hungrily, with all the trimmings, as if discovering the great principle of food for the first time in his life. Annie didn't care for it at all. She nibbled at the one dainty teaspoonful she'd put on a toast point, wrinkled her face in disgust, and put it aside. Paul, however, plowed ahead with undimmed enthusiasm. In a space of 15 minutes he had eaten half of Mount Beluga. He belched, covered his mouth, and looked guiltily at Annie, who went off into another gay gust of laughter. "I think I'm going to kill you, Annie," he thought, and smiled warmly at her. "I really do. I may go with you, probably will, in fact, but I'm going to go with a by-God belly full of caviar. Things could be worse." "That was great, but I can't eat any more," he said. "You'd probably throw up if you did," she said. "That stuff is very rich." She smiled back. "There's another surprise. I have a bottle of champagne, for later, when you finish the book. It's called Dom Perignon. It costs $75 for one bottle. But Chucky Yoder down at the liquor store says it's the best there is." "Chucky Yoder is right," Paul said, thinking that it was partly Dom's fault that he had gotten himself into this hell in the first place. He paused a moment and then said, "There's something else I'd like as well, for when I finish." "Oh, what's that?" "You said once you had all of my things." "I do." "Well, there was a carton of cigarettes in my suitcase. I'd like to have a smoke when I finish." Her smile had faded slowly. "You know those things are no good for you, Paul. They cause cancer." "Annie, would you say that cancer is something I have to worry about just now?" She didn't answer. "I just want that one single cigarette. I've always leaned back and smoked one when I finished. It's the one that always tastes the best, believe me. Even better than the one you have after a really fine meal. At least that's how it used to be. I suppose this time it'll make me feel dizzy and like puking. But I'd like that little link with the past. What do you say, Annie? Be a sport. I have been." "All right. But before the champagne. I'm not drinking a $75 bottle of fizzy beer in the same room where you've been blowing that poison around." "That's fine. If you bring it to me around noon, I'll put it on the windowsill where I can look at it once in a while. I'll finish, then I'll fill in the letters, and then I'll smoke it until I feel like I'm going to fall down unconscious, and then I'll butt it. Then I'll call you." "All right," she said. "But I'm still not happy about it. Even if you don't get lung cancer from just one, I'm still not happy about it. And you know why, Paul?" "No." "Because only don't bees smoke," she said, and began to gather up the dishes. "Mr. Boss Ian, is she—" "Shh!" Ian hissed fiercely, and Hezekiah subsided. Geoffrey felt a pulse beating with wild rapidity in his throat. From outside came the steady, soft creak of lines and rigging, the slow flap of the sails in the first faint breezes of the freshening trade winds, the occasional cry of a bird. Dimly, from the afterdeck, Geoffrey could hear a gang of men singing a shanty in bellowing, off-key voices. But in here all was silence, as the three men, 2 white and 1 black, waited to see if misery would live, Or... Ian groaned hoarsely, and Hezekiah gripped his arm. Geoffrey merely tightened his already hysterically tight hold on himself. After all of this, could God really be cruel enough to let her die? Once he could have denied such a possibility, confidently, and with humor rather than indignation. The idea that God could be cruel would in those days have struck him as absurd. But his ideas about God, like his ideas about so many things, had changed. They had changed in Africa. In Africa he had discovered that there was not just one God, but many, and some were more than cruel. They were insane, and that changed all. Cruelty, after all, was understandable. With insanity, however, there was no arguing. If his misery were truly dead, as he had come to fear, he intended to go up on the foredeck and throw himself over the rail. He had always known and accepted the fact that the gods were hard. He had no desire, however, to live in a world where the gods were insane. These wretched musings were interrupted by a harsh, half-superstitious gasp from Hezekiah. "Miss Boss, Ian! Miss Boss, Geoffrey! Look! She eyes! Look, she eyes!" Misery's eyes, that gorgeously delicate shade of cornflower blue, had fluttered open. They passed from Ian to Geoffrey and then back to Ian again. For a moment Geoffrey saw only puzzlement in those eyes, and then recognition dawned in them, and he felt gladness roar through his soul. "Where am I?" she asked, yawning and stretching. "Ian, Geoffrey, are we at sea? Why am I so hungry?" Laughing, crying, Ian bent and hugged her, speaking her name over and over again. Bewildered but pleased, she hugged him back, and because he knew she was all right, Geoffrey found he could abide their love, now and forever. He would live alone, could live alone, in perfect peace. Perhaps the gods were not insane after all, at least not all of them. He touched Hezekiah on the shoulder. "I think we should leave them alone, old man, don't you?" "I guess that be right, Mr. Boss Geoffrey," Hezekiah said. He grinned widely, flashing all 7 of his gold teeth. Geoffrey stole one last look at her, and for just a moment those cornflower eyes flashed his way, warming him, filling him, fulfilling him. "I love you, my darling," he thought. "Do you hear me?" Perhaps the answer which came back was only the wistful call of his own mind, but he thought not. It was too clear, too much her own voice. "I hear, and I love you too." Geoffrey closed the door and went up to the afterdeck. Instead of throwing himself over the rail as he might have done, he lit his pipe and smoked a bowl of tobacco slowly, watching the sun go down behind that distant, disappearing cloud on the horizon, that cloud which was the coast of Africa. And then, because he could not stand to do otherwise, Paul Sheldon rolled the last page out of the typewriter and scrawled the most loved and hated phrase in the writer's vocabulary with a pen. The end. His swollen right hand had not wanted to fill in the missing letters, but he had forced it through the work nonetheless. If he wasn't able to work at least some of the stiffness out of it, he was not going to be able to carry through with this. When it was done, he put the pen aside. He regarded his work for a moment. He felt as he always did when he finished a book, queerly empty, let down, aware that for each little success he had paid a toll of absurdity. It was always the same, like toiling uphill through jungle and breaking out to a clearing at the top after months of hell, only to discover nothing more rewarding than a view of the freeway, with a few gas stations and bowling alleys thrown in for good behavior or something. Still, it was good to be done, always good to be done, good to have produced, good to have caused a thing to be. In a numb sort of way, he understood and appreciated the bravery of the act, of making little lives that weren't, creating the appearance of motion and the illusion of warmth. He understood, now finally, that he was a bit of a dullard at doing this trick, but it was the only one he knew. And if he always ended up doing it ineptly, he at least never failed to do it with love. He touched the pile of manuscript and smiled a little bit. His hand left the big pile of paper and stole to the single Marlboro she had put on the windowsill for him. Beside it was a ceramic ashtray with a paddle-wheel excursion boat printed on the bottom, encircled by the words, "Souvenir of Hannibal, Missouri, home of America's storyteller." In the ashtray was a book of matches, but there was only one match in it, all she had allowed him. One, however, should be enough. He could hear her moving around upstairs. That was good. He would have plenty of time to make his few little preparations, plenty of warning if she decided to come down before he was quite ready for her. Here comes the real trick, Annie. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see. Can I? He bent over, ignoring the pain in his legs, and began to work the loose section of baseboard out with his fingers. He called for her 5 minutes later and listened to her heavy, somehow toneless tread on the stairs. He had expected to feel terrified when things got to this point, and he was relieved to find he felt quite calm. The room was filled with a reek of lighter fluid. It dripped steadily from one side of the board which lay across the arms of the wheelchair. "Paul, are you really done?" she called down the length of hallway. Paul looked at the pile of papers sitting on the board beside the hateful royal typewriter. Lighter fluid soaked the stack. "Well," he called back, "I did the best I could, Annie." "Wow! Oh, great gee, I can hardly believe it. After all this time. Just a minute, I'll get the champagne." "Fine." He heard her cross the kitchen linoleum, knowing where each squeak was going to come the instant before it did come. I am hearing all these sounds for the last time, he thought, and that brought a sense of wonder, and wonder broke the calm open like an egg. The fear was inside, but there was something else in there as well. He supposed it was the receding coast of Africa. The refrigerator door was opened, then banged shut. Here she came across the kitchen again. Here she came. He had not smoked a cigarette, of course. It still lay on the windowsill. It had been the match he wanted. That one single match. What if it doesn't light when you strike it? But it was far too late for such considerations. He reached over to the ashtray and picked up the matchbook. He tore out the single match. She was coming down the hallway now. Paul struck the match, and sure enough, it didn't light. Easy, easy does it. He struck it again. Nothing. Easy, easy. He scratched it along the rough dark brown strip on the back of the book a third time, and a pale yellow flame bloomed at the end of the paper stick. "I just hope this—" She stopped. The next word pulled back inside her as she sucked in breath. Paul sat in his wheelchair behind a barricade of heaped paper and ancient royal stenomongery. He had purposely turned the top sheet around so she could read this: Misery's Return, by Paul Sheldon. Above this sopping pile of paper, Paul's swollen hand hovered, and held between the thumb and his first finger was a single burning match. She stood in the doorway, holding a bottle of champagne wrapped in a strip of toweling. Her mouth dropped open. She closed it with a snap. "Paul," cautiously, "what are you doing?" "It's done," he said. "And it's good, Annie. You were right. The best of the misery books, and maybe the best thing I ever wrote, mongrel or not. Now I'm going to do a little trick with it. It's a good trick. I learned it from you." "Paul, no!" she screamed. Her voice was full of agony and understanding. Her hands flew out, the bottle of champagne dropping from them unheeded. It hit the floor and exploded like a torpedo. Curds of foam flew everywhere. "No. No, please don't." "Too bad you'll never read it," Paul said, and smiled at her. It was his first real smile in months, radiant and genuine. False modesty aside, I've got to say it was better than good. It was great, Annie. The match was guttering, printing its small heat on the tips of his fingers. He dropped it. For one terrible moment, he thought it had gone out, and then pale blue fire uncoiled across the title page with an audible sound. Thump. It ran down the sides, tasted the fluid that had pooled along the outer edge of the paper pile, and shot up yellow. "Oh, God, no!" Annie shrieked. "Not misery! Not misery! Not her! No, no!" Now her face had begun to shimmer on the far side of the flames. "Want to make a wish, Annie?" he shouted at her. "Want to make a wish, you fucking goblin?" "Oh, my God, oh, Paul, what are you doing?" She stumbled forward, arms outstretched. Now the pile of paper was not just burning, it was blazing. The gray side of the Royal had begun to turn black. Lighter fluid had pooled under it, and now pale blue tongues of flame shot up between the keys. Paul could feel his face baking, the skin tightening. "Not misery!" she wailed. "You can't burn misery! You cock-a-doodie brat! You can't burn misery!" And then she did exactly what he had almost known she would do. She seized the burning pile of paper and wheeled about, meaning to run to the bathroom with it, perhaps, and douse it in the tub. When she turned, Paul seized the Royal. Unmindful of the blisters its hot right side was printing on his already swollen right hand. He lifted it over his head. Little blue fire drops still fell from its undercarriage. He paid them no more mind than he paid the flare of pain in his back as he strained something there. His face was an insane grimace of effort and concentration. He brought his arms forward and down, letting the typewriter fly out of his hands. It struck her squarely in the center of her wide, solid back. "Help!" It was not a scream, but a vast, startled grunt. Annie was driven forward onto the floor with a burning stack of paper under her. Small bluish fires like spirit lanterns dotted the surface of the board which had served as his desk. Gasping, each breath smooth hot iron in his throat, Paul knocked it aside. He pushed himself up and tottered erect on his right foot. Annie was writhing and moaning. A lick of flame shot up through the gap between her left arm and the side of her body. She screamed. Paul could smell frying skin, burning fat. She rolled over, struggling to her knees. Most of the paper was on the floor now, either still burning or hissing to ruin in puddles of champagne, but Annie still held some, and it was still burning. Her cardigan sweater was burning too. He saw green hooks of glass in her forearms. A larger shard poked out of her right cheek, like the blade of a tomahawk. "I'm going to kill you, you lying cocksucker!" she said, and staggered toward him. She knee-walked 3 steps toward him, and then fell over the typewriter. She writhed and managed to turn over halfway. Then Paul fell on her. He felt the sharp angles of the typewriter beneath her, even through her body. She screamed like a cat, writhed like a cat, and tried to claw out from under him like a cat. The flames were going out around them, but he could still feel savage heat coming off the twisting, heaving mound beneath him, and knew that at least some of her sweater and brassiere must be cooked onto her body. He felt no sympathy at all. She tried to buck him off, He held on, and now he was lying squarely on top of her, like a man who means to commit rape, his face almost on hers. His right hand groped, knowing exactly what it was looking for. "Get off me!" He found a handful of hot, cherry paper. "Get off me!" He crumpled the paper, squeezing flames out between his fingers. He could smell her. Cooked flesh, sweat, hate, madness. "Get off me!" she screamed, her mouth yawning wide, and he was suddenly looking into the dank, red-lined pit of the goddess. "Get off me, you cock-a-doodle brat!" He stuffed paper, white bond and black charred onion skin, into that gaping, screaming mouth. Saw the blazing eyes suddenly widen even more, now with surprise and horror and fresh pain. "Here's your book, Annie," he panted, and his hand closed on more paper. This bunch was out, dripping wet, smelling sourly of spilt wine. She bucked and writhed under him. The salt dome of his left knee whammed the floor, and there was excruciating pain, but he stayed on top of her. "I'm gonna rape you, all right, Annie. I'm gonna rape you because all I can do is the worst I can do. So suck my book. Suck my book. Suck on it until you fucking choke." He crumpled the wet paper with a convulsive, closing jerk of his fist, and slammed it into her mouth, driving the half-charred first bunch farther down. "Here it is, Annie. How do you like it? It's a genuine first. It's the Annie Wilkes edition. How do you like it? Eat it, Annie. Suck on it. Go on and eat it. Be a doobie and eat your book all up." He slammed in a third wad, a fourth. The fifth was still burning. He put it out with the already blistered heel of his right hand as he stuffed it in. Some weird, muffled noise was coming out of her. She gave a tremendous jerk, and this time Paul was thrown off. She struggled and flailed to her knees. Her hands clawed at her blackened throat, which had a hideously swelled look. Little was left of her sweater but the charred ring of the neck. The flesh of her belly and diaphragm bubbled with blisters. Champagne was dripping from the wad of paper which protruded from her mouth. Annie croaked. She got to her feet somehow, still clawing at her throat. Paul pushed himself backward, legs sticking untidily out in front of him, watching her warily. "Move!" She took one step toward him. Two. Then she tripped over the typewriter again. As she fell this time, her head twisted at an angle, and he saw her eyes looking at him with an expression that was questioning and somehow terrible. "What happened, Paul? I was bringing you champagne, wasn't I?" The left side of her head connected with the edge of the mantelpiece, and she went down like a loose sack of bricks, striking the floor in a vast tumble that shook the house. Annie had fallen on the bulk of the burning paper. Her body had put it out. It was a smoking black lump in the middle of the floor. The puddles of champagne had put out most of the individual pages, but 2 or 3 had wafted against the wall to the left of the door, while still burning brightly, and the wallpaper was alight in spots, but burning with no real enthusiasm. Paul crawled over to his bed, pulling himself on his elbows, and got hold of the coverlet. Then he worked his way over to the wall, pushing the shards of broken bottle out of his way with the sides of his hands as he went. He had strained his back. He had burned his right hand badly. His head ached. His stomach roiled with a sick sweet smell of burned meat. But he was free. The goddess was dead, and he was free. He got his right knee under him, reached up clumsily with a coverlet, which was damp with champagne and striped with smeary black swaths of ash, and began to beat at the flames. When he let the coverlet fall into a smoking heap at the baseboard, there was a big smoking bald spot in the middle of the wall, but the paper was out. The bottom page of the calendar had curled up, but that was all. He began to crawl back toward the wheelchair. He was halfway there when Annie opened her eyes. Paul stared, unbelieving, as she got slowly to her knees. Paul himself was propped on his hands, legs trailing out behind him. He looked like a strange adult version of Popeye's nephew, Sweet Pea. No. No, you're dead. You are in error, Paul. You can't kill the goddess. The goddess is immortal. Now I must rinse. Her eyes were staring, horrible. A huge wound, pink-red, glared through her hair on the left side of her head. Blood sheeted down her face. "Nerd!" Annie cried through her throat full of paper. She began to crawl toward him, hands outstretched, flexing. "Oh, no!" Paul pulled himself around in a half-circle and began to crawl for the door. He could hear her behind him. And then, as he entered the zone of broken glass, he felt her hand close around his left ankle and squeeze his stump excruciatingly. He screamed. "Dirt!" Annie cried triumphantly. He looked over his shoulder. Her face was turning slowly purple and seemed to be swelling. He realized she actually was turning into the Burka's idol. He yanked with all his might and his legs slithered footlessly out of her grasp, leaving her with nothing but the circlet of leather with which she had capped the stump. He crawled on, beginning to cry, sweat pouring down his cheeks. He pulled himself along on his elbows like a soldier advancing beneath heavy machine-gun fire. He heard the thud of first one knee from behind him, then the other, then the first again. She was still coming. She was as solid as he had always feared. He had burned her, broken her back, stuffed her tubes full of paper, and still she was coming. "Mort!" Annie screamed now. One of his elbows came down on a hook of glass, and it jabbed up into his arm. He crawled forward anyway, with it sticking out of him like a pushpin. Her hand closed over his left calf. "Oh, go out!" He turned back again, and yes, her face had gone black, a dusky, rotted plum black from which her bleeding eyes bulged wildly. Her pulsing throat had swelled up like an inner tube, and her mouth was writhing. She was, he realized, trying to grin. The door was just in reach. Paul stretched out and laid hold of the jamb in a death grip. "Go out!" Her right hand on his right thigh. Thud. One knee. Thud. The other. Closer. Her shadow. Her shadow falling over him. "No," he whimpered. He felt her tugging, pulling. He held on to the jamb grimly, eyes now squeezed shut. Over him, thunder. Goddess thunder. Now her hands scuttled up his back like spiders and settled upon his neck. His air was gone. He held the jam. He held the jam and felt her over him, felt her hand sinking into his neck, and he screamed, "Die, can't you die? Can't you ever die, can't you?" The pressure slackened. For a moment he could breathe again. Then Annie collapsed on top of him, a mountain of slack flesh, and he couldn't breathe at all. He worked his way out from under her like a man burrowing his way out of a snowslide. He did it with the last of his strength. He crawled through the door, expecting her hand to settle around his ankle again at any moment, but that did not happen. Annie lay silent, and face down in blood and spilled champagne and fragments of green glass. Was she dead? She must be dead. Paul did not believe she was dead. He slammed the door shut. The bolt she had put on looked like something halfway up a high cliff, but he clawed his way up to it, shot it, and then collapsed in a shuddery huddle at the door's foot. He lay in a stupor for some unknown length of time. What roused him from it was a low, minute scratching sound. "The rats," he thought. "It's the Then Annie's thick, blood-grimed fingers poked under the door and tugged mindlessly at his shirt. He shrieked and jerked away from them, his left leg creaking with pain. He hammered at the fingers with his fist. Instead of pulling back, they jerked a little and lay still. Let that be the end of her. Please, God, let that be the end of her. In horrible pain now, Paul began to crawl slowly back toward the bathroom. He got halfway there and looked back. Her fingers were still poking out from under the door. As bad as the pain was, he could not stand to look at that or even think of that, and so he reversed direction, went back, and pushed them under. He had to nerve himself to do it. He was certain that the moment he touched them, they would clutch him. He finally reached the bathroom, every part of him throbbing. He pulled himself inside and shut the door. God, what if she's moved the dope? But she hadn't. The untidy litter of boxes was still there, including the ones containing the sample packets of Novril. He took 3 dry, then crawled back to the door and lay down against it, blocking it with the weight of his body. Paul slept. When he woke up, it was dark, and at first he didn't know where he was. How had his bedroom gotten so small? Then he remembered everything, and with his remembering a queer certainty came. She was not dead. Even now, not dead. She was standing right outside the door. She had the axe, and when he crawled out, she would amputate his head. It would go rolling off down the hallway like a bowling ball while she laughed. That is crazy, he told himself. And then he heard, or thought he did, a little rustling sound. The sound of a woman's starched skirt, perhaps, brushing lightly against the wall. You just made it up. Your imagination. It's so vivid. I didn't. I heard it. He hadn't. He knew that. His hand reached for the doorknob, then fell uncertainly back. Yes, he knew he had heard nothing. But what if he had? She could have gone out the window. Paul, she's dead. The return, implacable in its illogic. The goddess never dies. He realized he was frantically biting his lips and made himself stop it. Was this what going crazy was like? Yes. He was close to that, and who had a better right? But if he gave in to it, if the cops finally returned tomorrow or the day after to find Annie dead in the guest room and a blubbering ball of protoplasm in the downstairs bathroom, a blubbering ball of protoplasm who had once been a writer named Paul Sheldon, wouldn't that be Annie's victory? You bet. And now, Paulie, you're going to be a good little doobie and follow the scenario, right? Okay. His hand reached for the knob again, and faltered again. He couldn't follow the original scenario. In it, he had seen himself lighting the paper and her picking it up. That had happened. Only he was to have bashed her brains in with a fucking typewriter instead of hitting her in the back with it. Then he had meant to work his way out into the parlor and light the house on fire. The scenario had called for him to effect his escape through one of the parlor windows. He would take a hell of a thump, but he'd already seen how fastidious Annie was about locking her doors. Better thumped than crisped, as he believed John the Baptist had once said. In a book, all would have gone according to plan. But life was so fucking untidy. What could you say for an existence where some of the most crucial conversations of your life took place when you needed to take a shit or something? An existence where there weren't even any chapters. Very untidy, Paul croaked. Good thing there's guys like me, just to keep things rinsed, he cackled. The champagne bottle hadn't been in the scenario, but that was minor compared with a woman's hideous vitality and his current painful uncertainty. And until he knew whether or not she was dead, he couldn't burn the house down, making a beacon that would bring help on the run. Not because Annie might still be alive. He could roast her alive with no qualms at all. It wasn't Annie that was holding him back. It was the manuscript. The real manuscript. What he had burned had been nothing more than an illusion with a title page on top, blank pages interspersed with written rejects and culls. The actual manuscript of Misery's Return had been safely deposited under the bed, and there it still was. Unless she's alive. If she's alive, maybe she's in there reading it. So what are you going to do? Wait right in here, part of him advised. Right in here where it's nice and safe. But another braver part of him urged him to go through with the scenario. As much of it as he could, anyway. Get to the parlor. Break the window. Get out of this awful house. Work his way to the edge of the road and flag down a car. Under previous circumstances, this might have meant waiting for days, but not anymore. Annie's house had become a drawing card. Summoning all of his courage, he reached for the doorknob and turned it. The door swung slowly open on darkness. And yes, there was Annie. There was the goddess, standing there in the shadows, a white shape in a nurse's uniform. He blinked his eyes tightly shut and then opened them. Shadows, yes. Annie, no. Except in the newspaper photographs, he had never seen her in her nurse's uniform. Only shadows. Shadows and, so vivid, imagination. He crawled slowly into the hall and looked back down toward the guest room. It was shut, blank, and he began to crawl toward the parlor. It was a pit of shadows. Annie could be hidden in any of them. Annie could be any of them. And she could have the axe. He crawled. There was the overstuffed sofa, and Annie was behind it. There was the kitchen door standing open, and Annie was behind that. The floorboards creaked in back of him. Of course. Annie was behind him. He turned, heart hammering, brain squeezing at his temples. And Annie was right there all right, the axe upraised, but only for a second. She blew apart into shadows. He crawled into the parlor, and that was when he heard the drone of an approaching motor. A faint wash of headlights illuminated the window, brightened. He heard the tires skid in the dirt, and understood they had seen the chain she had strung across the driveway. A car door opened and shut.
Shit! Look at this!
He crawled faster, looked out, and saw a silhouette approaching the house. The shape of the silhouette's hat was unmistakable. It was a state cop. Paul groped on the knick-knack table, knocking figurines over. Some fell to the floor and shattered. His hand closed around one, and that at least was like a book. It held the roundness novels delivered precisely because life so rarely did. It was the penguin sitting on his block of ice. Now my tale is told. The legend on the block read, and Paul thought, yes. Thank God. Propped on his left arm, he made his right hand close around the penguin. Blisters broke open, dribbling pus. He drew his arm back and heaved the penguin through the parlor window, just as he had thrown an ashtray through the window of the guest bedroom not so long ago. "Here!" Paul Sheldon cried deliriously. "Here, in here! Please, I'm in here!" There was yet another novelistic roundness in this denouement. They were the same two cops who had come the other day to question Annie about Kushner, David and Goliath. Only tonight David's sport coat was not only unbuttoned, his gun was out. David turned out to be Wicks. Goliath was McKnight. They had come with a search warrant. When they finally broke into the house in answer to the frenzied screams coming from the parlor, they found a man who looked like a nightmare sprung to life. There was a book I read when I was in high school, Wicks told his wife early the next morning. Count of Monte Cristo, I think, or maybe it was The Prisoner of Zenda. Anyway, there was a guy in that book who'd spent 40 years in solitary confinement. He hadn't seen anybody in 40 years. That's what this guy looked like. Wicks paused for a moment, wanting to better express how it had been, the conflicting emotions he had felt, horror and pity and sorrow and disgust. Most of all, wonder that a man who looked this bad should still be alive. He could not find the words. When he saw us, he started to cry, he said, and finally added, "He kept calling me David. I don't know why." "Maybe you look like somebody he knew," she said. "Maybe so." Paul's skin was gray, his body rack-thin. He huddled by the occasional table, shivering all over, staring at them with rolling eyes. "Who?" McKnight began. "Goddess," the scrawny man on the floor interrupted. He licked his lips. "You have to watch out for her. Bedroom. That's where she kept me. Bet Ryder. Bedroom. She's there." "Annie Wilkes. Wicks. In that bedroom?" He nodded toward the hall. "Yes. Yes, locked in. But of course, there's a window." "Who?" McKnight began a second time. "Christ, can't you see?" Wicks asked. "It's the guy Kushner was looking for. The writer. Can't remember his name, but it's him." "Thank God," the scrawny man said. "What?" Wicks bent toward him, frowning. "Thank God you can't remember my name." "I'm not tracking you, buddy." "It's all right. Never mind. Just you have to be careful. I think she's dead. But be careful. If she's still alive. Dangerous like a rattlesnake." With tremendous effort, he moved his twisted left leg directly into the beam of McKnight's flashlight. "Cut off my foot. Axe." They stared at the place where his foot wasn't for long, long seconds, and then McKnight whispered, "Good Christ." "Come on," Wicks said. He drew his gun, and the two of them started slowly down the hall to Paul's closed bedroom door. "Watch out for her!" Paul shrieked in his cracked and broken voice. "Be careful!" They unlocked the door and went in. Paul pulled himself against the wall and leaned his head back, eyes closed. He was cold. He couldn't stop shivering. They would scream or she would scream. There might be a scuffle. There might be shots. He tried to prepare his mind for either. Time passed, and it seemed to be a very long time indeed. At last he heard booted feet coming back down the hall. He opened his eyes. It was Wicks. "She was dead," Paul said. "I knew it. The real part of my mind did. But I can still hardly believe..." Wicks said, "There's blood and broken glass and charred paper in there." but there's no one in that room at all." Paul Sheldon looked at Wicks, and then he began to scream. He was still screaming when he fainted. 4. Goddess. "You will be visited by a tall, dark stranger," the gypsy woman told Misery. And Misery, startled, realized two things at once. This was no gypsy, and the two of them were no longer alone in the tent. She could smell Gwendolen Chastain's perfume in the moment before the mad woman's hands closed around her throat. "In fact," the gypsy who was not a gypsy observed, "I think she is here now." Misery tried to scream, but could no longer even breathe. Misery's child. "It always looked that way, Boss Ian," Ezekiel said. "No matter how you look at her, she seemed like she's looking at you. I don't know if it be true, but the Borkas, they say even when you get behind her, the goddess, she seemed to be looking at you. But she is, after all, only a piece of stone," Ian remonstrated. "Yes, Boss Ian," Ezekiel agreed. "That what give her power." Misery's return. "Number one. You're number one. Fayan." These sounds, even in the haze. "Now I must rinse," she said, "and this is how it rinses out." 9 months after Wicks and McKnight carried him from Annie's house on a makeshift litter, Paul Sheldon was dividing his time between Doctor's Hospital in Queens and a new apartment on the east side of Manhattan. His legs had been rebroken. His left was still in a cast from the knee down. He would walk with a limp for the rest of his life, the doctors told him, but he would walk. And eventually he would walk without pain. His limp would have been deeper and more pronounced if he had been walking on his own foot instead of a custom-made prosthesis. In an ironic sort of way, Annie had done him a favor. He was drinking too much and not writing at all. His dreams were bad. When he got out of the elevator on the 9th floor one afternoon in May, he was for a change thinking not of Annie, but of the bulky package tucked clumsily under his arm. It contained 2 bound galleys of Misery's Return. His publishers had put the book on a very fast track, and considering the worldwide headlines generated by the bizarre circumstances under which the novel had been written, that was hardly surprising. Hastings House had ordered an unprecedented first printing of 1 million copies. "And that's only the beginning," Charlie Merrill, his editor, had told him at lunch that day, the lunch from which Paul was now returning with his bound galleys. "This book is going to outsell everything in the world, my friend. We all just ought to be down on our knees, thanking God that the story in the book is almost as good as the story behind the book." Paul didn't know if that was true, and didn't really care anymore. He only wanted to get it behind him and find the next book. But as dry days became dry weeks, became dry months, he had begun to wonder if there ever would be a next book. Charlie was begging him for a non-fiction account of his ordeal. That book, he said, would outsell even Misery's Return. Would, in fact, outsell Iacocca. When Paul asked him out of idle curiosity what he thought the paperback rights for such a book might fetch, Charlie brushed his long hair away from his forehead, lit a Camel, and said, "I believe we could set a floor at $10 million and then conduct one hell of an auction." He did not bat an eye when he said it. After a moment or two, Paul realized he either was serious or thought he was. But there was no way he could write such a book. Not yet. Probably not ever. His job was writing novels. He could write the account Charlie wanted, but to do so would be tantamount to admitting to himself that he would never write another novel. And the joke is, it would be a novel, he almost said to Charlie Merrill, and then held back at the last moment. The joke was, Charlie wouldn't care. It would start out as fact, and then I'd begin to tart it up. Just a little at first, then a little more, then a little more. Not to make myself look better, although I probably would, and not to make Annie look worse. She couldn't. Simply to create that roundness. I don't want to fictionalize myself. Writing may be masturbatory, but God forbid it should be an act of auto-cannibalism. His apartment was 9E, farthest from the elevator, and today the corridor looked 2 miles long. He began to stump his way grimly down to it, a T-shaped walking stick in each hand. Clack, 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 clack. God, he hated that sound. His legs ached sickeningly, and he yearned for Novril. Sometimes he thought it would be worth being back with Annie just to have the dope. The doctors had weaned him from it. The booze was his substitute, and when he got inside, he was going to have a double bourbon. Then he would look at the blank screen of his word processor for a while. What fun. Paul Sheldon's $15,000 paperweight. Clack, 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 clack. Now to get the key out of his pocket without dropping either the manila envelope containing the bound galleys or the sticks. He propped the sticks against the wall. While he was doing that, the galleys dropped out from under his arm and fell to the rug. The envelope split open. Shit, he growled. And then the sticks fell over with a clatter, adding to the fun. Paul closed his eyes, swaying unsteadily on his twisted, aching legs, waiting to see if he was going to get mad or cry. He hoped he would get mad. He didn't want to cry out here in the hall, but he might. He had. His legs hurt all the time, and he wanted his dope, not the heavy-duty aspirin they gave him at the hospital dispensary. He wanted his good dope, his antidope. And oh, he was so tired all the time. What he needed to prop him up were not those shitty sticks, but his make-believe games and stories. They were the good dope, the never-fail fix, but they had all fled. It seemed playtime was finally over. This is what it's like after the end, he thought, opening the door and tottering into the apartment. This is why no one ever writes it. It's too fucking dreary. She should have died after I stuffed her head full of blank paper and busted pages. And I should have died then, too. At that moment, if at no other, we really were like characters in one of Annie's chapter plays. No grays, only blacks and whites, good and bad. I was Jeffrey and she was the Burqa bee goddess. This... Well, I've heard of denouement, but this is ridiculous. Never mind the mess back there on the floor. Drinky poo first, pick-uppy poo second. First be a don't be, and then be a... He stopped. He had time to realize the apartment was too dark. And there was a smell. He knew that smell. A deadly mixture of dirt and face powder. Annie rose up from behind the sofa like a white ghost, dressed in a nurse's uniform and cap. The axe was in her hand and she was screaming, "Time to rinse, Paul. Time to rinse." He shrieked, tried to turn on his bad legs. She leaped the sofa with clumsy strength, looking like an albino frog. Her starched uniform rustled briskly. The first sweep of the axe did no more than knock the wind from him. This was really what he thought until he landed on the carpet, smelling his own blood. He looked down and saw he was cut nearly in half. "Rinse!" she shrieked. And there went his right hand. "Rinse!" She shrieked again, and his left was gone. He crawled toward the open door on the jetting stumps of his wrists, and incredibly the galleys were still there, the bound galleys Charlie had given him at lunch in Mr. Lee's, sliding the manila envelope to him across gleaming white napery, while Muzak drifted down from overhead speakers. "Annie, you can read it now." He tried to scream, but only got out, "Annie, you," before his head flew off and rolled to the wall. His last dimming glimpse of the world was his own collapsing body and Annie's white shoes standing astride it. "Goddess," he thought, and died. Scenario: an outline or synopsis, a plot outline. Webster's New Collegiate. Writer: one who writes, especially as an occupation. Webster's New Collegiate. Make-believe: pretense or pretend. Webster's New Collegiate. Polly: can you? Yes, of course he could. The writer's scenario was that Annie was still alive, although he understood this was only make-believe. He really did go to lunch with Charlie Merrill. All the conversation was the same. Only when he let himself into his apartment, he knew it was the cleaning woman who had pulled the drapes, and although he fell down and had to smother a scream of fright, when Annie rose up like Cain from behind the sofa, it was just the cat, a cross-eyed Siamese named Dumpster he had gotten last month at the pound. There was no Annie, because Annie had not been a goddess at all, only a crazy lady who had hurt Paul for reasons of her own. Annie had managed to pull most of the paper out of her mouth and throat, and had gotten out through Paul's window while Paul was sleeping the sleep of drugs. She had gotten to the barn and had collapsed there. She was dead when Wicks and McKnight found her, but not of strangulation. She had actually died of the fractured skull she had received when she struck the mantel, and she had struck the mantel because she had tripped. So in a way she had been killed by the very typewriter Paul had hated so much. But she'd had plans for him, all right. Not even the axe would suffice this time. They had found her outside of Misery the pig's stall, with one hand wrapped around the handle of her chainsaw. That was all in the past, though. Annie Wilkes was in her grave. But like Misery Chastain, she rested there uneasily. In his dreams and waking fantasies, he dug her up again and again. You couldn't kill the goddess. Temporarily dope her with bourbon, maybe, but that was all. He went to the bar, looked at the bottle, then looked back at where his galleys and walking sticks lay. He gave the bottle a goodbye look and worked his way back to his stuff. Rinse. Half an hour later he was sitting in front of the blank screen, thinking he had to be a glutton for punishment. He had taken the aspirin instead of the drink, but that didn't change what was going to happen now. He was going to sit here for 15 minutes or maybe half an hour, looking at nothing but a cursor flashing in darkness. Then he was going to turn the machine off and have that drink. Except he had seen something funny on the way home from lunch with Charlie, and it had given him an idea. Not a big one, just a small one. After all, it had only been a small incident. Just a kid pushing a shopping cart up 48th Street, that was all. But there had been a cage in the cart, and in it had been a rather large, furry animal which Paul at first thought was a cat. A closer look had shown him a wide white stripe up the cat's back. "Sonny," he said, "is that a skunk?" "Yeah," the kid said, and pushed the shopping cart along a little faster. He didn't stop long for conversations with people in the city, especially weird-looking guys with bags the size of Samsonite two-suiters under the eyes, who were lurching along on metal walking sticks. The kid turned the corner and was gone. Paul went on, wanting to take a cab, but he was supposed to walk at least a mile every day, And this was his mile, and it hurt like hell. And to take his mind off the mile, he started wondering where that kid had come from, where the shopping cart had come from, and most of all, where the skunk had come from. He heard a noise behind him and turned from the blank screen to see Annie coming out of the kitchen, dressed in jeans and a red flannel logger's shirt, the chainsaw in her hand. He closed his eyes, opened them, saw the same old nothing, and was suddenly angry. He turned back to the word processor and wrote fast, almost bludgeoning the keys. 1. The kid heard a sound in the back of the building, and although the thought of rats crossed his mind, he turned the corner anyway. It was too early to go home because school didn't let out for another hour and a half, and he had gone truant at lunch. What he saw crouched back against the wall in a dusty shaft of sunlight was not a rat, but a great big black cat with the bushiest tail he had ever seen. He stopped, heart suddenly pounding. Paulie, can you? This was a question which he did not dare answer. He bent over the keyboard again, and after a moment began to hit the keys, but more gently now. It wasn't a cat. Eddie Desmond had lived in New York City all his life, but he had been to the Bronx Zoo, and Christ, there were picture books, weren't there? He knew what that thing was, although he hadn't the slightest idea how such a thing could have gotten into his deserted East 105th Street tenement. But the long white stripe down its back was a dead giveaway. It was a skunk. Eddie started slowly toward it, feet gritting in the plaster dust. He could. He could. So in gratitude and terror, he did. The hole opened, and Paul stared through at what was there, unaware that his fingers were picking up speed, unaware that his aching legs were in the same city but 50 blocks away, unaware that he was weeping as he wrote. Lovell, Maine, September 23, 1984. Bangor, Maine, October 7, 1986. Now my tale is told.